Okay, so we are going live. This is a total experiment. Don't get your hopes up. I might actually wait for a few people to tune in because my idea for this today is literally to create a community of people watching the Luderitz Speed Challenge. So people are going to be at home anyway looking at the GPS speed surfing site. So if you don't know what's going on, Luderitz Speed Challenge is on right now. There are girls and boys, men, women, whatever you want to call them, speedsters from all around the world trying to break the world speed records, personal bests, national records, and they are all in Luderitz now, which is the fastest place in the world. Now, before you get too carried away, we're not going to have live video, although stay with me because maybe we will, because the internet is so bad at the channel. So I'm getting the guys over in Luderitz to send me WhatsApps. That's part of it. I'm also going to try and send them a link and maybe we can get a live feed from them. So my plan is to be the hub here in Portugal. Hopefully my internet's okay. And basically just follow the proceedings throughout the day, involve you guys at home. So, you know, if you're going to be watching a computer anyway, maybe you want to listen to windsurfing radio, world speed radio, whatever you want to call it. And I'm going to get a few guys to add in. So here we go. We'll see if it works.
I did it, maybe the world records.
Let's see, this is a total experiment. Can you hear me, Vincent? Well, it sounds windy. I meant to understand now the wind.
It's quite windy. I will take the headphones.
Okay. So this is just a little bit of an idea of how it's going to run. We're going to get the guys over in Luderitz coming in, maybe doing some live feeds. I have no clue if it's going to work because the internet there is terrible.
With the car, I take the headphones. Will be better.
So there you go. The wind.
Can I move the camera? Ben, can you talk?
Yeah, I can hear you. On and off. Yeah. Okay. So I think that we're going to be struggling to get the live link. I was hopeful we might be able to do it like this.
But I don't hear it.
No. Yeah. Like I said,
I don't know why.
We're going to persevere. We got Andy Love there.
Hello, Ben. Andy's on the way now.
Okay, so that isn't working. This is literally live. We're going to just try and do our best to do it. Whatever happens, we obviously are going to stay here in Portugal, giving it to you live, putting in your comments, getting some chat. I'm going to try and get a few people to join me here as well, just to not have me talking the whole day. But just so you know, the forecast for today is looking really good. It's looking, you know, record-breaking conditions in the next 2 days. So I'm going to try and do this today and tomorrow. Let's just get a few of the comments. So I got Angelo tuning in. Heidi is on fire. Yeah, exactly. Let's have a look. So do we need to refresh this or does it refresh itself? Let's have a little look at the moment. Okay, so then it does refresh at the moment. Yeah, so already a 46. Whoa, hang on a minute. 46.87. What's the record? I should really know that. Someone tell me the women's record. Let's have another look at that. That looks like for me, that looks like a world record run. I tell you what, I'm just getting news from Luderitz and they think Heidi has already broken the world record. Are you kidding me? I had a bit of a shock then because it's on a small screen for me. So it does sound like we have got a record. Let's get him in. Oh, there we go.
Try again. You'll do better. You can do better. Come on. You can. Try again.
We have got it. I mean, it sounds like. Well, hugs and kisses. Vincent, can you hear me? Whoa, that is epic already. He looks like... I'll try and shut up just so we can hear the boys at home. Well, okay, if you have just joined us, it looks like we have a new women's world record. Obviously, internet's terrible, but it's still good to see. Like I said, oh, wrong one. Sorry. Vincent, can you hear me? Oh, no, we lost him again. I apologize. Like I said, it's going to be difficult. But for me, just seeing the elation, you can see all the cheers. You can see the arms in the air. I mean, that's just epic already, isn't it? Wow, that's really good. So, like I said, apologies. It's going to be really difficult to do this, but we're going to try our best because it just feels wrong to not have any coverage at the moment from the guys out there. So it looks like she has got a world record. I'm going to have some WhatsApps coming in. I'm going to try and share that, but I'm just going to stay alert in case we do get a better connection because it is in and out over in Luderitz. But if you've just joined us, it sounds like we've already got a woman world record. So Zara Davis is going to be gutted, but she's had it for a few years now. And Heidi, out of anyone out there, has been working so hard for this. I was down in France. She's there. She's everywhere. And she is putting in the work. And you think you've just done 3 weeks in Luderitz and the wind hasn't played ball. And then you get it. Let's see if we can add in Mikkel, although he hasn't got a camera at the moment. I'm going to try and add Mikkel Asmussen to the chat, and we'll get rid of him as soon as we get talk from Luderitz. But let's see if we can get him on there as well, just to have someone to talk to. But amazing stuff. Heidi. Yeah, video's working. Here we go. Let's have a look. Mikkel Asmussen, are you there, mate?
Yeah, I'm good, man. I'm good.
Did you
I was just looking up. It looks like Heidi broke the record. Huh?
Yeah.
It looks like it. I just tuned in and I was like, whoa, that looks like a new record.
Yeah. Well, okay. So anyone who doesn't know, Mikkel and me did our first Luderitz trip together. How fast did you go? You went pretty quick.
Let me turn around. 49.4.
How fast?
49.4.
49.4. Epic.
So that's that is the Danish national record at the moment. But as you can see, Kurush is down there, and he's got some epic days. So let's see what happens, huh?
Are you nervous?
He's a good sailor. I looked at the speeds yesterday, and yeah, I think you need to be a little bit shaky, yeah.
Yeah. Hang on, we've got a few videos coming from Luderitz, so I'm going to try and play these. I don't know how this is going to work. Let me just work it out.
Yeah.
If you are tuning in thinking this is a full budget operation, you would be right. You would be 100% right. It's a bit last minute. There's a lot of screaming coming, so I'm guessing.
Was that a hen?
Let's see if we can do this. I'm going to try and add it into the chat. Like I said, we did try and go live from... I'm going to add Stefan in a minute. Let me just see if I can add in this.
I'm trying to find the...
It seems you have a world record. Heidi Ulrich was 46.87. So this should be a world record. It's unofficial, but let's party her. Everybody is here. Everybody is standing here. The crowd is here. The crowd is here. Wow, wow, wow. No, I don't know if you're in.
There we go. Let's have a look.
Oh, we are in.
Get in.
Made it!
So how was that? Was that the first run?
No, the 5th.
Fifth run straight in.
Yeah! Woo!
So for the non-speed, what did your peak speed on the GPS?
49.94.
Oh! Get in though. So how do we know when it's official? It's pretty much.
I don't know. Manfred Fuchs has to check it this evening. If it's really in between the gate, but I did on the GPS of Manfred 46.9, so it should be good.
Yeah! Well done.
And on my watch I did 47.2. So.
But when you do
And
some
I
runs,
did the Swiss record now for official.
Well done, Heidi. And the
Thank
day
you.
is still young.
Yeah, I keep on going.
yeah, okay, yeah, good.
Okay, good luck. Well done. What size? What size you on? Give me the size. What size sail?
5'2" and 37 speed and 18 fin and around 10 kilo flat. And I did the floating test. I'm floating.
Awesome. So good. So good. Let's see. I want to go higher. Higher.
Yeah, me too.
We did it!
Yes. So good. So good. Cheers, Rafi.
Okay, I give it back to the images I sent you.
Thanks,
Hope we're
man.
gonna get some more good times today. The wind looks perfect. The angle is getting better, and the guys are on the water now. I don't know if you can see it. We have one now starting. See it?
Yeah, it's windy over there, but it's
Yeah. We have one starting here now. We have Melek here, which did the German record a couple of days ago. And yeah, you can see perhaps, I don't know how good, but yeah, it looks like the angle is perfect.
yeah. We can't hear you, Rafi, down there.
Can you hear me? It's Farrell.
Hey, Fuzz.
Ben, how are we?
Rock and roll.
Yeah, it's rock and roll, baby. Rock and roll.
What's the sail choices today, Eric? Oh, we're cracking up. Oh, close. It felt real then for a second, didn't it? That was great though to hear Heidi before. I mean, that is big. That is absolutely massive. So good. Right. I think we've kind of lost them in Luderitz. Can't seem to. I don't know if.
The 4-9, I'm waiting for.
I heard 4-9. So Eric's probably going to go on his 4-9. Really bad sound. I don't know if you can hear me, boys, but we've kind of lost the sound this side. Okay, well, like I said, we're going to persevere with the live link to Luderitz, but it's so good to hear Heidi after she broke the record. That is like absolutely buzzing. Again, they can't say it's official, but I think she's broke it by enough to make sure that it's all good. Let me bring the boys in. Let's bring Mikkel in and bring Stefan in as well. Boys, there we go.
Hey, how are you?
Well, we got a world record by the looks of it.
Yeah, unbelievable effort by Heidi, huh?
Yeah,
so much work in it the last years. It's unbelievable, and it's really well deserved. It's unbelievable what she can do in I think relatively light winds.
If you look at I just saw Twan just did a run that's 49.3, and considering it's not much difference from Heidi to him actually. So I think she probably chose the perfect conditions before it gets really honky-tonk. Like she was super efficient on that run apparently.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to say. There's this just a small little window where the lighter guys or the ladies can be really, really fast, where the bigger boys are not able to clock really high speeds, but the lighter riders can be really, really fast and efficient, because when it really starts nuking, then you need weight and power, and then the lighter riders have no chance, basically.
Sorry, I'm just trying to do too many things here, boys. I'm going to just put a banner on. 4687 from Heidi, is it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes.
I think it would be rude not to have a banner with her on it.
Amazing, huh?
But I mean, that's pretty good. 5th run of the day, and sometimes you get those moments, don't you? It's flat. You get that gust all the way down. She's been threatening that title for a while, though. I mean, you can see how happy she is, obviously.
Yeah, I can just remember from 2019, she was so close, and we had this one day where everything was perfect, and she was so close to the record, and she couldn't do it by just tiny little margin. So yeah, really well deserved, unbelievable.
Yes, amazing, huh? Really. But I think it's interesting with the conditions that they're not fully honky-tonk, and she probably hit it perfect. If you look at her other runs, like 41.56, 42.42, 43.59, and then she jumps all the way up to 46.87. I'm pretty sure she hit it perfectly.
I think she had a Roberto Hoffman run.
Yep, exactly.
When we were there, everyone was bashing in, then Hoffers went down and just blitzed it. Like, he absolutely stormed it, didn't it? Over 50.
But that day, that was actually interesting, because that was the day before it was supposed to be honky tonk, like a full-on day. So we all packed down, but it was his last day. So he was like, he kept going and kept going, even because he was just frustrated that tomorrow looked like it was the day and he was leaving. And he actually, like, we should have probably kept sailing that day and not waited for the next day, because the next day actually didn't really materialize.
Well, I think it's something to do with last days. On my last day, I got literally before I left for the plane, I got my fastest run. It's like something about last days. And you think those boys, girls, whatever, speed sailors have been there 3 weeks. This is the last week, the last weekend. This competition finishes tomorrow night, and it's took till right at the bloody end. It's crazy. Absolutely mad.
I think that's what we had over the years. I think I always had the last days or the last weekends where it was really showing off. It was really like the perfect movie script that you have to wait for a while, with ups and downs, and you have some days where conditions are okay and the speeds are okay, but not on the top, and then you're waiting, and then probably on the last days, last weekends, it's really going off. That's what I've seen in 2018 and 2019, and everybody's keen, and you can really feel the tension in the last week. Everybody's just scrolling up and down the forecast, and
I mean, this is it, isn't it? Like, that's the thing with speed sailing. You spend all year, but you're not going to break a world record unless you're in Luderitz. So then Luderitz, there's a massive pressure on this month. And if this month doesn't deliver, it's kind of like, oh my God, I got to wait a whole nother year, put all the effort in, And like I said, Heidi's been doing that for a fair few years now. And you just, when you finally do it, it's something you can't just do. You can't just do it. It takes so much time, patience, tuning, equipment, everything, mindset, forecast, a bit of luck. It all comes down to all those things. It's kind of amazing, really.
Yeah.
And amazing, like you say, Mikkel, no one else is doing record-breaking times now. So you kind of think, whoa, is that mean we're going to see much bigger times today? Because usually, I wasn't going to start this stream till later. Usually between 2 and 4 in Luderitz seems to be, record-breaking time. That's what I remember. And then kind of after 4, it sometimes drops, like 4:30 kind of drops. And what are we now? We are like 12 over there.
Yeah, what is it there? Yeah, it might be around 12:30 maybe, 12:14 or whatever it is. Yeah. But anyways, what I wanted to say also is that it's interesting that the higher your record or whatever you need to break, the higher that is, the more difficult it will become. I mean, look at like you spoke about the other day. Look at a guy like Farrell. He has been coming back. Is it now his 7th or 8th year coming back, trying to break a record, which is like, I'd say above 50, then the day really needs to be something extraordinary to break that.
Yeah, but you look at Heidi, it's relative as well. You know.
Yes, it probably is. I mean, I have to say, last year when I went, we didn't really have the conditions last year, but when I went, I sort of thought, well, my 49.40, relatively easy to break. But I have to say, when I left last year, I was like, this is not going to be so easy.
You forget, don't you? I think you forget, because when I did my 50 max run, I can't remember. You know, it's hard to remember exactly what the day was like. Was I totally on the edge? Because you always think, I could do better, but you can't remember how good or how.
So what
I just know that the top speeds for that day weren't as big as other years I've seen. So I kind of feel like when we were there, when you did yours and I did mine, it wasn't really a really record-breaking day.
But what I will say about that was it was really good conditions, because last year the wind was sort of kind of, I think, in the same ballpark, but it was much broader or deeper. The channel, the ankle was much deeper, and it was so choppy. And I remember thinking, I'm going much faster, but I was going way slower because the conditions were just not there. And I think I
got Grinnell, the Tequila Man.
Tequila Man. Mark.
Yes, I'm online, but I'm not at the bloody event. I'm in Cape Town, unfortunately. Feeling
Panda.
about it.
Yeah.
They're in spirit. Already a world record.
Yeah, amazing.
Who's got a world record?
Heidi.
Oh, fantastic. Okay, that's brilliant.
By 12 o'clock.
What speed?
46.87.
But
oh, shit.
Well,
okay,
to
I
be
say shit.
official.
I mean, it's fantastic news. As long as she doesn't get close to my time, I'm happy, because I hate being checked. It really annoys me.
but let me just break in and say Hans just did a 47.48. So like,
yeah, but he probably had weed on. He probably had weed on his fin, knowing him. So
he's Dutch, yeah.
yeah, Dodge. No. But yeah, that's fantastic news from Heidi. Wow. But it looks like, I mean, today and tomorrow we're going to do some records. That's for sure. It looks amazing.
What would you say the favorite time of the day for breaking records? Is there like a historical time?
At about between 3 and 3:30.
Okay.
That's for the last number of years. That's the time. Well, between 3 and 4, there's like a magic hour, but there's a magic half an hour that's really, really, really good. And if you get a run in that time, that's when you're going to break a record. And if you miss it, invariably, it's just too late. So,
okay.
Yeah.
Well, we've got a fair few hours left in the day.
I know, and I'm running around like a blue-ass fly, and at 2 o'clock I've got to meet somebody to start drinking tequila. So
that's like a normal day for you.
Pop in and out as we go. Yeah, anyway. Okay, guys. So 46 something for Hardy, and then 47 for Hunt. Nothing else. None of the guys doing 50.
Well, Twan put in a 49.30.
Okay, that's pretty good. So
it looks like none of the boys have really done much yet. I think it's not. I think they're thinking they're just saving themselves.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, all the wind reports show that the wind's going to come up a bit later this afternoon, doesn't it? That it's going to be the strongest at like 3 o'clock-ish. So hopefully it's correct. And sorry, I'm going to fuck off, idiot. People in the traffic. So hopefully it's correct. And yeah, and the guys get some good speeds. It'll be nice to break.
Yeah. Oh,
there you go.
It looks like someone's run him over.
South African internet.
Well, interesting, man. I'm just glad. I'm going to just have a look through any WhatsApps I've been sent, because they are sending me some stuff from the channel. So I'm going to try just give you guys at home a bit of a. Oh, he's back. He's back. I thought you'd been run over. I'm going to try. Lovely.
Some 48s now from Gunnar and from Vincent. So conditions look to improve.
Yes, no, just like borderline to being there. But I mean, as long as the guys are not passing the 50s, then I think it's not hung fully. Yeah.
No, definitely not.
Because I was looking at some speeds from last year, and we had days where Twan was actually doing 50 in the 50s, where it was not fully powering. So yeah, interesting to see what happens during the day.
Yeah, definitely. That was always really fascinating me, how the guys can clock 50s or high 50s in conditions that are not really that nuclear. That was always wondering how they do it, because for me there's only a really tiny little window where I can really go fast. I need some proper wind, but I'm definitely not going out when it's super nuclear. And the good guys like Twan, Gunnar, Vincent, Hans, whoever, Farrell, they can do 50s in basically all kinds of conditions. And they're really consistent, and they can really show what they can do in also when the conditions are not that perfect. And this is what I think is really interesting to see. Because I think one of the biggest misconceptions from people about the channel is that it's easy to go fast there. And it's not easy. You don't just hop on your board and you go 45, 50 knots. It's not easy. You have to be...
Well, it's easy, but then the higher end is definitely harder. Like, I remember going down and doing like, which doesn't sound a lot to the proper speed guys, but 42, literally one-handed, not even thinking about it. And to get 42 at home was just, blimmin' hard. Like,
now, let's say up to 45 knots. If you have easy conditions, 45 knots is doable. But everything up from 45 knots, I think every fracture of a knot is really a hard fight, and it's not easy, especially when
video from Heidi. Let's have a look. We've got a bit of GPS on here as well. She's not the tallest, is she? That makes it even better.
Show me the GPS ID.
49.94.
Never have to go back.
So if you have just joined us, Heidi Ulrich has broken unofficially, but it looks quite official until we get the proper stats in. But it looks she's broken the women's world record, 46.87, peaking 49.94. And how heavy's Heidi? She's got to be what? Half, like your leg, Mikkel?
65.
65, maybe 70. Maybe she ate her way to 70.
That's crazy, isn't it? I mean, that's super good.
Wearing 2 weight vests, like it looks.
Yeah. Yeah, you need a bit. She's probably carrying 10-15 kilos of leather.
Yeah.
So I'm just going through a few of the comments. Looks like there's a few people tuning in. If you are just tuning in, this is not going to be an amazing live stream today. We're just us boys chatting about what's going on in Luderitz. Obviously, Luderitz, people are trying to break records, and we've already had Heidi Ulrich put down a 46.87, which is the women's world record, and peaking just 0.6 of a knot, or 0.06 of a knot off 50 max speed. I know the speed guys don't talk about max speed, but I think for the non-speed guys like me, the biggest number on the watch is always important. I know it's not as accurate, so it's why the speed guys are not really looking at it, but it's just quite nice to know. And I think psychologically, if Heidi gets a 50+ run today, she'll be super stoked, whether whether it's accounting or not.
She's just done a 47.16 run.
Oh, she's on it. I mean, it feels like it's going to go pretty big, doesn't it?
Yeah. I mean, I think they did have some issues with the wind being too broad. I think maybe the angle is quite good right now, but it's not super strong. What can happen is that it swings more south, and so it'll be deeper, and that could potentially cause some issues during the day. But let's see. Yeah, I haven't even really checked the forecast, but let's have a look.
I've got to update it then, haven't I? 47.16.
Yeah. She's just had that run.
She's on it. I can see this going big today. So maybe she's gone over 50.
Yeah, for sure.
O'Shane has just done a 49.89.
Oh, it's coming.
That must be a record. That's got to be his new record. I think he broke his record.
He said he wanted to go over 50, but
he's knocking on the 50 door. Let's have a look. Let's go on the GPS side.
No, Farrell's done 51.03, I think, before.
But
Oisín's record.
He's Irish.
Oisín did 49.36 in 2019. I don't know if he was faster last year.
Oh, O'Shea. Sorry, I thought you said Farrell. Yeah, not sure.
Ranking.
Yeah, O'Shane, 49.89.
Yeah.
That's 100% his best.
Yeah, I think it is, huh?
Yeah, very sure.
So we might have a new Irish record. Hang on. I've already seen that. Apologies.
Yeah, because he had a 49.41 on the GPS side. So this is definitely a better one. He definitely broke his own record.
100%. 49.89. That's so close. So you're almost gutted because you're like, oh, didn't do 50, which is like the one, isn't it? It's like I think I'd be more. I think the run before I maxed 50, which I can't talk about being in the 50 knot club, but for me, max, I did 49.94, and I was just like, oh my god, I can't leave not doing like 50 on the watch at least. It's kind of a head messing up. But 49.89, O'Shane, that's seriously good.
That's great.
About it.
And it's early. It's what, 12:30 local time in Luderitz?
Probably, yeah. Hang on.
12:30, 12:27.
Yeah, it's earlier.
So that's mad. I wonder what's going to happen.
You might see some people not being able to sail in an hour or two because it simply gets too windy.
Well, let's see. That's when the big boys are going to be trying to get their records, because when Antoine got his, I heard there was stones flying down the beach. Mark, you did your record then. Was that the same day? Different? No, you did different day.
Sorry, you're talking to me now, so I didn't hear.
No, when you did your record, wasn't yours like almost like an anomaly? It was like no one else.
Mine was a week later, yeah.
Yeah.
So you're talking about the 49. I'd done 49.2 one year, 49.6 the second year, 49.92 the year after. And I was like, no way am I going home with 49 knots. 50 days in a hospital bed or 50 knots, one of the two. 49 is such a horrible number. Yuck. It really is. It sucks. So, but yeah, if the angle's right, the guys will break records for sure. At the angles, everything, it really is, because the water goes flat.
Yeah.
Flat. Yeah. When the water's flat, you're going to go fast. When it's choppy, it's difficult to just control it.
What's your best 41?
Mine 40 what?
Oh, sorry, 50.
I was going to say, you're lucky you're so far away. 51.83.
51.83. Fucking, that's quick, man. That is.
And then, what is it? 54.9 or something peak. But as you say, that's not. It's nice to see on your watch, but it's not. Yeah, it's the average. It's the average that's important. Yeah, I'm driving now, literally in the traffic on the way to another meeting, thinking, fuck, maybe I should just cancel the day and just drive up. It took me 8 hours and 50 minutes to drive home, but I lost part of my Land Rover on the way. As a result, it fell apart.
I mean, but it looks good tomorrow, doesn't it?
It does look good tomorrow. I know. It looks very good tomorrow. No, it does. It looks fantastic.
Twan just put in a 49.97.
Yeah, it's going to happen. It's got to happen.
Yeah. And interestingly, a lot of people were saying, oh, it's very broad this year. And kind of what I was saying is, but I think they get the wind for record breaking, you know, if they get that swing, it can be faster. It's just not as fast when it's lighter. Would that be a fair comment?
Well, the angle so far this year has been terrible. I mean, it's been so downwind and then it gets so choppy, but you need 5 degrees for that angle to change, and the water becomes so flat. It's ridiculous. So flat. So flat. And they'll go, if they get 50 knots of wind and the angle changes, they're going to break Antoine's record this year, today or tomorrow. I would guess. I really would. Because the channel's it's perfect almost. It really is.
I heard the wall is definitely good this year compared to...
Yeah, unless you hit it. Yeah.
I have heard you're still holding the record for the best dismount on the finish line.
Yeah, twice, unfortunately. Yeah. They say I could probably learn to do a lay-down jive in about 15 minutes, but I've never wanted to learn to jive. It just seems so pointless. I don't know why.
Anyway. For anyone who doesn't know, at the end of the canal, you're going at 25 meters a second if you're doing 50 knots, and 25 meters a second doesn't give you many seconds before you're at the bit where there's no more water. So
let me give you a little story about that. So the first year when I went down there, when I passed the finishing gate, I wanted to change my front hand from holding underhand to moving to like putting my on the upside boom to do the laydown. But the time you spend from your brain saying, okay, change your hand shift from underhand to overhand is simply too long. You lose too much time. You have to. So I had to convince myself to drop the sail, holding my hand from the underside, which I don't really like. But it was simply I spent too much time on the other one. It's quite funny.
I said it the other day, but it's almost like if you ever jumped out of the plane, like the ground rush. For a long time and nothing happens, and then as soon as you get towards the end, that bank comes really fast. It just goes sucks you in, and you're like, what? So yeah, there has been a few people end up on the bank at the end. Mark being one of the record holders for the best dismount.
It does help you to stop though, so at least the road's there, so you know you're going to stop, which is great. So there is some comfort in that.
So we've got another video coming through. Let me have a look. Yeah, 47.16.
Wow. Is that for Heidi?
Yeah. 47.16. On it.
It's definitely a record then, without a doubt.
Yeah.
It's got to be now. It is too much distance for 2 times like that. You just, well, kind of. I don't know what's going to happen, because usually if you set the times early, does it drop a bit, or does it? They usually just keep coming through? How does it usually work? I forgot. I'm a bit of a.
I mean, at this time of day, the winds, they're not normally doing these kind of times. So it's, as I say, only according to Wind Guru and Wind Finder, but I mean, it's predicted to get stronger this afternoon. So it's just got to get better. It's got to get better. It's very early to do these kind of speeds. Very early.
I'm kind of excited. It's going to be an interesting day. I'm sure Antoine Albo is maybe got one eye on this, thinking, because he's not doing the old Zephyr speed thing. But at the moment, Luderitz is still the fastest place in the world, and he's not been back, has he? He's not been back since.
No, he hasn't been back since, and no, he hasn't been back since.
One thing I will say about the wind, though, is that looking at Wind Guru, about this time, the angle should be on the wind, 169 degrees, and it will be turning towards 180, even 181, which will go deeper, broader. And then it might turn back in the afternoon. So I think they might see that it's going to be too broad and too choppy in the next couple of hours. And then it should be swinging a little bit more square later in the afternoon. So
what kind of time does it show? Because as I say, it's normally between 3 and 4, but normally 3 to 3:30 is when the wind does blow like this is the perfect time. Does it show that?
It has 12 o'clock, 2 o'clock, 4 o'clock, 18 o'clock. I will say that at 1800 hours, it's 31 to 38 knots at 175 degrees. I would say that on this forecast, that would be the best time.
Okay.
I by far.
Yeah, they're just saying in Luderitz it's just kicking in the wind, so we're going to see some movement pretty soon for sure. Because you can see no one's gone over 50 yet, have they? No one's gone over 50 yet. So I mean, it's not even started. I'm interested to see what Heidi can do. I mean, could she? What could she do? What? You know, it's 65 kilos or whatever it is. What could she do? She must have
just done a 45.69.
Yeah.
But I think that when you look at a guy like Farrell and these guys, they're not going fast. I don't think there's that much wind still. I mean, Farrell is easily capable of throwing off a 50, and he's not even close. I mean, at 47.25, normally Farrell wouldn't even go in the canal if that was the condition.
No, but I mean, and you're right, because I mean, Farrell and I normally sit there, and him in particular. So it's probably choppy then.
Exactly.
Farrell's approach is the complete opposite to Heidi. Heidi is doing run after run after run after run, no matter the conditions, and Farrell is sitting, waiting, doing maybe one fast run, then pack and go home.
Good for Farrell. That's the way to do it. You only need one run.
Keep your eye on the front.
Just to be on the.
Sorry, I'm just trying to look at these. I've got so many videos they're sending me. I'm just trying to work out how's the easiest way to add them into this stream. Let me just. Should we just play through a few of these videos?
Getting some images.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, let me just see how this works, because I might have to do it a little bit different. Entire screen. Okay, this could go wrong. No, but it's more that I'm not sure what I've got on this computer, which let's see.
Now, as you all can see, the guys are getting ready. We have Twan sails. We have here all the guys getting ready. There's Twan. Hello, Twan. How are you?
Very good.
Yeah, are you good?
Yeah. Looks like finally we have some wind then.
Yeah. What did you rig and what board do you use? What sizes? Can you give some information to us?
I have a 5.0 for when it's really getting windy, and I have a 40, actually one board, 40 cm from AV boards, and that's my go-to board. I use a board for light wind, but it should be the right one for when it gets windier.
Okay, we wish you good luck. Okay, thank you very much. Cheers.
Okay.
It's not that windy if they're still able to talk on the beach.
I was going to say, but that was earlier. Like I said, there's a load of videos coming. That was. I'm sorry. I'm just.
That sounds like Heidi's record.
Yeah, that was. I think that was the first one. Like I said, I'll find a better way to play these because then.
Vincent did a 50 now.
50.04 for Vincent.
Oh, probably should go 48 today. Jesus. Okay, let's do a floating test. Just to be on the perfect side. It's a requirement.
Oh boy, sorry. Just hard to get all that sorted. Right, what have we got? Sorry. People messaging all over the place now. Let's let me just put the. Did someone say Twan or Vincent had just put down a? I haven't got.
Somebody said he just did a 50. Yeah.
50.04.
Let me just add it in.
But still, Heidi is then not far off. That's really fantastic.
Yeah, Vincent 50.04. They're going to come from now on, isn't it? That's where it's going to start coming in. Got a few comments coming in as well. Let's have a look. If you have just joined us, Heidi does have a record. She's broken it twice so far. I think it could be like an Antoine Albo day, you know, where he just kept breaking the record throughout the day as the wind got stronger and stronger. So we could be seeing that from Heidi. We've already seen it twice. It's, like I said, 12:40 in Luderitz, which is almost unheard of, breaking a record this early in the day. So, you know, we speak to Mark before. Mark saying usually the golden time is between 3 and 4 o'clock. Anywhere in that window is where usually the world records have been set to their highest in that day. So it's a good start, that's for sure. Seems crazy saying that, and it is. Yeah, there is a new Irish record for Oisin Van Gelden, who's another guy who's not a big fella. On the score at the moment, 49.89. So he's going to be super chuffed with that. But at the same time, as Mark alluded to before, not going over 50 is just upsetting. As much as you've broke the record, there is something in there which will make him, if he doesn't get faster than that today, he will be back next year. Because it's like, I nearly did it. I could do it. I should do it. And
that was our motto that Oisin came up with in 2019, was this #almost. Because there were so many almosts in 2019. When I scroll through the numbers here, it was Vincent with his 53.25 almost world record. It was Miriam Rasmussen with almost Norwegian record. It was Heidi Ulrich almost women's world record. It was Jim Crossley with almost 50. It was Oisin with almost 50. And it was me with almost Austrian national record, missing it by 0.1 knot. So there was a little bit of frustration in 2019 all over the place.
I mean, that's how it is with speed. That's what brings you back. And the problem is with speed, once you've been to Luderitz, everywhere else isn't as fast. So you're just like, that's how I felt anyway. I'm like, what am I going to do? Go down and do 46, which 46 probably somewhere else in the world is amazingly fast. 45, 44 is fast. But in Luderitz, you can do that. You know, it's a tricky one.
Yeah, you're losing motivation to go fast with your GPS just on your home lake. Like, in Austria at home, I'm not able to go 40. The conditions are never there. So I'm always struggling to get high 30s. And then you go to Luderitz and then what?
Yeah. But I guess it has to come down to then a spot thing where you have your own records for certain kit.
Yeah,
you know, that's what I found with speed. Then you have to change your mindset. It can't just be about the biggest number. Otherwise, once you've gone to Luderitz, you probably wouldn't sail for the rest of the year and just go, right.
No, but
maybe some people do that, Mark.
It's really hard to keep your motivation after Luderitz.
Yeah.
What's then to come?
Yeah, I mean, to go and sail on your home spot and do 42, 43 knots just doesn't feel the same. It really doesn't.
No,
really doesn't. So I have to take when I feel really down, I have to take my GPS, put it in the car, and then download the track, and it makes me feel better. But yeah, 42, 43 knots in the water.
Those lonely nights. Just
dreaming about lay down tribes.
I got to run to a meeting. Hopefully there'll be some more records in the next hour. What you just said.
Actually, someone's made a good point here. Someone needs to sponsor the event with a SpaceX Starlink. It's true. If we had Starlink there, we could have full live stream and it would be watched. No doubt about it. If you could do good coverage from Luderitz, which you could do. I know Adam Sims, Alva Media, has got a Starlink, and that's what he's been using at the live stream we did in PWA in Japan. So, you know, these things are possible, but it just needs money. You know, all things like this needs money. This is as basic as it gets. I'm sitting in a caravan in Portugal. Stefan, where are you? In Austria?
I'm in Vienna, yes.
Vienna?
Vienna,
exactly.
Yeah.
Mark's in his car in Cape Town, and we've got a shared screen, and we're getting WhatsApp videos. Every so often, we're getting a live link from the channel. We actually got a really cool interview just to see Heidi's face live was pretty special, I thought. You know, you could just see that means so much, and it's just the start of the day. So if you are just tuning in, Heidi Ulrich has got a record 47.16, and we are just warming up. Like I said, it's not even 1 o'clock local time in Luderitz, and chances are the record breaking times is between 3 and 4. So I wasn't even going to start this stream till 2 because nothing really happens usually until 2. And randomly, I could feel the energy from the channel. People were messaging me, and I thought, well, we'll just start early and we'll just, you know, be here the whole day. So I'm not saying you need to tune in the whole day, but I'm just going to be here. I don't know how long Stefan's going to be here, and we're just going to call it as they come through and kind of be a place like a hub where it can be put together. Maybe there's a few of you out there watching. Let's like I say, let's see how it goes. It's not going to be Starlink, that's for sure. What we got? Yeah, Vincent 50 already at 12:17. I tell you, the times are on. You can see there. So Oisin Van Gelden, 49.89 at 12:25. Oh yeah, that's a point. 12:17. So maybe some of the ones are delayed in coming through because I didn't see that one from Vincent before anyway. So, but at the same time, we are going to be seeing faster stuff today, no doubt about it. Couple of messages coming through. Congrats, Oisin, for sure. I mean, that's a quick time. He's a small fella. You know, he's got probably a fair bit of lead on, and it is definitely an advantage to be bigger, 100%.
He's also one of the guys always wearing 2 weight vests, 2 weight jackets, one on the front, one on the back, because he's missing 15 kilos at least, 20 kilos to the big guys.
But the trick is you have to be able to float, don't you? That's what Heidi was saying.
Float, of course. But I think it works because you do some bubble wrap around the lead plates, and you have the wetsuit, and the weight vest itself floats. It has some flotation devices inside. So it works, and the big advantage is that the water in the channel is really high salt concentration.
Okay.
So,
but makes sense.
Most of the
for
time
sure.
It works.
Interestingly, I was just looking there. So people say similar things about going to Lake George in Australia. That's that really flat. Is that the place where it's like got almost like a weed?
I think
like
so.
A
yeah.
film on it. It looks so flat. We have to call Elon Musk. Yeah. Okay. Get on it, David. Waggy. Let's get Waggy on the stream. Let me hang on. Let me just try and find him on WhatsApp. I'm going to send him a link. Send him a link to get him in here. Where is he? There he is. Let's add him on the WhatsApp. So the way it works with this link I'm doing is basically I can send a link to anyone, and you can add yourselves into the chat. If there's maybe there's people out there who want to get involved, maybe they've got something to say. Apocalyptic. Anyone remember the Antoine Albo world record when the record broke? It was absolutely going crazy, and that was the famous word of the day, apocalyptic, in a French accent. I can't do it as good as him.
No, it's really scary when the conditions are really firing there, because I saw just 1 or 2 times when there was gusts really over 50, and this place really gets scary when the stones are flying and you're hardly able to carry your gear around. And on the day that Vincent almost broke the world record, it was a day like that. And when you see guys like Vincent waiting in the starting box for the gust to end to be able to start, then
it's mad, isn't it? That's what people don't really
nobody can imagine. Yeah? You think it's windy, okay, it's windy, you can go fast, but first time you stand there with gusts hitting 50 plus knots, it's not just the usual windy, okay.
Hang on, we got Wag staff in the house.
You stand there with gusts hitting 50 plus knots.
Waggy! Yo, man!
Hang on, we got Wag staff in the house. You're gonna have to turn your volume down, Waggy.
Turn my volume down. Yo, man! How's it?
Hang on, we got Wag staff. You're gonna have to turn your volume down, Waggy.
One with a 50-48 now, leading the pack. One 50-48.
I don't know why mine doesn't auto refresh. Yeah, Twan. 50-48. It's coming, isn't it? You can feel it coming. Let me just. I don't know why mine doesn't auto refresh. Okay, Waggy, if you're listening, you have to turn your volume off. We got Rudiger saying Luderitz is better than the Football World Cup. Yeah, let's see. Let's see.
So 3 guys over 50 now, huh?
Speed's coming in. Luderitz is better than the Football World Cup. Someone message Waggy, tell him to turn the sound off.
Waggy, where you at, my friend? Well, cheers. It's not a beer.
Hang on. Right, I'm going to add him in.
It's not a beer.
You gotta.
Hang on. Right, I'm going to add him in. Oh, dear. We'll get him sorted in a minute. Use this link to see the latest runs coming in. Okay, let me have a look. Let me have a look at this. I'm not very technically gifted. I'm in the wrong job, realistically. But let's see. You boys I'm going to add Waggy in. You boys are going to have to talk while I sort some other stuff out behind the scenes. Good. Oh no, he's gone.
Oh yeah. But actually, no, Waggy was there when Antoine set his record, and he was actually doing the caddy work. He was driving his car. So Waggy is interesting to have around because he can actually tell us what the day was like.
Waggy was driving.
Waggy. So Antoine was not using the shuttle provided by the event. He was shuttling himself, and they were shuttling in Waggy's car because that's the only way that Antoine could do twice as many runs as everyone else, is what I heard. Let's get Waggy's confirmation on that story.
Yeah, sorry, I've lost his video, but it looks like I'm just gonna send a few people the link as I'm just getting on. Like I said, you boys talk amongst yourselves. Don't mind me.
Yeah, but right now, best run from Twan 50-48. I think it looks like the conditions are turning on now. There's a few guys. Vincent also doing over 50. We haven't seen Laufer doing any runs yet. Interesting. I wonder if he's waiting. What do you guys think?
I'm busy. You two talk. Let me sort this background.
Laufer is always waiting for the really nuclear conditions. He's one of those guys to watch because I think from all of those crazy guys down there, Laufer might be one of the craziest. He's silent, but it's really, really unbelievable what he's doing. Nerves of steel. Even when he was crashing really hard when his boom front end broke, just getting up.
Yeah.
Next run.
I agree. Yeah, and he has.
Everybody else was I don't know, thinking about what could have happened and what a horror, and need a day off. And Laufer is just going back to the start, and yeah.
Exactly. Also, you have to say that he's probably one of the guys with the most experience on a windsurfing board out of anyone. I mean, he's windsurfed for so many years that it's unbelievable, and he had a really good level many years ago.
Yeah.
So, and I think that also that plays in a place like the Canal that you have like a lot of windsurfing experience. Like
that helps for sure.
But it's interesting to see that still some guys are not going super fast, like Hans and Gunnar. Interesting.
Look, very consistent.
Okay, we got Waggy in the house.
Yeah, man.
Waggy, tell us the story about. Tell us the story when you were there with Antoine.
Yeah, man.
Turn your good? Volume off, Waggy.
Yo, man. Come here, Mitch. Quick. Yeah.
Very consistent.
It was. Huh? Come here, Mitch. Can you hear me? Yeah. Bit of delay. Huh? 1 second, mate.
I'm gonna let me just deal with him privately for a second. these old men. Maggie, I'm recording your voice message. Turn the volume down on you watching us. Turn it off, and then just talk to us on the camera rather than the TV.
Brilliant. Yeah. So I mean, it's an interesting day, and I'm sure a few guys watching along here. One person will be myself, as Kurush is there from Denmark, and trying to chase down my national record of 49.4 knots. At the moment, he's clocking 46.47, so I'm not too nervous, but I also
you must be a bit nervous.
Yeah, I've done some calculations. Let's see. I think Twan and the guys need to be doing in the 52s before he will be hitting over 49.5.
It's interesting to see how PWA guys manage the Canal. In 2019, Tati was there, and he was doing well. He was doing really well, but he was really afraid of the Canal. So he also have to get used to it. So it's not like that PWA pros go there and smash records very easy. So you always have to get used to the conditions. I think Tati did some higher 48 on the day where Vincent almost broke the record. And he was scared. Tati was really scared. And no, it's interesting to see. It's really interesting to see.
I think some people it gets the place gets to some people, and others. I think when we were there, Prophet, we had some good starting days where it was not too crazy, and then it was just like slowly improving. And I think that was like we had something close to the perfect way of learning to sail the Canal. If you get thrown straight into let's say plus 35 knots, it can be pretty hectic.
Mm.
Oh.
So we have just heard, maybe she's just done it again. That's just scenes from at the moment, how it's looking over there. just warming up.
It's coming now.
Okay.
Mitchell Wagstaff in the house.
Had to help the old guy out.
You had to try to sub him out. Tag team.
Substitute, the new model.
You just all good?
I think we pretty much sorted here. I'm going to hand you back over to the old guy.
I'm back.
Hey.
Hey, man. There's a bit of delay, but it's not bad. How do I get like the bigger screen? Probably not.
No, looks good, man. Looks good. Excited for Luderitz? You didn't fancy the trip up there this year?
We've done it quite a few times, and unfortunately, this is the first year after COVID, and it's really busy down here. So we're quite stuck here doing this, but we're watching this live stream and watching everything go down, and it's bringing back so many amazing memories of our trips up there. And Mitch is also like, man, I should be there. You know. Anyway, but it's good to see Mikkel and yourself, Ben. But you guys were asking, can you hear me? Okay.
Yeah.
You guys were asking about Antoine's day. I was really in the right place at the right time. I drove up with Mark and Rafi 3 days before. And when I got there, I stayed with Antoine, and he was telling me there's a big day coming on Monday. And it was, the forecast was a 42 knot purple day on Wind Guru. So we really didn't back then know too much about wind angles and everything like that. We just knew it just had to blow like stink, you know what I mean, to break any records. And on the Sunday before the Monday, the record day, in the evening, we had a really windy day. We walked the canal. I walked the canal with Antoine, and we were making sure the bank was nice and square. And we woke up the next morning, and it was already windy. But I seem to remember Antoine doing his first run was with a 6.4 at around about 1:30, and he hit a 49 knotter with a 6.4. And after that, I just remember him. I was caddying for him, and we had to change from the 6.4 to the 5.6. Already it's like 35 going 40 knots. And I remember crapping myself just bringing a sail from the container to the start box. It was so windy. I thought, if I let go of this sail and the sail blows away, that's it. I've ruined his chances. So there was lots of pressure on that day. The wind just continued. Antoine put in so many runs that day. I think it was over 30, 35 runs. And I asked him, because people were telling him, it's not a race. Why so many runs? And he just said, look, he has to keep the pressure on, and people will start making mistakes if they try and keep up with him. I mean, he's a machine. It's just unbelievable professionalism, and it was such an amazing time to be driving that van up and down that start line. We had a driver, by the way. I wasn't driving, but I was with the driver. We kept feeding beer to the driver, and he kept drinking more and more beer, Heiko. And we kept getting faster from the finish line to the start line, so that he could do more and more and more runs. Like, you know, I remember the 5.2 going on, and it was game on. And he hit that first 53 knotter, and we knew from then on that it was gonna go, and it was just gonna keep going. And he kept just producing so many of those 53 knot runs. But I have to tell you about the canal on that day. If you cannot see the end from each end, if you cannot even see halfway, the sand is blowing. You cannot even walk on that canal because your skin, if you have shorts on, are being ripped off you. It was apocalyptic that day. I take my hat off to him. He wore glasses. He wore goggles. When I have some raw video footage of a couple of his runs from when he was even halfway down the course. You could not see he was on the course. He appeared out of the dust like an absolute rocket, pulled off a proper little lay down jibe and stopped. And I just knew we were seeing history in the making here. And I was extremely lucky to just be there at the right time. I could have spent 4 or 5 days there with no wind, and I was really, really lucky. And I drove home with Antoine and his girlfriend on the Tuesday. We had to wait for a sandstorm to clear, and we just spoke the whole way about this amazing place and this amazing journey in the quest of speed. I can't tell you too much about his techniques, but he had many different boards, a lot of boards that were comfortable to him that he would slot in between, and then he would have his record boards. And he knew when it was time to pull them out of the rack in the van. Extremely organized and extremely focused. An amazing day. And I'm seeing the start of this now here today, and I'm just hoping that we get the canal where you cannot see the corner, where the wind and the dust is so much. And now we're entering into the apocalyptic scenarios. I hope we get to see that. It's looking good, and well done to Heidi for her world championship title, speed title. She's been on this the whole time, and I'm impressed with her because she didn't come last year because she wanted to practice with her gear to make sure that she was in tune with her gear. And you can see she's in tune with that gear. She's mixing it up with the guys, and she's really doing it good, and well done to her for keeping that spirit alive. Basically, on the record runs, there was only 3 people on the canal on that day in the end when it was 50 knots. It was Farrell, Mr. Jovanovic, I think it was, the Croatian, and Antoine Albo. And I remember a funny story. Farrell was about to take off on the speed start, and Antoine is shouting to him, Farrell, stop. And Farrell's looking at him, what's wrong? Maybe he's got priority, maybe he wants to go. No, Farrell, stop. Basically, Farrell was about to go down the canal with no harness on. So he stopped him from doing that. And Farrell's like, oh no. And then Antoine slotted in another 53 knotter as Farrell put his harness on. Was an unbelievable time. And the canal this year looks really good. The canal looks fantastic this year. It looks straight. Back in those days, Seb had to go there in August and dig that canal and make sure it was as straight and as deep as possible. But this year, that canal looks really good. I'm not fully, I think the sandbag should be lower in the water. I'm not sure if it creates some turbulence. I'm not sure, but it looks really nice and stable, the leading edge now. Very good. Anyway, that was my experience. Unbelievable to see somebody like Antoine put this whole recipe together. And I asked him 2 questions. I said, can you go faster? And he showed me this. He showed me this sign. A little bit. He told me a little bit. And the other thing was as well, I asked him about all the different things that he used, from the paint on the bottom of the board, from the fins. And he said that everything comes together like an orchestra. Every single little bit, not one thing, makes him do 53. Every single little bit of his secrets and technique, from what he uses to put the fins in and everything, makes the world record. So,
well, Waggy, talking of world records, hang on.
Welcome in the club. Welcome in the club. You just have the monster crash. What happened, hey? What happened? You were like 50 knots flying. I just saw it. I wanted to pick up the camera, but then I saw a flying ball, like a puppet. Yeah, what happened?
At 52 and a half knots, I had like a major spin out. And it was, because of the angle, it was really downwind. Just couldn't hold it anymore and just slipped. And then it was just.
But you're fine, you're okay.
I'm okay.
Okay, that's the best thing. Okay, welcome in the club, Let's see his gear. Well, okay, yeah, there's some pieces of the gear. The mast is in three pieces. Wow, okay, he survived.
shit. Okay, boys. So that's what's going down at the moment.
I think
Hans Kreisel, he said had a crash at about 53 knots, but he's fine.
Wow.
Flying like a puppet through the air.
If Hans crashes, for sure one of the best sailors down there, conditions could be really difficult.
I think
that's mad. Were you there? Well, I did an interview with him the other day talking about his stance, because he has 22 centimeter lines and a really low boom. So the problem is with that, he's a big fella, but his center of effort is quite high and on top of the board. So if you get any spin out or anything, you're going to be in a bit of trouble, because they're all trying to get me to go shorter lines when I was there. And I just know with my weight, I need some counterbalance. But, he's proved that stance is fast. Vincent's the same. Short lines, low boom, tall guys. It's a really interesting concept. I want to do a video about it and me trying to copy their style. I just don't know if I could find a sail with the boom cut out low enough for me to have it around my groin.
Prophet. Hello?
Yeah.
I think there's also I think one thing Hans said it, that it's like it's super broad now and it's really deep, the channel. I think there's a lot of chop and it's probably very difficult to sail it now, which is probably also why we don't see that many runs coming in. And then I think there's one thing about this stance with short lines is that also the more upright your person is, the more the hits you get on the bottom of the boards is going to go more straight into your body, as opposed to if you have longer lines, your board will go like that, and your body will be more in a fixed position. So I think the choppier it gets, it's also more difficult to sail on the short lines. I mean, you see it in the slalom stuff. The more rough the conditions, the longer the lines you need.
We got a full house in. Jan, joining the chat, mate. How we doing?
Yeah, good morning.
Morning.
Really excited to follow all the news from the channel. Great story from Mick about Antoine.
Yeah, I mean, and also obviously we've seen a world record already today, which is insane.
It's pretty early, in the day. So all the guys are saying that the magic hour or the tequila hour is still to come. But it's pretty good.
I mean, you're obviously one of the main men behind the GPS speed sailing.
Yeah.
The updates at the moment, is this because we're not seeing many runs coming in? Is that the guys are not doing runs, or they're just not fast runs?
Yeah, there are multiple scenarios that could delay the times, because as you know, the internet connection is not that good.
Yes.
So we see some delays from the speeds that actually the devices that are set up by Manfred Fuchs from the GPS speed application, the speed results. He has built the custom setup for the channel. So actually the GPS devices are passing the gate, and at the end of the run, the area, you have to make the jibe or just jump off like other guys are doing. Then the data is sent to the receiver from Manfred, and that data is pushed to both the speed side and speed surfing side. And sometimes you see some delays in that. It could be because of the internet connection there at the channel, but also in some cloud connection. So it could be some delays there. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's still cool to even see what we've seen so far. I mean, and also to even get some videos from the channel, which is cool as well, I've got to say.
Yeah, it's quite challenging. You've been there.
Talking to the channel, we got Dirk. Dirk.
Yeah.
I don't know if we can hear.
I don't know if it's too loud, but I need to check how I can turn the camera.
Superman, bro. Rick, I was like, hold it. Fuck. Man, I was insane. I just barely
I'm just going to put you on the big screen, boys.
Who's that? Ben. G'day, Ben.
Ben. Hey, boys, how we doing?
Having a lot of fun here, man. Pretty wild. Super choppy. Yeah, it's very choppy at the bottom. Yeah, like your retinas are shaking as you go down the bottom.
We just heard Hans has just had.
Yo, guys, I don't know if you hear everything, but the wind is really cranking. We have up till 34 here in the beginning. The gust was 42.2. Gunnar Asmussen is ready to hit the water. He is standing to the ultimate gust. Some inside of the course, the first 300 meters.
We lost him.
That's exactly the thing that happens also with the data from the speedruns, as you can see.
Yeah, but that's kind of why I've kind of thought maybe this way of doing it will work, because we can get them. Sometimes we're going to get some quite audible audio and video, and other times we're not. So I think maybe this is the way to do it. Do the main stuff from in somewhere with a solid internet connection, and then those guys come in and drop in, because you had, like I said, a great interview with Heidi earlier, and it was as clear as day. And then, you know what I mean, the internet there, I think it gets blown away. I think that might be exactly what happens.
It's overspeeded. It's overspeeded.
But it like you said, Mikkel, as well, and like everyone was kind of saying, I think what's happened is it's gone broad and it's gone super choppy. So although the wind's picked up, there is a lot more chop on the channel, which, I mean, Heidi she was probably one of the first ones on the channel today, and it's paid off. She managed to get those really flat runs. So maybe not as windy as she would have liked, but because it was so flat, she's managed to throw down, you know, a couple of world record runs.
Yeah, I think that's the case. Yeah, when the wind angle is changing, normally it will be changing in the afternoon. I expect that's normally the case. So that could bring some action. But as Mick already said, you need epic conditions. When we watched the video of Antoine yesterday evening, just to rehearse what happened there, and it was epic conditions. I've been there twice in 2012 and 2013 together with Jurien and some other guys, and then we had one day it was actually around 60 knots of gusts up on the uphill. We made some video shots from the highest mountain at the end of the channel, and we had gusts of 60 knots. So it was quite difficult to keep the camera on the floor. It was really scary.
Yeah, I can imagine. I'm just going to do a few replies. You boys speak. I just want to chat to the guys in Luderitz. Hang on.
So I see right now, you see people actually dropping a bit in speed. I saw Kuros doing a 43 run, which is his slowest run of the day, which indicates that probably the conditions are getting pretty crazy right now.
Yeah, 46.67, I see. Yeah.
Yeah, and his last run was in 43. So I think that it indicates that the conditions are going, it's quite choppy and probably almost unsaleable right now, probably. And most of the will probably relax a bit in the next hour or so.
Yeah, I expect it also. So
let's get Prophet to get some feedback from the people on the site. It could be interesting to hear, like what they're experiencing right now, and if it's probably unsaleable at the moment.
Yeah, sorry, and people who are just tuning in thinking, God, that guy's like being a bit rude, speaking on his phone. I'm trying to liaise with the guys in Luderitz through text messaging and just trying to work it out, because I think maybe the best way to do it from Luderitz is to get videos from them, and then we play the videos. At least then we get nice clear audio. I'm just trying to give them some feedback, because obviously they're trying to concentrate on getting runs, and there's other people who are around. So but we will get there for sure. Paul saying very scary hearing people crashing at 50 knots, having broken my neck in 2019. It worries me that someone have a serious injury. For sure. I mean, that's what you don't see. I remember when Sebastian Catalan was running the channel, I think there was a story going around. They banned any crashes on video, any videos of crashes, which to me, right, this is obviously, people know what my channel does a lot of, but I think it's really, really important you show the crashes, because without the crashes, it gives off this impression that speed sailing's easy. It's flat water. They just go down, they get a time. And it doesn't kind of give anyone a sense of the danger and what can happen. So, you know, Formula One, it's not that impressive, but when you see they are risking their necks and people can die, that's when you realize how, you know, how a top end of the sport it is, how dangerous, how much they're risking everything. And I think that for me goes the same with windsurfing. Without the crashes, it's very easy to just go, yeah, just going down the channel, easy, 50 knots, bosh. And the reality is, it's not like that. It's actually scary.
And they had some really, really bad crashes. I think especially the kiters. I think Sebastian's girlfriend, Sophie, she had a horrible crash where she was pulled out of the canal into the desert and had some multiple fractures of her leg. And it's, it is dangerous. It is really dangerous for the windsurfers, but I think especially for the kiters. Watching kiters or Sebastian going down the canal was really frightening.
Really frightening.
Who was the French guy?
On the edge.
What was the French guy that ended up, I think he rip his ankle right round the other way and had to go to Luderitz hospital and there was no one there. And there was a few stories going around. I was thinking, and I spoke to him. I spoke to one of the other guys, a Cape Town kiter, like a few months later, and he was saying they nearly had to amputate the leg because it got infected. So in the end, it didn't happen, and he's okay, and he's kiting again now. But there was definitely a moment where it wasn't looking good at all.
I think
saying, yes, I was there the first year they opened it up to the public, weren't allowed to show crashes. It's the most epic place in the world. I mean, you've got to show the crashes. I really feel passionate about that. Like, that is what gives it the edge. That's where the bar's set. You know, that's the difference. Not anyone can do this. It's not for everyone. Because if you just watch people going down the channel, it looks easy.
I think, Ben, what the thing is with that place is that when it's 20 to 30 knots, maybe just 20 to 25 knots, and people are doing 45, maybe 48 knot runs, a lot of people can do it, and it's actually not that difficult, and it's not that dangerous. But what I've noticed is that when the wind passes 30, 35 knots, gusting maybe 38, then suddenly you see people, especially in the finishing box, their gear flying away from them, because then there has to be a plan for everything that you're doing. You can't just pick up your gear and walk with it. You have to think, like, what am I doing? And I've seen people going down the canal doing 48 runs and then picking up their tail by the clue of the boom into the wind, and you're like, what are you doing, man? This stuff is going to fly away from you. And I think that's when the boys are separated from the men, is that there's a lot of people who ends up there who doesn't really know how to handle it when it gets heavy. And you know,
it's a bit like supping. You paddle out and then you're out there, and maybe sometimes you shouldn't be out there.
Yeah.
I've got an update from the channel. So Dirk's just said he's not getting in. Everyone's taking a break, waiting for the angle to change. Last run was Gunner 47. So the challenge, basically the last 100 meters, and there's a video. So I'm going to just play this video. I don't know what it is. Let's see. Okay, so it looks like everyone's on the beach. That's what it looks like.
Yeah,
everyone's on the beach.
I could add a story from crashing in the channel. I personally did some runs in really low wind because I was not a competitor, but it was the caddy from Jurjen. And as mentioned, that with 30 knots, 25, 30 knots, it's pretty easy to do it. But when it's getting to 40 knots, 42 knots, 45 knots of wind, I'm scared doing that. It's too much for me. But I watched Antoine crashing also one time, and I was driving the fan because that time there were not a lot of fans traveling and bringing the riders back to the starting line. So we did it for all the guys. And Antoine had a really, really massive crash, and I was really scared walking to him because maybe he was injured, but he was just like a machine, picking up his gear. It was all broken, putting it back in the fan, driving back to the starting line, grabbing a new gear from Mick, who was preparing it, jumping on the board and do a 51 run.
That was the one when he skimmed across the water. I remember seeing a crash.
Yeah, he was bumping like that, and it was really, really scary because, I think it was 20 meters, 25 meters. He was just bumping, and he broke his boom and his mast, and everything was ruined. But as mentioned, he's like a really professional, like a machine, and just going again, and just doing it. And as mentioned, he was he's so precise in his material. Because the evening that he was in the 49 run with the 64, that evening he was uploading all his speeds through GPS speed surfing, and I was chatting with him, and he know exactly from every run, the settings, the fins, the time, everything was in his mind. He was exactly about all the runs, the difference between the runs with fins and the sail size and the boards, and changing his gear a lot. But just to see that he's also learning from the data, he just puts on the results and then evaluates all the results, comparing to previous data. So that makes him really a professional, I think. It's to make that next step, you have to improve and learn from the data you collect during the days. So
it's not as simple as just jumping on. That's the classic, because I know a lot of people think that. Just to answer Peter's question, so Heidi's top speed, I think she said it was 49.96 on the max on the GPS. I know a lot of speed people have a go at me for mentioning the max because they say, oh, it's not as accurate. But I have to say, there's a lot of us out there that like to see the biggest number on the watch. Also, little update, it was Sylvain. Yeah, that was the guy, the kiter that nearly lost his leg. I mean, it's full on. You crash out there, you're in the middle of, let's say, Africa, on the corner of the world. It's, let's see, it's not somewhere you want to have a big crash. And what these guys are doing and the girls are doing, it's extremely dangerous. And the consequences are big if you get it wrong. What's Mark say? When somebody crashes before you run, it kind of messes with your confidence. Yeah. I think that had a role in the play in the low speed. For sure. I mean, you get someone crashing on the run before you, or a couple of people crashing, or talking about the chop, you definitely lose that confidence. For sure, 100%.
When Sophie crashed, I remember Mitch ran and dived on her because the kite was going to relaunch.
Yeah.
That's happened.
Yeah. Prophet, I'm going to leave you guys. Maybe we'll see each other later.
Cool, man. Thanks for coming in.
See you later. Bye-bye.
Alrighty. So if you have just joined us, basically we're running a stream. We're obviously not in Luderitz, but we do have already have a world record. If you've just tuned in, you've missed it. Heidi Ulrich has just pretty much smashed the world record, 47.16. None of the guys have really gone much over 50. So to put in that speed already, it kind of says maybe we're going to see bigger speeds later in the day. The problem is when she did that, I think the channel was pretty flat from what I can understand. And now as the wind has increased, the channel has got quite a lot of chop on it. So now they would need the angle to maybe change a little bit before we're going to see any more runs. And it does sound like a lot of them of taking a break at the moment, waiting for the course to kind of get better, I guess. It's what time, local time? 1:30 local time. So I don't mean to say you shouldn't be watching now, but usually the world record runs are done between 3 and 4 Namibian time. So we're still quite a long way off that. So we might see a bit of a break now. I'm just going to stay on. I'm literally going to just provide windsurfing radio because we haven't got that many visuals. We do have a few videos drop in from over on the channel, which is really good to see. So as soon as any of the guys over there drop anything in, I will put them on. And obviously we've got a whole host of people joining in. Waggy's got some good stories from Luderitz. Jan, how many times have you been there?
I've been there twice, 2012, 2013. And 2012, the channel was quite open, so we didn't have all the walls that high as it is now. Talked a lot about it with Rafi about improving the channel. And, yeah, I think it's now quite different than it was then, because the starting box looks more easier, more wider, so you have more room to start. That day, the box was quite small, and it was quite difficult to start, just to get the gear going. On the other hand, the channel was, because it doesn't have the walls, the water was more flow. When you see the videos from 2012,
are you able to refresh the water actually, because it's out of sync, and when they talk, I can't hear. Is there any chance you could refresh? Just
yeah.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah.
So I've got to worry about, because my Portuguese internet is like a 4G internet, so I'm more worried my internet's going to go. But it seems to be okay at the moment.
Okay. Yeah. But you see an evolution in the channel in the last 10 years, because when you see the first videos of Anders Bringdahl, I think he was one of the first in 2010 or 2011, maybe. Then the channel was not really a channel, but a small channel, and it was quite open and quite dangerous. And they were running together with the kites and the windsurfs together after each other. I think Anders was still then on challenge sails and the missile board. That was the first time the epic images from the channel and the high speeds were there. And the second year, 2012, Jurien went there just to try to break some records. And he broke the Dutch record that year. And that was the first year that the 50 knots was broken. So
it's crazy, isn't it? Those first years when you saw the aerial or whatever view it was, I always remember looking at it, and it looked scary.
I was driving the fan just to pick up the drivers and bring them back to the starting line all day on the day that Anders broke the 50 knots. And I think 2 or 3 runs later, Antoine broke that 50 knots and made it even faster. But they were so pumped up and so much adrenaline. It was so good. I still get the fever. What do you say? I still get excited about it because it was so nice to be there and it's so impressive. And then and actually that was also I think around 3 o'clock. 3 o'clock, maybe 3:30 that time. That was the good hour. I think the next hour will be a little bit slower. They will take some rest, eat something, and then in the afternoon from 3 to 5 it will hopefully will be a party for some guys, because it can be really good.
Yeah, sorry, I'm just trying to. Sorry, I don't want to sound like I'm being a bit. I've got trying to get messages from over in Luderitz, and I'm just because it's true. They keep filming. I hate it. People film with the portrait, and when you play it back, it obviously you lose a lot of the picture. So I'm just trying to get maybe them to send us some video updates from over there at the moment, because a lot of the guys, if you just tune in, are sitting on the sidelines waiting for the course to get better. But as you say, Jan, it's impressive what has happened, like the progression of the channel over the years, from that first moment with Anders in that weird and I just remember the side, it wasn't straight, was it? It was like there was it was all over the place.
Yeah, I was watching that run together with Jurien in 2011, and he told me, I want to go there, I want to break the record. What the hell is that? We have some suicide thoughts or something like that, because it was looking so crazy. Yeah,
it's mad. It is mad. It's a mad concept, really. And you do wonder, and obviously everyone has talked about it before, but somewhere closer to home, closer to Europe, there's a lot of speed sailors from Europe. You just see the wind they've got in the France, and they've got all that space, and you're like, come on, please, just dig a proper channel.
We had some ideas about it in the Netherlands as well, and we actually investigated it back then. But our conclusion was it was not possible to do it, because you need a really good, predictable wind angle. That's one, and the second is when you have high winds in the European area, it's mostly with bad weather. So we have high water levels and that kind of stuff. So the only way to do it is like in Luderitz or maybe in the south of France when you have the good thermic winds like Mistral. That's the only way it's predictable. In other places, I think it's not doable to do something artificial. It's not possible. And in Luderitz, the wind angle is that predictable. And all the guys that have been there, you know, it can shift a little bit from 5 or 10 degrees, but yeah, it's like that. And normally you can turn the clock on and wait for the wind when it's in the normal cycles of some good days after each other. So in Europe or other places, I'm not sure, but that's.
So, like when I've been to France, like I've only been there a couple times, but there's big mud flats, there's the right wind, and you just feel like if they did a course like a big arc, like let's just say, I know it's not possible, but in an ideal world, like in a futuristic place where you could design the perfect speed course, is it like a slowly arcing? Is that what it is? Because then whatever the wind, if it was slightly off at some point in the course, it would, I don't know. Have you thought about that? What's the?
I think there was a discussion on the Australian forum on Seabreeze about a concept like that like a circle that you can surf back and do the speed runs and just to create all the right angles. But I think it's quite difficult, and then you also need a lot of wind to get the speeds that achieve. So yeah, so maybe the challenge could work, but then you still need to win.
But France, I mean, every time I've been down there, it's bonkers. Like when we were there with Antoine, and I made a video, and people go, "No way, it wasn't that windy." I'm not joking. You couldn't even stand. It was bonkers. Like, well, you've been there loads, obviously.
I've been there twice, and I crashed there also one time. It's really big, so that's my confidence on speed surfing was disappeared there. But I remember that I couldn't open the door of the fan because it was impossible with the wind.
And excuse me for a couple of minutes. I will be back.
No problem.
So Ben, what's happening with Prince and some of those canals that were slightly inland? Are they not usable?
In where? Sorry.
In south of France with Baldini. Is it not? Can they not use any of those channels which are slightly inland?
I think Jan's
he
probably
was
the guy
using a few years
ago. Them. Is it something Saint Demer or what was the other one? What was the one that Finian did the record on?
No. He actually got permission to run some speed on some sort of almost canal salt pans or whatever, which were just inland of where it's being held now. I don't know if they're able to be made into a better angle canal or anything.
I'm not involved in that. I know there are some good spots, so I'm not sure. Yeah.
And we've got a little video from Luderitz. Let's just see what they've got.
Yeah. Bring it on.
Waiting game by the looks of it.
Yeah, obviously things are not right. I see the sand is flying.
Yeah, the sand is flying. That's good.
Few too many people on the beach.
Wonder why they're not going. Is it maybe too broad now?
Yeah, it should be, because like you say, the sand is blowing, so it's flying, so it should be strong enough. But they're not looking that they're excited to jump in the water. To be honest,
I think when Hans Kreisel crashes at 52 or whatever, I'm sure there's a few people going, maybe I'll give it a break for a little bit.
But he was still smiling. That's good, eh? So that's.
To be fair, he looked pretty all right, didn't he? Considering, I mean, most people crash at 52.
He's always looking like that, so that's pretty normal. Yeah.
On the record day, Antoine started, and there was no gaps. He just continued. I think that's why he did like 32 runs. He just continued going on. Oh, that's nice.
I can see actually. Well, just
so I know what you mean now. Sorry, James, just to explain. You mean the salt flats, which Prince Baldini was doing?
Baldini, yes.
Yeah, I think.
Are they not able to develop that?
The problem is it's all to do with the nature and the newts and the I don't know, toads that they find, which I mean, again, everyone's got their own opinions on this. I don't want to go down that route. It's a whole different route. But to me, digging a hole, you're not really doing anything compared to what they're doing in everywhere else in the world. I mean, in a salt flat, to dig a trench like there is in Luderitz, I just cannot see there's any damage being done. It'd probably create some new habitat for something, it's like, but again, everyone's got their own opinions on that. We're not going to go down that route, but I just think the South of France would be more accessible, but obviously it can't be done. Luderitz is amazing, but you just think it needs a little bit more. Like, I don't know. It's obviously produced the fastest speed.
Maybe the fact that Luderitz is far away, it makes it more of a big achievement.
Yeah, there's something cool about it, and I was saying this again on the live we did the other day. This yearly thing, it's a month long, and you might not get the conditions. There's a chance you will, but you've got to dedicate so much more to it that it gives it. It's like the crashing. The crashes give the speeds this sort of kind of status, and I think the same thing for Luderitz. If you could do it every day, every time it was windy, it might not have that same feel about it, rightly or wrongly.
So So Shin said to me that. Sorry, man. Oshin said to me that 15-hour flight, 15-hour drive to stay 4 weeks on a puddle and hopefully get 50 knots of wind.
for 20 seconds of fame,
yeah.
It's a mad concept, isn't it, really? But and what I do like, and again, I've said this before, what I do like is now they're utilizing Diaz Point. I think this gives there's a bigger reason to go now, and I think there'll be a lot of people maybe even thinking about going just for Diaz Point. Maybe the guys who don't want to spend the money on the channel, because you see what speeds those guys are doing. They've been in France and everywhere else, and some of the speeds they've done in Diaz quicker.
Yeah. Could there be a section of the event that becomes the offshore speed record or open ocean record part of the Luderitz Speed Challenge?
Yeah,
maybe.
Could be developed. I don't think they thought about it yet, but I agree on it, because I was pretty amazed about the number of sessions this year on DS Point, because last year it was 1 or 2, and just like a little bit like extraordinary. But now it seems to be that everybody is jumping there, and it really looks nice, because it also looks not that difficult. Also with the flat water, you have to be careful with the shocks, but as agreed, it's open water, so I think when you take the GPS speeds, it could be already an open water record. I'm not sure, because Vincent and Hans did some massive speeds in the Netherlands as well. I think one of the fastest speeds on the open water is also around 51, 50 knots, something like that. So I have to look it up, but
Yeah. I was thinking something now. I can't remember.
Well, Peter's just gives something, and I remember actually it reminded me of the Bjorn Dunkerbeck thing he was trying to do in the Canaries. Instead of digging a fixed channel, how about a wide, low floating carpet sort of dock? And they did try that, I'm pretty sure, in Aranaga in Gran Canaria, which has obviously got the wind. But as far as I remember, it didn't really work. Jan, you know much about that? I remember seeing it. There was a group of them, wasn't it? Was it Bringdahl, Bjorn, and then Finian was on the other team. Finian was like in the Marie de Mer or something. He bought that or whatever he did, paid money to have that as his thing. And then I think these guys were doing it separate.
I think it's quite a time ago. I'm not sure what year it was, but I think it's 2008 or 2007 or something like that. But
it's definitely a while ago.
Yeah.
Does anybody know about the canal that the French guy Alex broke the kite world record on? Whether that would be suitable for windsurfing? I know that he's got it wrapped up. Is it too shallow? Okay.
I think that's what I heard. I mean, that's in the south of France, and again, that was something to do with, I heard his dad or someone was part of the government, and they had the, I don't know, maybe I'm wrong, but I heard there was something like that.
Yeah.
Like,
I know
he was the only one allowed to go on it, or something like that.
Private.
It seems to me like that seems to be a thing in speed. Like everyone gets very,
protective.
Luderitz seems way more friendly at the moment, maybe than it used to be. Used to be quite cutthroat, as far as I
just checking the speeds. I see that Andy did 47.41 about 4 minutes ago. So some guys are trying again. Not that fast, 50, but 47 is not that bad.
It's amazing if that.
Andy Laufer was doing that at.
Yes.
I use the other page because I can see all the runs based on time. So I use the GPS speed surfing page.
Yeah, I was using that. Then someone told me to use the other one, which I didn't really...
It's the same data. Maybe this is the page from Manfred itself. Maybe it's a little bit faster because it could be like 5, 10, or 10 seconds earlier. But at the GPS speed surfing site, you can see all the runs based on time also underneath of the page, so you can see actually all the runs coming in.
Let me spin it round. I'm going to do that. Have a look what we got here.
You also have there when you scroll down, you can see all the runs. So you can see
that's the one, is it? Yeah.
Yeah. So that's the guy from Severn, I think.
Kurosh.
Yeah.
He's going for Mikkel's record.
Wow.
Yeah.
So James,
that Kurosh going there,
speed kiter. He says, the guy we're talking about was on his own canal. The windward side is high, so you can make it super flat. So it's okay for a kite because the kite's quite high, but for a windsurfer, you just wouldn't have the wind.
Yeah, good feedback. Yeah.
Surely there has to be something in the south of France that's better than the little wavy section that you get. I don't know where you were with Antoine that day. Surely there's somewhere that you can harness that or utilize that Tramontina.
That's what I would say. That has to be the most craziest place. I mean, that wind they get down there is
it's as crazy as like Luderitz. It's the same speeds. Exactly. But I think, as you mentioned, Ben, that the environmental conditions and the way you have to deal with legislation and get the approval of the authorities is so hard. I heard some stories from Baldini, and he's doing his best to make it possible, but it's so hard, and so you need so much support to do that. So technically it should be possible, but there has to be a way to find a way through the political restrictions there. It's not that easy.
Oh, there we go. Sorry, I've been messing around with the wrong buttons. That's better. So we got
look at that wind down the bottom.
Yeah, Dirk's on it. He's sent us a few videos through, so I'm going to just...
Nice.
Play them out. So if you have just tuned in, Luderitz Speed Challenge, we had some early record-breaking conditions for the women. Heidi Ulrich has set a new world record. Unofficial at the moment, but she's done it twice. She's already beaten herself twice. And when you beat it by that sort of margin, something would have to be really wrong for her not to officially break it. So whether that's the exact time or speed, we don't know, but it looks like she has broke that world record. So congratulations to Heidi for that. Really, really good to see. You know what I mean? Like the time and effort, dedication of some of these speed sellers is insane. I think this might be Gunnar. Or it could be Kurosh.
No, great.
and that's just to get to the corner, isn't it? No, that's the corner. That is.
That looked like Gunnar. Was it?
I mean, it looks flat there, doesn't it? There's no two ways about it. It looks blooming flat.
It's just checking, but I don't see any new times getting in. So,
Ben, can you tell me about your first time down that canal? What you felt?
Well, I'll be honest. I wasn't there like the early years when it was crazy. Like I say, those Anders Brignow pictures.
Yeah,
I think that would give you nightmares.
6 foot wide.
If he'd have crashed, he'd have ended up. Well, he'd have ended up on the dry, like Mitch did.
Yeah.
But when I first did it, it was kind of surreal. It was relatively easy because we didn't go straight into a crazy day. We went into like a day which was, I was on like 5.4, which was the sail I used for the whole time I was there. Whatever the wind, I was on the 5.4 because it's the only sail I had, and it was just like a kind of a cruise. And I looked at my watch and I just still remember going, so I just beat my time from West Kirby, which felt like, I don't know, like I was half dying. I felt like I was doing 50 knots at Kirby. Yeah. And then my first run down the channel, I did 42 or whatever it was. And I remember thinking that was the easiest run ever. But as we were talking about earlier, those lower sort of 40s are kind of relatively easy. And then obviously exponentially as you go up, those little differences and then the crazy speeds are a whole different ball game, because then the slightest mistake, the slightest lull, you go up into the barrier, you know, the slightest gust. I remember having one run when I was there and I was like, I knew I was going to break 50. Max, I'm talking about max. I knew I was the run felt like I would do over 50, over 500. But then I didn't get, like, I got this spin out weird drift at the end and I unhooked because I was trying to hold it, and then it all went wrong and I slipped all the way over to the other side, and God knows how I didn't kill myself, but it was like the last 50 to 50 meters or something. And I know that time came in I was just picking up to max speed, I would say, and I did 49.96 as my max speed, and I wanted to get 50. And I know that last bit, if I could have held it, would have been, but obviously, if it doesn't matter, does it? That's the reason I didn't go, is because I lost control. So I don't know. What I definitely realized is weight. Weight jacket for someone my size was just a different league. Like, the difference was just insane. Like, insane. Like, I put in, I think, 9 kilos. And I felt like a new man. I said this again on the other day, but I would just sit there and I could feel, just even with 9 kilos, I could feel the sail moving rather than me moving. And I could only imagine the more weight I'd have put on could have been better to a point.
Yeah.
But
I remember
also, when I went to the channel, I will say I was super unfit because I'd had a broken foot the whole year, and it was only a month after that where I came back, so it was a weird sensation.
The last part of the channel is actually the fastest part, mostly in most of the cases. It's not when you analyze the tracks of the 500 meters, there are some fluctuations in the speed, because the first part has to be really fast. I think Vincent also told that last week in the interview. You need a quite high entry speed just to start the 500 meters. And I actually analyzed the tracks from Antoine also, and he was, I think, doing 55 knots max speed at almost the end of the 500 meters.
Yeah. He had amazing entry speed.
Amazing entry speed. I think it was around 48, 49, something like that.
But I tell you what, when I spoke to Vincent the other day, he said his fastest speed was at the gate, the first gate. So I was like, whoa! If he gets the run, I mean, that's insane, isn't it?
Yeah.
So Rob Walker saying Walvis Bay, Namibia, Sail Rocket did 65.45. Is that any good for windsurfing? They used to do the speed there, didn't they?
Yep. Mitch has been up there a few times.
But is it
What's wrong
not
with-
good for
what's wrong with
records,
that
or is
place,
it
Mitch?
very similar to very
Mitch
similar
is here. He'll
to?
tell you. Wolfers Bay. What is it? 2 square. Yeah, but it's fast.
Yeah.
Square.
So we got a 48.9 from Andy Laufer. So it's getting better.
Creeping in again.
It's picking up.
Yeah.
That I mean, that's what we're going to see. We should start to see those times coming back in again. Yeah, 48.9 just coming in.
Hey Ben, I remember Mitch's first run on the canal. I got a text message from Antoine because he traveled up with him, and so it just said we tuned his gear. I gave a little talk to him. It was like broken French, and I told him where to go, and then he went down the canal in the middle, full tacket. You know how he says tacket like that? And he said, I'm very proud of him. And I'm like, I want to keep this. I want to keep this little SMS. It's amazing. How amazing can it be for like this 19-year-old to go to Namibia and to get tuition from the world champion, and his gear was all over the place. And I think Mitch ended up as a 47er. He didn't go back. Hasn't been back for a few years, but it was unbelievable times. He spent a month with him, and brilliant tuition from the canal. And the canal, I think, teaches you another thing, and that is you can push your all-round sailing to another level. So you know your slalom sailing, everything increases in its potential and its ease, because you are now able to use this gear in such high sort of speeds and still have good control. So I think Luderitz definitely improves everything as a sailor.
I was going to say, Waggy, I think it's interesting because it's a bit like when you go wave sailing. If you push yourself to go in bigger waves, then when you go back to like head high waves,
it's
it
like
feels
what?
way easier. You can hit it's like a whole different world. And I think that's the same with anything. If you push yourself, you know. Oh, hang on.
G'day, my name's Jason Jaretic from Australia. Came here just to get my PB, which was very low, 40 knots, and this is an epic, adventurous experience, and I'm glad I'm here.
Hi there, I'm Karu van Donder from South Africa. I'm the lightest sailor here this year, weighing 60 kilograms, so my goal is to see where my lightweight can take me in the limits. So super happy, stoked, already by 44 knots, so aiming for the next level.
One here, my goal is to break 53 knots and maybe chase some world records with the big boys.
Eric here, 46 knots right now, survival mode right now, but hoping to break 50 knots.
Farrell, 60 knots.
Gunnar, 500, even, well. Huh? Hey, Jürgen.
Your motivation from today? And your name?
Motivation.
What's that?
The world champ?
You can see, absolutely buzzing. Great to
That's
see.
so funny. Yeah, the guys are ready, man.
Yeah, they're waiting for it. Hey,
They're ready for it.
The first year was from with Antoine and Mitch. Was it the year that he forgot his passport, or was it that year?
No, that was the second year when they did the trip. He forgot his passport and spent 2 days in a Namibian jail. And
you
it
should
was so
tell
funny
that,
because
Waggy, tell that full story.
That's a good story.
Well, what happened was, as usual, Antoine's like, "Come, Mitch, we go." And Mitch is like, "No, I've got too much work to do." Blah blah blah. Eventually, okay, I'll come with you. So they get in the car and they drive. They're just before the Springbok border, and Mitch texts me, "Dad, I left my passport at home." I said, "You better tell Antoine. He drops you off at a hotel. You wait for somebody to come through with the passport." Okay, no problem. 2 hours later, texts me, "I'm in Namibia." How the hell did you get into Namibia? No, I got into the board bag because Antoine said they do that all over Europe. It's no problem. Get in the board bag. So now he's in Namibia. He's not got his passport. So we decided that he would go to the police station and say that his passport's gone missing. and that he's got his British passport, but he doesn't have a stamp in. So they checked the cameras, and they found that Mitch was nowhere to be seen on the cameras or anything. So they arrested him, and they put him in jail. And Antoine, Sophie was with him, and Antoine said, "If you take him, you take me." And Sophie's like, "Shut up! Don't say anything." So Mitch ended up in jail. I think they were making an example of this youngster, and eventually they gave him a slap on the wrist and pay 1,500 rand and get out of Namibia within 48 hours. So the wind had stopped. So Antoine and him drove to where was it, Mitch? Wait. Port Nolloth. They drove to Port Nolloth, and they SUP'd for 4 days, and then they drove back in through Oranjement and back to the competition and carried on again. That was an amazing story. Mitch spent 2 nights in a Namibian jail. it was really funny.
He's never farted the same since.
No, he's never farted. And the funny thing was, we had a big braai at the house afterwards, and Patrick said to Mitch, "Mitch, do you know there is a big bowl of condoms in the reception?" Mitch is like big eyes, like, "Fuck no." Anyway, it was good. He survived it. I don't think he'll be traveling between borders again without his passport. Definitely not. Anyway, now the whole world knows about that one.
It was a good story. It's the talk of the town that year.
Great story. Yeah, no, it was a fantastic time. Yeah, beautiful. Yeah.
Couple of questions. What's the wind speeds? What the wind speeds on the runs? Usually, I mean, what they needed to break records, it's got to be 35, 40, and then 50 for proper records. Is that what we're talking?
Yeah.
Like light days on the canal is like 30. So windy days 40 plus.
So Ben, we saw Hans's crash now. What I did notice on the record day was that, and I'm not saying that 50 is easy, and I'm not saying that 51 or 52 is easy, but it's all progressively, seriously more dangerous as you approach the 53 mark. So what happened was the 51s were running. The minute that you started to head towards the 52s, we started to see bigger crashes, and we started to see mistakes happening. And so my interpretation of this is the difference between 52 and 53 is like 10 knots. It's incredibly, it's pushing the boundaries. That's why Antoine said to me, "That much." I said, "Can you go faster?" And he said, "That much." And so he knew that is pushing the boundaries at that time, 2015. Now, what I'm seeing now is I'm seeing better speeds with more efficient speeds, better gear, better fins, better sails. So it's possible that we could break the world record in not as much wind because we have really efficient sailors. My feeling is you still need 45 to 50 knots to push those levels and more.
Yeah, I agree. And again, it always seems it's like that for me. You know, it's all relative to how big you are as well, to how far you're pushing. But for the big guys, when they're getting towards that world record speed, that's when stuff is going wrong, as we saw with Hans earlier with a big crash. I mean, if anyone hasn't seen that video, maybe I should try and put it on again because
it would be nice.
I mean, quite interesting to see that. Let me just see.
You should play Mitch's crash.
I was just thinking that, Waggy. I was just thinking the same thing.
That was so funny. In the morning, Antoine said, "Hey, Waggy, come look at the seal," because the seal rolled down the bank after he crashed. Now, I honestly looked at it the first time and I thought, he's dead. Like, you know what I mean? Because he hit the bank backwards, upside down. And he wasn't. Anyway, luckily, he was safe. He was back in Cape Town. Yeah. But, brilliant times. Anyway, yeah.
Oh, actually, you can't find it. Was it live? Did they give it us live?
Who? Oh, with
Hans crash.
I'm not sure. The Hans crash. I'm not sure if they did. I think they only did him coming back in with the pieces.
Sorry, I'm just trying to find the video. I'm not doing very well here. Let me have another look.
Well, it's 30 knots in Cape Town today.
I just see a question on the live chat. Question about the maximum speed with 120 liters and 7.8. Trying to look that up on our database. What's the max speed with that combination? So I'm looking at another screen just to check it out. It's a question
Probably
from
it's an interesting question, that, because we're talking about speed and speed gear, but there's a lot of people out there who want to just max out the speed on the kit that they're on, and it's interesting because obviously Jan's the main man, one of the main men,
max speed
between the GPS speed sailing, and they have got all the data. So you might start crying when you see some of the data on it, because there'll be somebody like Gunnar that's gone 40 knots or something, and you'll be thinking, but it is definitely relative to how heavy you are and all that.
He did
80 kilos he is as well. He's 80 kilos.
Gunnar did with an 8.6 and a big board. He did 41 on the lake. I mean, we just couldn't believe that. Yeah.
Is that true?
Yeah, I know. That is true. We saw the GPS reading on the lake. 41 with an 8.6 on the lake. Yeah.
Yeah. That's that our speeds that are quite common now with the big gears. If that's possible, really possible. Of course, they sail it with a smaller fin. And normally, when you have 8.6, so then you use a little bit longer fin to get over the chop. But when you choose to use a small fin, you can get really fast. And especially in the European lakes and also on the Wadden Sea, the area we have here, it could be quite flat. So you don't need that much wind to get that kind of speed. So
I wonder why we're not seeing any kites this year.
Not sure. I think is there a rule that it's not open for kites? I don't know.
I was thinking the same thing. Why is there no kites? It's an interesting.
Yeah. Roger was doing some kiting, and there were some South Africans that were fully into it, but I don't see any kites this year. So maybe it is a windsurfing event. Who knows?
Yeah, speeds are dropping now, so it's not that good. I have to do some other stuff, so I'm popping out. Maybe
no worries.
And later when the speeds are getting up, and then we have to be prepared also for the Dutch.
You want to come talk quickly, Mitch?
Yeah, no worries. Like I said, my plan is to be here all day. Cheers, Jan, for dropping in. Always good.
Maybe see you later. Okay, guys.
Cheers, man. Thank you.
Cheers, Jan.
Oh.
Mitch is going to join here and just give you some wisdom about Namibia.
The wisdom of Mitch Wagstaff. What we want to find is Mitch's crash. That would be the way to kick off the introduction for Mitch. Find me the link. Have you got a link online? Because I can just share my screen if you find me the link. Save me looking it up. Someone send it me on WhatsApp, and I will definitely put it on, because Mitch's crash on the channel is legendary. Like legendary. Maybe you should talk us through the crash.
That happened so fast. Like fully wasn't prepared for any of that. Basically, cool start, everything looked great, sailing down the canal, and always at the end of the canal, there's like a little bit of a lull in the middle, and then there's a real spicy bit right towards where the timing gate is. And the really good guys managed that lull really well. And I think what happened with me is, as I went through the lull, I oversheeted, like kind of leaning through the lull, oversheeted, and then the gust just hit. And it just threw me off. And then it was just it felt like a really slow into a really fast crash.
I've got it. So I wanted to hear you explain it before I played it.
Oh, I'll explain it again.
So what did you do? You oversheeted. Is that what you think? Okay.
I think. Well, I'll see the video and then I'll know straight away.
Is everybody ready for one of my favorite? Well, can you have a favorite crash? I mean, Patrick Detail must have pretty.
He exploded.
And that wasn't my favorite. That was just gnarly. Let me just share this screen then. Okay, here we go. Here he goes. It just looks sketchy.
Well, you can
anyway.
see where I'm at now. That's where the gust is. And I've just come through the gust. And I pretty much oversheet there, and then it just goes. So like it looks as if as I've gone, I've overshooted it, and then the windward rail bites, and then it's got a bit of a sharp edge, so it just tracked the further downwind, and then
So when you
I
hit
broke
the
everything.
beach, did you realise you were on the beach?
I had no idea that I had actually gone upland, made landfall.
It looks like the front rail catches there.
Well, that's what I'm saying. So what happened is, as I overshoot, that makes me lean forward. I put pressure on the windward rail, so now the leeward rail, and it just bites, and then it tracks me further off the wind. And you're really almost on the edge of catapult heading that far down the canal.
That's insane, dude. That is actually insane.
Yeah. I was very lucky. I mean, if you have a look at the video closely, and you look where I went up, and you look probably a meter further downwind, it's actually a lip. There's a lip on the edge of that bank.
Oh, I think there's some more crashes on this one. This is a different video. This is Laufer.
Isn't that the Laufer?
That's the Laufer losing his gear. I mean, this is just to give you guys at home some Luderitz ideas. I mean, it is a windy place. Hectic.
That is brutal.
I mean, that's just how windy it is. I mean, the gear just gets picked up.
Yeah.
It's the Vincent Valkner's. Obviously, it's a few years ago, just for anyone just tuning in.
Oh, the Bjorn.
Is Bjorn gone home, is he? Still alive?
I'm not 100% sure, to be honest. I mean, guys, the crashes happen so fast. Like, you've no time. It's not like one of those at the beach with your big sail and you try and fight a slow catapult. It just happens instantly.
So I'm just going to... So I'm just going to get some stuff from the guys over there. I mean, that's a cool...
Oh, that one looked... Like I said, it happens so quick. And like when you're sailing down there, you don't realize it. Like you'll be cruising along down there and it feels great. And then you slowly feel this inertia moving further forward and then it just explodes.
Yeah. I mean, Antoine had some big crashes. I remember very similar to your one, you know, where he kind of, they say at a certain speed, you kind of get this cavitation and I had it once where the board just drifts. Like you're not doing anything wrong, but the board drifts across the canal. And you're like,
I think some of the guys are saying it almost as if you get like a super hectic gust that comes through and you fight it. And then, like you say, it just drifts sideways. And you're trying to like, oh God, not the choppy stuff. Because then it just gets super bouncy. And then that's when, you know, you can explode.
Like that.
Oh, perfect landing.
Oh, man. It can go wrong very fast.
Pretty quick. Yeah, Antoine, like you were speaking earlier about, Antoine had some spicy crashes. Back in the day, I don't know if they still do it, where they've got the camera at the finish line. So basically, they stop you as you go in, stop you as you come out. Antoine had a crash where he crashed through the finish line, but obviously was flying through the finish line, not attached to his kit. And he's like, "Oh, does it count?" Obviously not. You'd be in a controlled sailing position. Oh, it happens. Oof.
Oh, mate, that is pretty brutal.
I broke the boom, and funny enough, I broke a clean piece of boom off. So I snapped it at the head. Obviously, you can see it snap in the video at the head. It snaps at the head. And then if you zoom in a little bit on the video, you can actually see the...
Oh, it looks like we've lost Mr. Wagstaff. He might come back in a minute. But like I said, he's back.
Oh.
Yeah, so the boom's in pieces.
Yeah, the boom's in pieces. Yeah, and I went back, you're thinking, oh, I'll just sail it the rest of the way down the canal, and then realized I have half a boom in my hand. I got the back end, and I got the front end, and I got nothing in the middle.
That is actually bonkers. Just so for anyone out there, has anyone, maybe you've already seen it, but I quite like it. It's the Farrell O'Shea walk down the channel.
It's super informative, and that's where he speaks about you've got to manage the start, you got the middle section, and then you've got the end.
I'm just going to say, I might just put it on because we've got a bit of a lull. If you are just tuning in, we got a bit of a lull in proceedings over in Luderitz because of the angle and the wind. We've got 12 o'clock, so it's 2 o'clock. Within the next half an hour, we should start to see bigger speeds going through. So
yeah,
first, just let me refresh the speeds at the moment. So speeds at the moment. Oh, Lauf's done that was a while ago. No, they're not big speeds at the moment. So maybe we should watch old Faz give us a little walk down the channel. Just for anyone who's not seen it, I think it's quite informative, and it will get you in the mood.
Bit of a lay day here at the Luderitz Speed Challenge. It's sort of in between those forecasts. We've got a big one coming up.
I recognise Mr. Fuzzy.
Better thing to do on this day is give you a walk through the course. It's obviously a 500-meter course, but it's not as simple as just sailing down the thing. So who better to talk us through the course than a member of the 50-knot club? We have got the British record holder, Farrell O'Shea. He's been down this course at a whopping 51.20. All right.
51.20. Yeah.
51.20 in 2015, and that day was pretty windy. I've been here so far, and we haven't had any of those sort of windy days. We've had a couple of nice 35s, and I'm hearing from Farrell after speed to it, which is why we're doing this, that on a big forecast day when it is howling, it's a whole.
You have a bit of an echo.
This environment here on a mellow day can be like a bit of a Sunday afternoon stroll, but the environment when it gets windy here can get pretty hostile pretty quick.
Starting technique. Okay, so maybe talk us through a couple of different starting techniques.
You're pretty little compared to Faz, eh, Ben?
Yeah. 50 knots, you see all sorts of starts getting going here. Me personally, I like the security of starting in the straps. That's one less thing I've got to worry about. There's quite a lot of wind to lift you out, but at least then you're pretty stable and you haven't going to wobble it around too much trying to move your feet. But I always go for the start in the straps. However, I've seen in 50 knots, the kings of Luderitz, like Antoine, they just hop on like there's no wind, straight on. They're not wasting too much energy, relatively speaking, and they seem to manage it. So it's whatever floats your boat, I think.
Quite a big starting box. A lot of guys I've seen when it's windy maybe starting towards that leeward side. Any problems associated with that?
No, I think the problems are probably associated with the windward side. This starting box is wider than we've ever seen. However, it's also broader than we've ever seen. So in light winds, I think you can start at this top side quite easily. But in strong winds, you're probably going to need to air towards the leeward side to give yourself a bit more angle to play with.
Okay, so we're going to go out of the start box now. We've started, we're getting up to speed. Hopefully we're in the straps, we're in the harness, we're getting settled, and we go towards that first corner where shit starts to get real.
It starts to get honky tonk on that corner.
Oh.
So let's start with
just a penny.
Okay, so we're coming up to the corner. This is actually where the red and green flag man is. If the green flag is up, it's okay for you to start back in the start box and head down the course. If the red flag is up, it means someone is on the course and you cannot leave that starting block. It's a safety issue, and in fact, it's probably a very serious one.
It's not saleable everywhere here. The saleable area is much narrower. You certainly haven't got a moment where you're going to be avoiding or going around somebody that stacked it in the middle of the canal.
Yeah, exactly. So make sure the green flag is up. This first corner, this is the slingshot effect. This is where you set up for your 50-knot run.
there's a few critical moments, I think, on the course here. This is one of them. Got to exit this corner with some modicum of control and with some real power down. This is where I think the game can be won or lost.
What's your tactics for this corner? Is there a tactic?
I think there's always a tactic in my world. Some people overthink it and some people underthink it. I'd like to be a little higher to windward if possible. You don't always have a choice here. Sometimes you've got to go where it takes you, right? But if you're a little bit higher, you can see a bit more scope around the corner, then you've got more options. Otherwise, you're a bit close to the leeward bank, your options are reduced, and you may not have enough angle on a windy moment to actually get around.
Coming into this corner, what speeds are we looking at? You know, if you're on for your, let's say, 50-knot run, which only 11 guys done that in the world, so you're one of them. What sort of are you aiming for? You're obviously not checking your GPS, but you probably check your tracks. You know the deal.
Yeah. With the benefit of hindsight and the technology of the GPS, it's quite interesting to have a look back at what you think you're doing here and you're not. But I think when you're on the approach here, you're at a reasonably tight wind angle, getting yourself in control and making sure everything's hunky-dory. You're probably only, in reality, doing maybe 30 to 32 knots as you start to come into the moment where you're going to bear off around this corner. You're not going that quick. However, there's a real big increase in pressure here. This corner is notoriously windy, and you've got to try and use that for maximum acceleration.
I've heard about the slingshot effect. This is talked about when people are trying to get peak speeds. Maybe you can explain to me what that is.
The slingshot, here you've got no choice. You have no change in direction. It's a bit like sailing a banana course. You've got to go down the course, you've got to get in and get out. But that's where the acceleration happens. As you take the pressure and accelerate around this corner, the speed increases exponentially. So within a few seconds, you'll be going for your 30 knots here inside, you'll be going 40, 45, and hopefully something approaching 50 nearer the line.
Talking about the line, let's go over to see where that 500-meter starts. Okay, so we're in the water just before the start line. We've just come round the first corner. We're probably hitting this place at around 45 knots.
I think you'd like to be somewhere north of 45 at this point. You're only half a second from the start.
Okay. We've got red buoys in the water. This is kind of the course area. You've got to keep inside of this to get a clean run.
I think what they're saying is it's not super wise to be the windward side of these.
It's pretty shallow there.
But what have we got? How many centimetres of water here?
We've got plenty of water here. We're only running fairly small fins, max 20. You'd run over this depth. The observer here from the WSSRC, who are making sure fair play is adhered to at all times, we'll be checking these water depths every day the water channel is run. So at least we know we're all running legal. However, don't confuse that with running safe.
I think you hit the nail on the head there. There is an official rule. The official rule is half the depth of the beam of the board, which means the width of the board, which a lot of these speed boards are 40 wide, so the water has to be 20 centimetres deep.
Exactly. Yeah. Half the immersed beam, I think the term is. However, there's not many people running a board less than 40, and of course there's not many people running a fin much less than 19 or 20. So if you're only running in 20 cm, you've probably got a problem coming anyway.
Okay, so we're here on the start line. Obviously behind us, the timing system isn't set up today. Obviously there's no wind on the channel, but the camera and everything set up in the box. Yeah,
so what we're running here is 2 video cameras, one at the start, one at the finish, and trying to then calculate distance travelled over time to give you your speed. So the camera's permanently running inside that box at a rate of about 1,000 frames a second, so that they can recheck back on it and give you a super accurate speed over the distance of the course.
Okay, so on a day where we're running the channel, as far as I know, it's manually done for that time at the day, so it can be quite close, but then at the night, which is why we always get the official result late at night or early next morning, it's checked on the cameras and recalculated.
That's exactly it. There's somebody pressing a key on the keyboard when they see you crossing these transits here at the start. But of course, we have to run much more accurately than that. So it's a very good guide. However, the real guide's the video. And when they go back to that later, it can often vary it considerably.
Got a funny story about that, because we were speaking to him the other day. You were saying, I think on the board it had you doing over 50.
Yeah, on a windy day here, I had on the board at 50.01. But as luck would have it, they downgraded me to 49.99.
That's almost the worst, isn't it?
It's probably one of the low moments of that day. Yeah.
How long were you sitting on that before you managed to break it?
I wasn't sitting on it that long, but probably about half an hour.
Okay.
However, it was a fairly disappointing half an hour, I can tell you that.
Okay, let's go and have a look at the start line. Okay, so this is the actual start line. As you can see up there, we've got the first corner we were at before. Not that far away, but what, 100 meters, something like that? I don't even know.
Far end of the corners, maybe about 100 meter. Near end of the corners, probably only about 75, 80. So if you go too low, coming round the corner, you run up, is a little short.
Yeah.
Is a difference in about a second if you can go high, which might give you about 3.5 seconds to the start line. We're roughly traveling maybe 25 meters a second, more or less. Yeah. But if you go low, you're going to have less time. So stay high, keep your options open.
Okay, that sounds like very good advice. 3.5 seconds to 100 meters. That's quicker than Usain Bolt, that's for sure. So tactics sounds like staying high is going to be the key, because like Farrell says, you increase the distance you have to cross this start line at the speed you want to do. On your record-breaking run, what speed are you crossing this line at?
Just a tad under 50, about 49.7, 49.8. Okay. It's incredibly difficult to cross this line at anything approaching 50 knots.
Yeah. So we're what, a second after the start line here?
Well, here for the start, about 50 meter. We'll be travelling that in about 2 seconds.
So still plenty of depth for water. I don't like him. He's maybe got a bit too long a rope on him.
Yeah, he's a bit of a bad boy, isn't he? Huh?
He's ruining your line.
He's ruining your line a little bit, but he's trying to tell you something.
Yeah, exactly. The red buoys obviously denote in the shallower spots, and you have to stay inside those red buoys. It's there's a few deep spots. Either that or I've got short legs. Woo! Yeah, so no problem with grinding your fin here, that's for sure.
Do you really like the idea of meditating? Maybe even
another couple of pence I've earned. So we're kind of at the midway point here of the 500 meter run. And this is kind of a seesaw moment, isn't it? I mean, you're coming from, well, maybe you can tell us.
I think right now you've had a moment coming to this point where the pressure's been very even in the sail. And you can squeeze and squeeze it, and you'll find yourself actually going faster and faster. We're now going to approach a real critical point, a point that can be make or break for most people.
And this part of the course, the pressure changes considerably. When we were looking at your 50 knot run on the GPS, there was definitely a dip in your speed around this point.
I think most people struggle to manage this part of the course, myself included. What I think you'll find is in the big gusts, not a lot of difference, relatively speaking, between us and the guys at the top. What they're doing, they're managing this problem area of this slight lull in the wind strength much better than anybody else. And of course, not only are you losing pressure in the sail, you're losing pressure on the fin. What most people do, they tend to oversheet at this point. And then we're going to find out a little further down, the wind's going to come back. How do they recompensate for that?
This is the lighter bit of the course. I mean, I felt it on those lighter wind days. And, you know, it's that light, I'm almost coming up into the windward bank. Yeah. Do you ever have that problem when it's super windy?
I think the problem can take you either way. So, of course, when the wind lightens, it can change angle a little bit. Right. So you could get luffed up a little bit, you lose pressure, and the only way that things want to compensate, if you don't retrim, either going to push you into the bank or vice versa, If you over trim it, you can drift away because you won't have any pressure on the fin, and you can end up very close to that gnarly wall there before you even know it.
I don't like the sound of that. I mean, I've seen some pretty bad crashes, and I'm guessing they can happen very quickly.
Yeah, you won't have any very little time to react. So we can see how wide it is at this point. Reasonably wide, probably it could be 10 metre at this point, but we're going about 25 metre a second on some vector across the canal here. You've got very little time to recompensate for a mistake.
Some nasty crashes. Oh, Patrick, detail. Oh. Quite a pivotal part of the course.
Elbow.
If you're on for 50 knots, I guess this is the critical point.
Okay, we're coming out of what is essentially a lull in the wind in this section we've just come through here. And here, the wind, it's coming back, and it's coming back big time. And it's coming back at a slightly different angle than we've been sailing here. Anticipation is everything in this little moment. And this gust here, it'll take you like a rocket ship to the line. So it's time to cling on again.
Okay, so you've got to get this bit right. I have heard of people levitating across. Is this where it happens? I'm guessing it is.
Yeah, there's some people that have lost their humility very quickly at this point. If there's one accident black spot, this could be one.
Okay. And what is the reason for that? You lose pressure in your fin. I'm guessing it's from the different pressures you've just experienced.
Yeah, you've gone through a slightly lighter pressure moment, and then you've hit essentially what is a really strong sustained gust. So it's picking your speed back up. At that point, you're going straight, so you've got no slingshot to take into account. You can't go anywhere. We're in a narrow canal, right? And the pressure increases dramatically. It tends to then push people across the canal.
And what do you do in that position?
If you've got your wits about you, you've anticipated it, you sheet in, you keep going. But you've got to anticipate it. Some of the great guys that sail in this canal, like Bjorn Dunkerbeck, they're not moving a whole lot coming down here, but actually they're moving enough that they're actually trimming the sail all the time. To the eye, it looks like nothing. They've retrimmed ready for this. They can take it on board, take it in a stride.
I'm nervous just listening to him. So like I say, this is make or break. This is your sort of final furlong to the end. Speeds wise coming into this gust?
You'll be coming in somewhere, it depends how quick you're going, of course, but you'll be coming in under max speed. It's going to pick you up here probably another 2 or 3 knots in max speed. So it's quite a change in speed here.
Okay, right, let's pull down towards the finish because this is it. This is the final bit. So here we are at the finish, and I'm guessing this is when you're hitting maximum velocity.
I don't think you're always going faster here than you can be somewhere in the top third of the course, but you're going very fast compared to the little lull you've just been through, and you've hit the honky-tonk gust that's going to take you like a rocket ship to the end.
Okay. Any tactics for finishing? You know, what you're doing? Are you using this gust? Because I know it gets super strong down this bottom end.
Well, I think in sailing terms, we could probably all think I'll use that gust and bear off on it, but you've then got the danger of where you're going to cross the line. And if you end up crossing the line in this half, somehow you're going to have to cut the speed out, and your only option is to go towards that bank, which is not your best option.
No.
So I see probably the king of Luderitz is Antoine. He always holds the power and goes tight. And he's got way more options to try and stop in the box and dictate where he's going, rather than the wind dictating where you're going to go.
So self-preservation comes into it.
Well, I think there's a few things happen. It's not just self-preservation. There's an element of that. You think you're going to bear here and go much quicker across the line, but you're going very quick anyway. But the reality is what we do see is people in their mind's eye, they start to see this finish line here, they already start to stand up. They're not liking the stopping distance. And a lot of people stand up too early.
Pretty much halfway into this finishing box. How much have you slowed down when you've got to this point, when you're trying to cross that finish line at full speed?
It's going to take a while to scrub off any of the speed. Your best option to get rid of the speed is to jibe, or start to lay down the jibe a little bit. you've probably only done 2.5 seconds from the finish to here. If you get one of those little stuck in the harness lines, it's time to sharpen up and get out.
What is Sail GP?
So, I mean, the tactics for slowing down, like you say, I've watched the master Antoine Albo come in here and laying it down at, what, 50 knots or something. That seems to be the stopping technique of choice.
Yeah, I think the harder you lay it down, the quicker you're going to stop. And the better you are at it, the safer you're going to be.
Any other techniques that other riders have used to stop?
I think you've seen every technique applied under the sun here. Some pretty, some not so pretty.
I've heard the bouncing bomb, Mr. Grinnell.
Well, Grinnell's a special case, right? He's a special case in the start. He's possibly one of the worst starters, but he's definitely one of the worst finishers. However, in the middle of the course, he's definitely one of the best.
Exactly. I was going to say, it doesn't matter how you stop as long as you stop. But there is a case for getting out of this finishing box as quick as possible.
I wouldn't be admiring your GPS too much on a windy day in the middle of this municipal pool. Somebody's going to be coming down here pretty quick, and quite a lot of people very out of control.
Yeah, I can imagine. So this is the point where the run is finished. Like Farrell's saying, you might be admiring your GPS. Don't do that. Get out the water. What's the next plan?
The next plan, the guys at the finish here pop up with a little trailer. They're super helpful. Without these guys helping it here on a windy day in here, in Antoine's words, it's apocalyptic. It's a very hostile environment down here when it's blowing. Get on the trailer, the guys, the local guys, they really help you. And then just sit tight and trundle back up to the top.
Go back for another run, I guess.
Go back for more punishment.
Yeah, oh, it sounds good. There we go. So that is the course rundown. I'm sure when it happens in real life, it's going to be a lot different. I've heard stories of this sort of desert area here, the wind actually picking the pebbles up and throwing them across. A lot of guys using ski goggles to come down here. It sounds nasty. We might be getting one of those days next week. So stay tuned to the Luderitz Speed Challenge and Windsurfing.TV, and hopefully we'll bring you some action early next week. I'm glad I didn't go that way. It's deep there then. It's deep there, mate. What the fuck is that? All right, there you go. If you are just tuning in, that was just a little bit why we have got a lull on the channel.
I don't know how many times I watched this exact video before my first trip to Luderitz. It helped so much to just get an imagination of what's happening there. And to be honest, Farrell is one of the best guys to explain what's happening there, even when you're there, because he's not a guy who gets too overexcited about things, but keeps you down on the ground and can really lead you to your first really safe runs, and that really helped a lot.
Yeah, 100%. Just getting some updates from the channel. So they say the wind is really good, but the angle is super broad, like 195. They're hoping the wind changes after 3 o'clock, like it did in the past week. So that is what they're looking at. Just so you know, it's 20 minutes to 3 at the moment. So 20 minutes time, they're hoping around that time the wind will change. And that's what it's done previously in other years, which is why they've got records. I do have a few videos to play from over there. So let me just add a couple of them in, because we've got, I think, the stuff from Heidi. Obviously, if you have just tuned in, Heidi has already set a record. We've got from Oisin as well, which he's also set an Irish record. So let's have a word with, let's see what Oisin has to say.
Do you have a quick update about your first runs today and the incredible 49.9 on the 500?
Yeah, the first run wasn't bad. Already a new Irish record. The last one was 49.36. Then the second run, thought, okay, here we go. And first time ever in my life here, in the last 50, 75, got pulled towards the left bank, like from the bags, the whole way across, going faster and faster and faster. And I had to hook out, kept the board going straight and finished alive. So, yeah, and Farrell also just before me, the same, I think almost the same gust 2 minutes before. So, but now it's got a bit broad, so we wait. Yeah, we wait. But first run, hashtag almost.
Thank you very much. Keep it up for the next run.
Thanks, man.
Yeah, so there you go. Interesting that Oisin saying exactly hashtag almost. Exactly. I mean, that's happened to me. We explained it. If you've just watched that video with Farrell O'Shea explaining the channel, it's the same thing. We've seen it from Antoine Albo. We've seen it from all the top guys there. There's a point where you get a change of pressure in that back end of the course and you literally just float across. It happened to me on one of my, felt like my best run, and I had to unhook, like Oisin said, made it across the finish line, so close to the other bank, but I was centimeters off. Absolutely getting nailed.
Gives you a really fast, serious heartbeat when you go down, and you see it's not so easy to go straight. Yeah, because the lows keep pulling you to the windward side. The gusts are pushing you to the wall, and in between you have to find kind of a balance, and everything happens so fast. And no matter how many people are telling you that this is the area where the gust is coming at the end, you have to feel it. You have to get a feeling for it, what happens there. And that was some scary moment.
100%. I think I've also got another video from Heidi Ulrich. I'm going to say it again. She has smashed the women's world speed record. At the moment, it's not official, but it's looking like over 47 knots, 47.16 at the moment. That's to be ratified on the videos, and like Farrell said, in that time over distance, and it will be secure, but it looks to be over 47 knots.
It must be enough. I think
Yes.
the margin over the old record is enough.
Yeah, agreed. So I think we've got Dirk is over it in Luderitz. He sent us this video. Let's have a look.
Heidi, congratulations from Windsurfing.TV with this amazing achievement with this world record.
Thank you.
And can you tell the viewers how this all started a couple of years ago?
Well, I started windsurfing in 2013. I came with Patrick Dietelm and Remo Dietelm to Luderitz in 13. They were sailing on the channel, and I was windsurfing down in the lagoon. I learned here in Luderitz how to windsurf in the straps, and I looked all the guys going down the channel, and I said to Patrick and Remo, I want to do this also. This was in 2013, and since then I gave it all for this goal, and yeah, finally I did it. Crazy.
What for tips can you give young girls when they think, fuck, I want to be the fastest women on the planet?
Just believe in yourself. Don't be scared. Don't be afraid. Just windsurf. Just have fun. Just have fun each session when you go out, and believe in yourself. That's the most important thing.
And what is your next goal?
Holiday.
Hey, thank you very much for the short hitters through Windsurfing.tv, and all the best for tomorrow. And we all think you can easily go to 49 on 500.
Thank you for everyone who was believing in me. Thank you.
Awesome. That's what you want to hear. I can't believe she only started windsurfing 10 years ago.
Yeah, it's incredible, huh?
That's I mean, I've been windsurfing like 30 years. So 10 years to some people might think that's a long time, Ben. To me, you know, to be at that level in speed. And the funny thing is, she actually learnt in Luderitz. That's crazy. So
yeah, that's a good story.
yeah, awesome. I mean, that's what we want. The videos from over there, we've tried to do the live. It has worked when Heidi broke her record. We had a really nice live with her, but it's too up and down. It's much better actually for them to send me the videos and then to play them like this. It's working quite good. If you are just tuning in, we are on a record-breaking day in Luderitz Speed Challenge. It's been going for pretty much a month, and we're into the final 2 days. And typically, the final 2 days look to be the best in terms of wind strength. At the moment, they've just feedback from the channel is the angle's gone too broad. Heidi actually broke the record earlier when pretty much none of the guys had gone even over 50. So she put her 47 down before any of the guys had touched 50, which is crazy. That would probably mean it wasn't that windy, but maybe it was super flat. And it's finding that, you know, the angle and the wind strength and all those things to come together. So pretty cool, though. Pretty cool to see. We've also got the times coming in. Let me just have a little refresh of this page, because if you don't want to listen to me and you don't want to be on the live stream, you can actually go onto the GPS Speed Surfing website and all the updates are on there. That just gives you a bit of a run of what's been happening today. So as you can see, Twan has put down a 50.48 at 12:30. Vincent Faulkner's just on over 50. That was at 12:20. And bearing in mind, it's nearly 3 o'clock Luderitz time. So this was pretty much like 2.5, 3 hours ago. O'Sheen Van Gelder, I mean, that's a solid effort, isn't it? I mean, he's probably one of the lighter riders there in the men's. 49.89, gutted not to hit 50, but that is an Irish record. I'm pretty sure. I'd need to check it, but I would be very surprised if it's not. So close to 50. It's going to be good, but it's going to be a little bit worrying. Then you can see Hans Kreisel had a massive crash on one of the runs. And actually, that's what I was going to play for you, because I was just trying to find that crash run, because if you have just tuned in, you wouldn't have seen it. But he crashed at 52 knots. We don't see the crash, but we've got the interview afterwards. So let me... Again, not promising I'll find it, because it is quite difficult to find. Yeah, this is it. Okay, let me just play this.
Welcome in the club. Welcome in the club. You just have the monster crash. What happened, hey? What happened? You were like 50 knots flying. I just saw it. I wanted to pick up the camera, but then I saw a flying ball, you know, like a puppet.
Yeah, well,
what happened?
At 52.5 knots, I had like a major spin out. And it was, because of the angle, it was really downwind. Just couldn't hold it anymore and just slipped. And then it was just...
But you're fine, you're okay.
I'm okay.
Okay, that's the best thing. Okay, welcome in the club, eh? Let's see his gear. Well, okay, yeah, there are some pieces of the gear. The mast is in three pieces. Wow, okay, he survived.
Mast in 3 pieces. So he says, welcome to the club. What's the club?
Oh,
what club?
That's the Big Crash Club.
I was going to say, is that a club? I'm luckily not in that club yet.
No, I'm so happy. I did, I don't know, 220, 230 runs down the channel. Never crashed once. Just a couple of times in the finish area, but no major crash. And I just had one really scary moment on a day where the wind angle was also very, very broad, and the channel was very choppy, and I oversheeted, and in the same time I oversheeted, a chop hit me, and I did some wheelie, but saved it in the last second. And no, I don't want to crash.
What was your fastest 500 down the channel?
47.75, which is 0.1 knot of the Austrian national record. But
that was close. That's around my speed, I guess. What was mine? Do you remember? Have you seen? You didn't look, did you? I'm going to look now. I'm sure
around, almost 48, something like that. High 47s.
Yeah,
was around the same. So I hit the top speed on GPS is 50.00. So.
Yes, it was better than 49.99. Trust me. I think I got 50.8 20, okay, around 15, 18, I don't know, whatever it was. I was like, when you cross that finish line, it's really hard not to look at the watch and go, how fast? You just want to see a big 50 on the watch, and you're like, because you don't get much of a view because you're banging around all over the place. You're kind of like, ooh. As soon as you see a 50,
it was funny if you watch, especially Andy Laufer on his GoPro videos where he's doing the bottom turn cutback thing and looking at his watch. Said, what the hell are you doing? You don't see anything because everything is shaking. It's just to put up some show.
Yeah, no, but I tell you, that's what you care about, because when you're going down the run, you can kind of feel if it's a good run. Although, to counter that, sometimes the fastest runs are the smoothest runs, which sometimes don't feel as fast as the choppy runs. The choppy runs feel like 60 knots, they feel like crazy, which is also interesting.
I just had a look. Oisin's old record was 47.97.
Yeah, he smashed it.
Definitely smashed it.
Smashed
and really well deserved. He's a very, very nice guy, but he's also one of the most, I think, complete windsurfers I've ever seen. Yeah. He's a brilliant wave sailor. He's foiling, he's winging, he's doing speed, he's doing everything. Yeah, and that's really amazing to be on such a high level in all the disciplines.
When I was like in my teenage years, and I used to be doing like the Four Nations, we go to Ireland, he was smashing out results back then. He was already winning stuff and whatever else. So he's probably been windsurfing longer than me, which is like I windsurfed at 9, I'm now 44. It's a long time, and it's quite amazing.
Oisin is around my age. I think he's around 50, a little bit over 50, something like that.
Yeah, well, it's
still
close.
a good sign that the old boys can really put something together. It's really nice to see.
Let me see if I can get a bit of an update from Luderitz. Like I said, if you have just tuned in, we're getting updates from them all the time. The internet on the channel, which is why we're doing it from here, is not that good. So what I'm doing is we're just holding the fort. We're getting in the live data. We've already seen Heidi break the world record twice. And then we're getting videos or sent on WhatsApp. I'm kind of playing them. So I'm just kind of trying to capture everything and put it in one place. They're talking the wind angle at the moment is too broad, which is why you're not seeing any times come through. So although the wind is strong enough, the angle is too broad, which it's meant to turn. And again, over history has kind of proven that between 3 and 4 are when records are broken, which now we are 10 minutes to 3. So we're becoming, we're getting towards that record breaking hour. It doesn't say it's going to be today. Who knows? It could be. There's another day left, which has a good forecast, which is tomorrow. So I will do a similar thing if people are into it, if people are enjoying it. Yeah. No worries. Let's see. Oh, and if you want to buy some beers, you could. Me and Stefano would have a few beers. It's a bit early actually, so 12:50 Portuguese time. So let me try and get an update from the guys over there. I know Dirk was running out of data. Like I said, it's difficult over there. It's not easy to be able to get all the updates. Yeah.
Tomorrow looks even better now, huh?
Yeah. I mean, it's so nice when you see those records breaking through. When Heidi was, on earlier when she did the live, I can't play that video back because it's actually a live thing we did. They've got the log into this live. So if the internet's good, they can log straight in. But she did a bit of a live interview and you just seen, that's how many years of trying to break that record. I mean, it's since the beginning.
Yeah.
I mean, she's been here since, definitely since when I did it, which was, what was that, 2017? Maybe?
17, I think, yeah.
17? She was definitely there then. I'm not sure how many years before that she was coming. So, it's been a long road.
And it was so cool to see her progression, because over the years when she incrementally got faster, and not only faster, but more consistent, Hi, Panda.
Hello, how are you?
I'm fine. How are you?
Yeah, good. Thanks. I'm about to have my first drink. Well needed.
Of course.
It's got to be
I just thought I'd
pretty
see
early
if any
there.
more
but-
records have been broken.
Well, at the moment, I've just heard from the channel. Basically, it's very broad. They're hoping it's going to switch back a bit, but at the moment, the wind's really good, but the angle's too broad. Did you see? Did you hear about the crash from Hans?
No. Did he have a bad crash?
Well, I'll just play it now because a lot of people who are watching have seen it, but it's still you still get a good feel for it by watching. I think the video, even though we don't see the crash. I think I'll let me just play it.
Is he okay though?
Yeah.
Welcome in the club. Welcome in the club. You just have the monster crash. What happened, hey? What happened? You were like 50 knots flying. I just saw it. I wanted to pick up the camera, but then I saw a flying ball, you know, like a puppet.
Yeah, well,
what happened?
At 52.5 knots, I had like a major spin out, and it was because of the angle. It was really downwind. Just couldn't hold it anymore and just slipped. And then it was. Just
But you're fine. You're okay.
I'm okay.
Okay, that's the best thing. Okay, welcome in the club, eh? Let's see his gear. Well, okay, yeah, there's some pieces of the gear. The mast is in three pieces. Wow. Okay, he survived.
Okay, so he's okay. It's just his equipment that's a bit buggered. So that's all right.
Yeah. So, but 52 knots. What's your fastest crash, Mark?
52 knots peak or average?
Well, 52 knots. He said he crashed at on the GPS. That was his peak.
Well, when I crossed the finish line, I was doing just over 54 knots as I passed the finish line. So, but I mean, yeah, it doesn't matter. 52, 54. It's yeah, it's a good crash.
Is it like it's just a blur? I'm guessing.
Yeah, well, I literally just realized that at the end I could not stop, so I just released. I just jumped out the footsteps and just rolled. There was no way I could. They try and jibe. You see, that's the problem. The Dutch shouldn't jibe. They should just try and take control of the road. This jibing thing sucks. It's just not right.
The human cannonball.
That was the first. That was the second time. The first time was Rocket Man when Anders and Bjorn were at the bottom of the channel at the finish line, and I saw them. And like you do on a motorbike, because I'd seen them out of my peripheral vision, I went towards them and hit the bank at 90 to 100 km. I took off, landed, went straight over Anders's head, and landed with my head in the sand. That's when he sang Rocket Man that night. So that was the first time. So yeah.
Kind of a Robert Treatiau in the indoor pool.
The what? Sorry, about indoor pool?
I know when Robert Treatiau was in the indoor, he would jump his gear out of the pool into the crowd. It's kind of like a Luderitz version.
Yeah, it's, you know, at least you have memories, and life's about memories, so it's all good. Hans will remember his crash for a long time.
Yeah, no doubt. So, would you like to say we've got a bit of a hold at the moment until we start putting some runs? I'm really hoping to see the runs start coming in, because so far, I mean, when you talk about 50 knots, it's quick, you know, but when you want to see a world record, just doing 50 is not enough, because 52, what's the record? 52.28?
53.06, I think, is Antoine's record. 53.02 or 53.06. So it's, yeah, but 52 is quick. 52 is very quick.
But there's a big difference between 50 and 52. Or not.
It all depends on the conditions. I mean, from what Hunt said quickly on that video, if it's so broad and it's choppy, it is like it's. I mean, when I went down about a week ago, it was like having and that was doing 45 knots. It was like having an AK-47 in my hand and shooting people. It was just ba 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 ba. It was mental. Yeah. So if you're doing that an extra 7 knots, it's crazy. It's just out of control, but you're in control. You're like, I'm going to die, and you don't, but he nearly did. So, yeah.
And I guess the the broader it is, the gusts are okay, but the holes are a problem as well, because as soon as you get, you've got no resistance, I guess. You end up going back up into the bank more.
Yeah, and you're oversheeting. And that's the problem. The moment you start to oversheet, you lose control. You lose control, you have not enough pressure on the fin, and that's the dangerous thing, and that's what always really scared me.
Yeah, spin out's not a nice feeling. It's when you feel that fin go, and you got to try and control it at anything over 45 knots. It's tricky. Makes you think. It wakes you up. That's for sure. It really does. So even with tequila, it's like, ooh, that was interesting. So, yeah.
What I might do is I might try and find. I did have a couple of those crashes earlier, which was kind of interesting because we heard O'Sheen talk about. What did he talk about? He talked about drifting across the channel. Have you had many of those happen?
I've had not many of them. I've had a few happen. I won't mention the name of the brand, but I use the gas oil fins, and I've tried a couple of the other fins and had quite a few. I say spin outs. It's not like a spin out on a slalom board when you're racing along with mates. It just slides out. It just starts to move towards the bank, and then you go, ooh, shit, and you just got to play nicely. So, but yeah. Anyway, hopefully the angle will change and the guys will do a lot better. I've got to go because I've got to have lunch again.
I just wanted to show you this. I wanted to just show you this because I was just for your comments on it, which is I think there's a couple of crashes on here. Which
if you've got a photo or a video of my crash, that would be amazing. That I did, that day I did my time. That would be incredible. Because I can't find it. Apparently, because Bjorn and Alberto drove down in the ambulance to watch, and they said the photographer was up in the hill videoing it, but I don't have it.
Okay, I wasn't there that year, but
that's Patrick, yeah.
Yeah, Patrick's one on that. I don't know. The one when he spins out just looks absolutely brutal.
Well, I've got some photos of a crash at Luderitz where there is so much spray that you don't see me at all on clip number one. Clip, what's it called? Anyway. Ooh. And then, but that's slow because he's just gone around the corner, so he's probably doing 45 knots. So those are easy crashes. Yeah, that's an easy crash. That's not such a nice crash. Oh, that's unpleasant.
That was what I felt like I was going to do at some point. I drifted across, and I was so close to that bank, and I'm just unhooked, going, no.
Yeah, that's unpleasant. Anyway, guys, I'll chat to you just now.
All right.
Cheers. Bye.
Cool, man. Okay, so yeah, that's how we're looking. Like I said, we're waiting at the moment. We're hopefully going to get some feedback from over there pretty soon that things are looking more normal and they're back on for some runs. I'm keeping an eye on the page, but it doesn't at the moment seem like any times are coming through. What we
I think there's no one on the course.
No, it doesn't seem to be, does it?
Last round from Courage with 41. No.
I'm just going to get some updates if I can. Let me just see what's going on. Well, I'm glad we chose to come on early. It sounds like a lot of the action was the early stuff. And then now is the time. Now we've just turned 3 o'clock Luderitz time. So for the next hour, this is when we should see, hopefully, stuff getting thrown down. We don't know. The wind will have to change. Let's see if we can get some updates from over there. Someone's just typing now. So let's have a Let's have a little look, see what's going on. So we've had a big crash of the day. That was Hans Kreisel. Yeah, wind gone too broad, currently sitting it out. That's from Oshin. So, yeah, we are still waiting. 3 o'clock, still too broad. So if that wind spins round, oh, we got a little baby in the house. There we go. This is a new windsurfer. Yes. You've been a good girl. Have you been a good girl? She's not usually a good girl. I'm going to give her back before I look like a bad dad. She's going to start crying.
4 kilos.
4 kilos. Wow, she's already a speed sailor. I need a couple of her Luderitz weight jacket, or maybe stick her on the shoulder. Okay, so 3 o'clock. We're just going to have to sit it out. If anyone's got any questions out there, anything at all, hit us on, because I'm going to stay online. I'm just going to keep going until we get some action, at least until 4, because I think if it's not moved by 4, chances of it moving after that are not going to happen. So if anything's going to happen, it's going to happen in the next hour. Again, I'm going to stay on. So if anyone's got any questions, hit me up. Can be about anything. Obviously, you want to keep.
There was one question about helmets. Some
yes.
guys
Yeah.
wearing helmets, some not.
Yeah. Okay, so Blaze says, I see some participants wearing helmets, some not. I've read some rumors about high speeds. It's unsafe to wear a helmet due to the bucket effect. Could shed some light on this. That is exactly what I heard, which is when I went to Channel, I didn't wear a helmet. A lot of people saying, because you're increasing the mass on your head, when you hit the water, there's a lot more resistance on your head. So then your neck, which is the biggest problem, is not the impact on your head, it's the impact on your neck. So a lot of people saying that it can just slow your head down or stop your head dead, and that can do damage to the neck. Stefan, is that what you've heard?
Yeah, that was my idea in the first year in 2018. I didn't bring a helmet because of exact that, because people were telling me that you, in case of a crash and you crash in the water, then your neck is in high danger. But then I saw some crashes in 2018 where people were getting really close to the wall, and then there are other problems. If you hit the wall with 45 knots, then you're really looking for a helmet. And in my second year, I was bringing one of those scarf helmets. They are really tight to your head, and they don't let any water in. And I think that's maybe a solution. Like in between, it's a very thin helmet, so it gives you maybe some basic protection. But on the other hand, it's maybe not increasing the volume too much, that your neck is in danger. And one other thing, what I really experienced, which is nice, if it's cranking there with 50 knots, it's so loud. It's so loud, and it's so scary if you hear all the gusts and the sand flying, and if you wear a helmet, you can shut it down, and it gets much quieter, and maybe keeps yourself a little bit more relaxed.
I found, I mean, personally, I like to hear the wind, because my balance and I don't know what it is. As soon as I put a helmet on, it feels less real. I've had this with surfing before. So you're surfing in a big, like if you're surfing in a neoprene hood, you lose, and it feels like you're not even there sometimes. Like it's like almost like a dream world. And when like you're trying to go for 50 knots or high 40s, I feel like that's a real situation, and I want to be really present rather than in this kind of imaginary bubble. And again, it's hard to explain, but that's whenever I put a helmet on and I cover up my ears, it feels safe. And I know going down that channel with a helmet or not, it's not safe.
Not safe, no.
You know what I mean? You kind of got to keep yourself on it. What's this? James, given the advancements in GPS tech and the 20 hertz system Manfred has developed, is there a point where you actually produce better results than video timing? Well, I don't think it can it?
No.
I would have thought video timing.
Theoretically not, because with the video, I think you have 120 frames per second.
Yeah.
20 hertz is measuring 20 times per second. So I don't think that it's can ever be more accurate, but I'm not a technician, no idea.
Nor me, but I would imagine the same thing. I mean, I don't think you can get better than video. If you've got, like you say, 120 times, you're going to get it that per second accuracy, and you can stop it to that saying. So you can start and you can stop, and time is time, and distance is distance. As long as the distance is measured correctly, you know, that would maybe change things, but that's what their job is to do.
Manfred told me the GP access that we have as civilians is by far not as accurate. It's enough for measuring speeds, getting a more or less accurate estimate, but it's enough for navigating around. But it's not that accurate that for instance the military GPS versions, but we will never get access to that.
No, I can imagine. I mean, it's an interesting one. Like, I know a lot of people are using different watches and all that sort of stuff. And I've been using this Coros watch, which for the normal guy who just goes down the beach is super useful, because it's just a normal watch. You've got it on all the time. The battery lasts for ages. But I know the speed guys use that massive thing, like a lot of them have got, which is great for speed sailing if that's what you're into. But I think for a normal person to invest money, you've got to be really into speed sailing. I think, you know, I don't know what's your take on the GPS units.
Now, I always use the GT31, the small boxy one.
Yeah.
That was, I think, accurate, and until now it's one of the most accurate devices.
That was one of the first ones everyone was using.
Yeah. Then there was the GW60. This was the kind of watch.
Yeah.
But there was, I think, the trick where you wear it, because there's this little GPS knob where the GPS device is on the watch. So if you put the watch on your hand and it faces downwards, you get not as accurate results than if you wear it on the other hand and this knob points upwards. So it's,
really?
Yeah. So really tricky. Then I think Manfred brought 2019 one of those latest devices, and they were really nice. But I don't know if they are up for sale, if he's just producing them on demand. I don't know. But
okay,
you're completely right. If you're just speed surfing around your lake and just want to get an idea about how fast you are, then maybe a normal sport watch will do it. If you buy a watch with access to GPS speed surfing and you can upload it like the Coros watches, you're perfectly fine.
Yeah, I mean that's what I quite like. At least it is an easy way to do it, and there's a good community there with the GPS speed surfing. I mean, I won't lie, I haven't done much GPS or speed stuff. I kind of go through different things in my windsurfing life. Like, I think that's the way to stay motivated and everything with windsurfing, is for me to do all the different disciplines, and I have phases of different bits which I go into heavily or not, and that's what keeps it all good for me, because I think they're all great. It's hard to do them all because obviously there's an expense, but it's also like a time thing as well, you know, and some years are better for speed. This year in Europe didn't seem that windy. I don't know why. I just got that feeling that there didn't seem like, especially here in Portugal, we didn't have so many really windy, kind of speedy type days. But we've had quite a lot of waves, so I've kind of been doing that a bit more. But when I see stuff like this Luderitz Speed Challenge, you start to get motivated again. And the GPS, like, I'm always wearing it anyway. So it's like, well, it doesn't take a lot. Okay, question. I saw a lot of riders wear weights. Is there a limit regarding how much weight you can carry? So from my understanding, there's no limit as long as you float. Would that be right? And so you have to be able to have enough buoyancy to float the extra weight you've got. So if you've got 20 kilos, which is a lot, you need to have a hell of a lot of buoyancy. So if you get in the water, you don't sink. So then you get bigger. And then maybe there's a drag aspect there. Again, I don't know physics behind it. Yeah, interesting. And it's what I found is interesting is a lot of the big speed guys, which you've got Vincent Wagner's, you've got Hans and stuff, they're still putting very similar weights to Heidi. And Heidi is way lighter. So you'd think, you know, they already weigh 105, 110. You wouldn't have thought they need to add much. They're still adding 10 kilos or something. Maybe Heidi's got a bit more than that, but you know, they're still adding 10 kilos, like 120 kilos.
It's funny because every kilo of lead brings you so much more control. If it's not maybe transferable into speed, but so much more control. And if you have more control, then it's easier to go faster. Yeah, and that's funny because on the light wind days, I was just going, just wetsuit, maybe crash vest, and I was going. And I think Farrell told me that just get some 2.5 kilos or maybe 5 kilos and just feel the difference. And there is a difference. There's a big difference.
Yeah. Where did you put it? High up? Because it also makes a difference where you have it.
Yeah, so many discussions with Eric Beale where to put it.
Really?
Yeah, because
what's he saying? I'd love to know.
He had a seat harness with what is it called? Suspenders, I think. And he was putting the weight in the seat harness. So he had, I think, 5, 6, 7 kilos in his seat harness to bring his point of mass really low down, and that was his access to that. Personally, I don't know. I had the weight vest and I put the weight in wherever there was place.
so my that makes sense, but also I would have thought the higher up you have more leverage, so you can kind of use the weight more. But I am definitely not arguing with Eric Beale because he is the master technician.
Don't even start to do it.
Yeah, that is an interesting one. Like I said, I've never done any studies. Again, that's another good video. I think, you know, you have a certain amount of weight, let's say 6 kilos, and you basically do tests where you put it high, you put it low, you know, just to see the notable differences. That would be a really interesting video. Actually, I should write that down. Hang on. I was thinking.
Was also discussions with Eric if the speedboards really have to be light, or if they have to have a certain weight, and a certain weight maybe keeps them a little bit smoother. Because when you look at surfboards, the big wave surfboards, they are really heavy, and they are made heavy. Not because that they don't break, but intentionally made heavy, that they are a little bit smoother in the water. Or the speed kite surfers, they put on the diving weights on their boards.
Yes. Yeah, I've seen that. That's interesting as well. Yeah. I think, I wonder what that is. I wonder how that does affect. And I guess length for the board. I remember when that Mistral first came out, which was, you know, one of the fastest production boards. It still might be. It still might even be Mark Grinnell. He did it on the Mistral production board. Yeah. That was quite a long version compared to a lot of the ones you see now. They're quite a lot shorter than the Mistral.
That was really like an old school speed needle shape, like 250 long, something like that, I think.
I just remember it. I just remember looking. I mean, 250 seems really long, but it was definitely long. What's this? Luke says the first GPS, the most used in the early days, was a Garmin Gecko. I have no clue. I'll be honest with you on that one.
I had that one, but that's really long ago.
That is obviously really early then.
Yeah. It was kind of I think, a yellow greenish device. It was, I think, made for hiking usually.
Okay.
To just mark your waypoints, and it was able to somehow measure speed, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, well, makes sense. Mal saying clearly not windy year in France, but now the winter has started and the storms are coming. Yeah, I think it's been a strange year. I think it's been a bit weird everywhere. After the GT31, there was the gyro one from Raymond Vortel. Instead of 1 hertz, 1 measurement per second, the gyro used 5 or 10 hertz. Now we move on with the GPS. Reading 10 hertz. Is it what? So yeah, okay. I didn't actually know what 10 hertz, 1 hertz was. I do now. It means the reading is per second. Is that's right? So 10 hertz is 10 per second. Okay. So what's this Coros watch? Do we know? Anybody know? We're interested to know.
I don't know.
Makes sense. So we're just going to go through a few more questions. I think Mal saying, I think the position that they have with speed surfing is quite upright for the upper body. So putting the weights high on the body would not get them further away from the board. I was thinking that as I said it, I guess it depends on which guy it's on and the style of the guy. I would have thought weight in the middle would be better. Weight on the harness would be better for someone with longer lines and their bum, which is further out maybe. And then the taller guys, the weight higher up, because then they're using their leverage because they're more upright and they're more chance of being pulled over, because that was the difference I found when I was going down the channel, was the steadiness it gave me. And it's until you've used it, it's really difficult to explain the feeling, but it's incredible. I just remember thinking, I feel like a real, like how the big boys have felt for years without putting any lead on, weight on. I thought it's like cheating because I felt instantly stable. Like I wasn't getting blown around. I could instantly, you just feel more planted. You've still got the lift and everything's the same, but the sail just doesn't move as much.
Yeah, I think it enables the sail to work more instead of you working the sail.
Oh, hello. We've got a bit of movement, sorry, at the channel. Hans Kreisel just throwing down a 47. Is this the start? Is this the start of the runs? Okay, if you are just tuning in, we are going through live updates from the Luderitz Speed Challenge, obviously in Namibia. Last 2 days of this competition, and they have been blessed with wind. Is it the right angle? So far, we have seen the world record from Heidi Ulrich, 47.16. So we've already got a women's record. I'm pretty sure we've already got an Irish world record, although I don't know. We've definitely got an O'Sheen record. Is there anyone else in Ireland that's been quicker? That I don't know. I'll have to check that.
I don't think so.
He didn't seem to say anything, but maybe he's just being humble. Let's wait and see. But it looks like they're back in. Good news is it's 3:20 local time. So this is when historically records have been broken, from now until 4. So in the next 40 minutes, we should see something if it's going to happen today. If not, we'll be coming back tomorrow, and there's one chance left. It's literally last chance saloon at the moment. And again, it's going to come down to the angle. That's what it's going to come down to. What we got here, we got the ESP GPS is cheap and completely open source, but you have to put it together yourself. That sounds way too complicated for me. Yes, Jan. Yeah. So there's a few, like I said, I know a lot of you are super into GPSs. I was going to make a video about this watch, and then I got put off because I got inundated with all this technical stuff. And then I thought, actually, I'm going to make it anyway, because I think there's a lot of us out there who just want to put something on, go sailing, come in and be like, okay, that's it. But I know there's also a lot of you out there that are super technically into it. And I don't want to upset you guys. So yeah. Interesting again to have feedback from everyone. Yeah, Gunnar and Hans back in the water. Cheers, Mark. Yeah, notice that one. Interesting to see what the times should be going in at. Let's have a quick. Yeah, 45, 47s. I mean, not where they want to be. That is for sure. Wave jumper question. How do you manage to control a forward and backward tilt? I either land on my back or get thrown. How do I manage to control the forward or backward tilt? Oh, from just jumping. I'd have to see a video because it's a lot to do with balance and where the wind is and what you're doing with your hand. There's a lot going on there. It's much easier to see a video and then kind of dissect it. I won't go too much into wave stuff on here because we're trying to stick to the speed, but cheers for the question. If you can get a video, then maybe I can answer it on a different live, but for sure it sounds like you're not flying the board. I think you want to concentrate on getting wind under your board. If you get wind under your board and it's balanced, you're basically flying the board. Everyone thinks you're flying the sail, but you're flying the sail, but the board has a massive effect on that. Jeff Houtman, if you are lighter, cannot you not use a smaller sail with less drag, more weight with a bigger sail? I agree. I thought that, and it's interesting because Eric Beale this year has been the man to go down that route. We're hearing he's got a 4 meter, a 4.4, and a 4.9. Let me have a look.
Yeah, I think that's also a thing of balance. How small can the sail be to deliver enough power, but have less drag than the bigger ones, that it really pays off? And it's so hard to tell in general because as I said on the channel you have so much. It's so gusty that the sail works in a different way every 2 seconds. So I think it's a very personal thing. Everybody has to find out if he gets faster on a smaller sail or on a bigger sail.
Okay, hang on. I've just got your video loading in here. Let's have a look, see if I can make this happen. Right, let's have a look at Stefan's near crash. This is a near crash.
This is a near crash. It was very, very broad, oversheeting and choppy at the same time.
Okay, let's have a look. So this is coming around the beginning.
Yeah.
Looks quick.
And then oversheeting.
Whoa. Let's have a look at that. So that's a hole.
Yeah. The wind was so broad and you lose power in the sail, you oversheet at the same time, it's choppy. That was not a very nice experience. Kept me awake for a while.
Yeah, I mean, it's scary. This bit, you can see, as soon as you lose pressure, you go upwind so quick, don't you?
Yeah.
It's like that. Like you are inches probably from death right there.
Yeah.
Nasty. Good to see though. But we want to see those boys going down the channel and the girls. Heidi, can she break another record today? That would be the interesting one for sure. You think she's going to do it? Do you think they're going to get the conditions?
If they get the conditions, then it should start pretty soon. If it gets really windy, then Heidi should be up for another record before it gets too windy for her, and then the big boys are coming. Because, as I said, I think Heidi or the smaller guys, they need a certain window of wind where it's not too strong, because then they have not enough weight and power, and they need these special conditions to go really fast. and then they can really close the gap to the big guys. And that I think also was what Heidi and what also Sarah Davis said. The main target is also to close the gap to the boys, because before the gap was really high. It was 5, 6, 7 knots, and Heidi is getting closer.
Yeah, I mean, interesting to see the difference earlier. She was actually setting some of the fastest times on the course. And again, well, it sort of pans out that was a good one to go in early. Jeff Howman saying, how's Eric's experiment going? Well, I've seen him, he's one of the smaller riders out there, and he has put in some pretty decent days. The problem is, it's very difficult to look at the speeds and the times from the day and come to an overall conclusion of the day, because there's quite a few big guys there that are not there to win the day. They're there for the world record. So if they go sailing, they're not necessarily putting all their effort into going the fastest on that day, because it's not a record-breaking day. They might be changing a fin. They might be trying different downhaul. They could be doing lots of different things. So the day ranking is difficult, I think, it depends. It depends who's going for it on that day, especially when it's not full tilt. But it can be interesting. I think they should make a daily something just to give it some, or a weekly one, or they probably do, but it's not really advertised because they don't want to have, when I was there anyway, they said they didn't want it to be competitive in that way. They wanted it to be about personal best, national records and world records, not really who won the day or who won this and that kind of thing. Again, be interesting to hear you guys' thoughts at home. But I think the trick for Eric will be when the guys are smashing out, near world record pace on one of the big days, how fast and how close he can be to those guys, because that's when he would be on his smaller stuff. But until we get, conditions where that can happen, I think it's too difficult to tell. And I said this the other time on the live, what I found is I was using a bigger or same sail as some of the guys that are 100 kilos, which just felt weird to me. Bjorn was going down on a 5.2 and I was still on my 5.4, mainly because I didn't have a smaller sail, but I was still actually putting in all right speeds. And again, because it's so broad, I think you can almost get away with it if you can hold the sail. I'm sure there is a drag aspect, and again, when you get a good day, it's really difficult to test stuff because you don't get that many runs. You've got 20 guys or whatever people there trying to get runs in. You've got to remember there's a small window in the day, let's say 3 till 4 of good stuff. You're not going to get that many runs. So if you want to test out some stuff, it's quite tricky, and that's what I found the most tricky.
Yeah, and trying out stuff in general is tricky there because you have 20 seconds. You cannot just blast around and get a feeling for it for a couple of minutes. You have 20 seconds and then it's over.
Yeah.
So in 20 seconds, you have to get your sensors completely ready for how the sail feels, how the fin feels. Your foot straps wide enough? Are they close enough? Boom height, whatever. In 20 seconds, you have to dial everything in. And when you're physically fit, you do 15 runs per day, maybe 20 runs, which equals 20 runs in 500 seconds, which is 9 minutes.
Yeah.
What are you finding out in 9 minutes?
It is very difficult, isn't it? It's super tricky to do that, for sure. How much lead did Heidi have on? She did say, didn't she? I
think it was 10 kilos.
Is that what she said?
10, 12 kilos.
You're sure it wasn't 16?
Or was it 16?
I have 16 in my head, but I could be wrong. But it would make sense because she's super light.
Yeah.
And she did float. So just hands and gunner, try, but still too broad and too many waves. It's dangerous. That's what we're hearing from the channel. So that's That's what we want. Those little updates help us understand what is going on out there. Wind is 45, gusting 50 knots on the channel. So the wind.
That would be perfect.
Come on, we need that wind just to move over. Jeff Houtman saying, what size was Heidi on? Heidi was on a 5.2, I think she said.
5.2, yeah.
5.2 in the early stuff. Oh, we got Mr. Wagstaff. What size volume off? 5.2, I think she said.
5.2, yeah.
I'm going to turn this one off.
Early start. Oh, we got Mr. Wagstaff. I'll come back to him in a minute when he's done it. He's a technical whiz kid, that bloke. Here we go. He's in. Oh, we got Mr. Wagstaff. I'll come back to him in a minute when he's done it.
Done it. I've done it.
He's a technical whiz kid, that bloke.
I am. I'm on it, mate.
Okay, it's a bit delayed, but let's hopefully that sound we'll get it.
Done it. I've done it.
Oh God, he's still repeating himself. Right, let's hopefully he turns the volume off and then we'll get him back in. Right, so like I said, still too broad on the channel. We've already got a world record, which is great news. 47.16. When Waggy has turned his volume off, I'm going to put him back in. But I'm going to give him a couple of minutes. He's always got some good stories, Waggy. We just have another comment coming through. That conversation you had with Hans Kreisel the other day about stance style, where he said he could respond quicker. I guess it helps him manage the lull in the middle of the course. Totally. So if you missed that conversation, I'm going to try again. There we go. That looks better. So yeah, I had a conversation with Hans the other day. And he was saying about he's got 22 centimeter lines, which is for most normal people, that is insane. That's you get told not to have that short lines. He's also got a waist harness, which makes a difference. And he's also got a really low boom. And he is 2 meters tall. So he is just such a freak of the stance. And if he wasn't one of the fastest guys in the world, you'd be saying, no, Hans, what are you doing, you weirdo? Change it. It's wrong. But when the guy is blasting over 50 knots, challenging for world records, it's very difficult to argue that it's not working. We have just seen him crash pretty badly, which could be because he's so upright that when you do have those broad gusts, shifts, changes of direction, maybe he's a little bit more upright and he cannot adjust as easy. Your take on that, Stefan?
Yeah, it's funny because when you look at slow motion videos or even at photos from Hans and Vincent, who are the masters of short harness lines and low booms, you see that they have so much not more control, but it looks so steady. Even in the high gusts, it looks so steady, although it looks so wrong. But I can imagine that it works in a certain range of motion, that you have more control. But every time you reach the border, it gets more difficult. But I've never tried anything close to that, because I never felt safe with shorter lines that I had. And I had, I think, 36.
Oh, really? Well, that's what I mean. That's how you feel safer, isn't it?
Definitely. You feel much safer. But safer always meaning faster.
How heavy are you, Stefan?
I'm 100 kilos.
Okay. Because like I said, I think I was 80 when I was at the channel, and I really felt like I needed a longer line to just be safe. Like that was, I know it wasn't good because I unhooked a few times, because you naturally want to go faster. You can sometimes pull up, and pushing away is okay. But in the channel, there's just, you don't want to hit your bum on the water, because that's when I nearly lost it. My bum hit the water and then unhooked and then all nearly died. But so that I did shorten them in the end a little bit, but I still was probably running 30, 32. It was still pretty long compared to a lot of them. Laufer was telling me all the time I needed to shorten my lines. and I was just trying to tell him we're built differently. I feel like I need, but I'm genuinely interested to try. It's on my list of videos to make. Is a Hans Kreisel, you know, like remake. So I'm going to try and put myself in his stance and see the feeling of it. I think it would be quite a funny video. 22 lines. I mean, that is absolutely
That's completely
minuscule. Crazy.
Really crazy.
Mal saying, holy smokes. Oh, there we go. Have we got Waggy back now? Let's see. He's got a muted mic. Don't know why. He's muted himself. I can't get you, Waggy. I can't get you, mate. Your mic's off. not having much luck. The Waggy Wag staff over in Cape Town has got no mic for some reason. So, update from the channel. Still too broad. Come on. Oh, it's teased us today. World record in the opening. I think we went live, and within the first 10 minutes, I think I didn't even realize because it happened so fast that that Heidi had already broke the world record. So let's have a look what we've got coming through. Yeah. And it's interesting gear choices. You know, that is, are you tempted to go back, Stefan?
I definitely am. Definitely.
What's making you want to go back? Give me some like reasons. How many times have you been, firstly?
I've been there 2 times in 2018 and 2019. I got the opportunity to go there because I met Rafi in 2016 in Fuerteventura at the speed Dunkerberg Speed Challenge.
Yeah.
And he asked me if I wanted to come and do all the photography stuff for the event and therefore get a starting slot there. And in 2018, I went there the first time, and that was a really big adventure. Really big adventure. All the stuff around it, just the journey from Europe to Cape Town, from Cape Town the drive around the Cape Namibia route to Namibia, and this really bizarre place, Luderitz, in the middle of nowhere, looking like a German village from the early 20th, late 19th century.
It's a mad place, isn't it? It's a super
really
mad
bizarre.
place. But
So
if you went back, speed surfing wise, what are you trying to achieve? You going for the Austrian record? Have you got a certain benchmark?
The Austrian record for me is unfinished business because 0.1 knots is hard to handle sometimes when you think about it. But sure, coming close to the 50 knot average would be a dream. And for me, it was always difficult because maybe you can relate to it because I had to work there. I had to do the pictures, so I had to run around with my camera, do the portraits, do the action shots. Then the conditions were okay, put the camera away, put the gear on, jump on the board, do a couple of runs, go back in, camera, work again, which was perfectly fine because otherwise I would never had the chance to go there. But on the other hand, I tend to overthink stuff like that, and I need some time to concentrate.
But on the other side of that, by doing the media, it stops you overthinking, because I quite like to think a lot, and sometimes it's bad, sometimes it's good. And I found this with the World Cup when I'm commentating. Sometimes my headspace is amazing, but the problem is if it's not right, when you're doing all the media stuff, it's really hard to get yourself the time to get back in. But if I'm on, I'm good. But like you say, with Luderitz, it's a tricky one, isn't it? Because you've got to be on your game. And what's your take on Diaz Point? Is that interesting you? Is that making you think, I can get more out of it?
Yeah, definitely. Diaz Point is really a magical place. If you want to improve your speeds and work on your equipment and see how fast you can go without the pressure of being in a enclosed environment like the channel. Then Luderitz, then Diaz Point is perfect. It's so nice. And I think it would be really, really cool to do a competition there. Maybe not this official 500 meter competition, but the GPS competition.
You were 250, yeah.
Yeah, over 250.
It did make me think, like, I could maybe do a Windsurfing.TV thing, like go up there, because this time of year is great because you've literally got the best guys in the world. There's not many sports where you can go somewhere. And the great thing about Luderitz, I shouldn't tell everyone this, but you are in 20 people, you know, hanging out with the fastest guys in the world. And what you don't realize is the fastest guys in the world are not like other sports where they've got their own entourage and they don't mix with the, you know, you are mixing with them. You're having a beer with them. You're chatting stories with them. And they are so open and so interested. And there's no fear of handing out secrets or because, you know, let's be honest, we're never going to beat these guys. So they're super helpful.
That was one of the things I enjoyed the most was the community. As you said, you're in the evening you are hanging out with the world record holder and chatting around, having a beer, and you're getting tips from I don't know, from Björn Dunkerbeck. It's really amazing. It's really amazing, and we have to give a big shout out also to Raffi, who is organizing that, Raffaello Cardelli, because I think this is a hell to organize.
Yeah.
Because it's not like a big sports event with tons of sponsors and money is coming in and you have all the opportunities to do a big event. It's an event site that's in the fucking middle of fucking nowhere. Everything you need has to be shipped in there. You can not just rent an excavator and dig the channel there. There's maybe one excavator in 800 kilometers radius. You have to find it. You have to pay for it. You have to organize everything. Then the clocks are ticking a little bit different in Namibia, so all the officials are trying to get a little bit out of it. And
let's not forget that when they're finished, they have to put it back to how nature made it as well. It's not just building that canal.
When the last rider left the channel, they have to rebuild everything, and everything is ending at one man, and that's Raffaello Cardelli.
Yeah, for sure.
You really have to appreciate what this guy is doing, because I know when I was there, he's the first one to wake up in the morning. He's up at 5:30, checking everything and bringing the cameras to the channel, checking the water depth, looking that the pump is running, checking everything. And he's one of the last guys to go to sleep at night because he's checking all the times and rectifying records. So really you have to appreciate what he's doing.
And I think he's managed to get that windward bank correct this year, because a few years, like you saw in that video with the Bendit with Farrell, there was a lot of little buoys that were put out because it was too shallow. And this year that the windward bank looks really, really good. It looks kind of deep enough. It looks straight enough, and the guys are more confident to get closer to that wall, which is giving them the best push.
Yeah, and that's also one thing, because there are I think maybe 10 guys who can beat records there, and 10 guys have 10 different ideas about how the channel should look, how the wing bank should look, how the leeward bank should look, and Rafa is in the middle. And he has to decide what to do. So and him being a one-man show and getting everything organized there and preparing everything that world records are really possible. That's really a hard thing.
Yeah. No, I agree with you.
And again, do you think after this year we might see the course get a little bit squarer? Because a lot of people saying it's very broad. Again, it depends on the wind. So it's a difficult one, isn't it? Like,
How would you change
one.
the angles? Would you need a surveyor? Would you need how does he set the angle as it is? Or does he use a compass or what? How would he set that angle of the canal?
I would imagine the idea would be to build a channel like this and then have a moving windward bank.
Yeah.
You could change. I don't know. Again, it would be quite but the money in the sport doesn't facilitate that, because in an ideal world, the Starlink, the internet Elon Musk thing, that's what they should really aim to get there next year, because you could do something like this, have the hub run in Europe, but as long as the internet was good there, you could just be having a live feed. So you could have a studio like this, like a virtual studio, let's say, and then the live feed coming through, and then it would be a possibility if they had good internet.
Yeah, we're running racing down at Mac, and they've got three webcams which are high grade HD webcams, and they're able to maneuver them around themselves from PCs, and they've got one manual camera that we sort of interact with clients. But that kind of setup there would be fantastic with webcams on the middle point and the end and the start. You'd be able to maneuver around, and you'd have a director moving between, and then you'd have Ben Prophet commentating,
But the thing is that it does come down to money.
I know.
To say. There are so many possibilities. You just have to find someone who pays for it. That's a never-ending circle, because I think if you want to get sponsors, you need some media coverage. But in order to get media coverage, you need a certain kind of budget in the first place. And I know that there are some guys sponsoring this event just because out of their own passion, like Roger Ernwang and Alberto Posati, who are sponsoring this event. But still, there are no major sponsors. There's no event sponsor who says, okay, let's call it, I don't know, Porsche Luderitz Speed Challenge. There you have 250,000 euros.
Yep.
Go for it.
Yeah. I would have thought by now there would have been an anchor sponsor for this, and have some little tag-on sponsors underneath that one. I mean, Chris Bence was involved.
That's the problem in windsurfing, I think, because if an organization like the PWA cannot manage to get proper sponsors for their tour, then speed surfing is the niche in the niche.
But it's the most exciting. I mean, if we could get camera, nobody knows. All three of us know what that is like. I mean, I was there as an onlooker, but I experienced this place. It's magical, and it's just insane to see what's going down that canal. And if you could get the real heart of the feeling of what's going on there, I'm pretty sure there's got to be some sponsors out there who would help make this happen.
I was doing the books about the event. They look like that, and
beautiful,
I have some good contacts to some of my clients at home, to photography advertising clients, and I was showing them the book, and I know some of them are looking for sports event to sponsor, but still they say, it looks fantastic and everything, but it's windsurfing. Nobody's interested in windsurfing.
Not only that, it's in the middle of nowhere. It's in the desert in a puddle.
So you have to find something else. What makes this especially interesting?
Do you think that the sponsor would come outside of the industry? Maybe.
Yeah, definitely has to be.
I feel my personal opinion, and this is a lot to do with these niche sports. It's almost, hate to say it, a charity, because to get the money back in something like this, you maybe could, but it depends. You'd need a world record, and you can't guarantee a world record. You can't guarantee world record conditions. You might get it, but it's a very unknown. So maybe if you had something running at Diaz Point, but then the whole event would need a not a proper organizer, but someone there's a lot more things you need to do once you get a sponsor. So it's not a question of get a sponsor who's going to give us this much money that helps us run this event, because the sponsor would need to get in the banners. You'd need someone to put them up. You'd need to put the media together. You need so many other things. It's like a knock-on effect. So again, if it's more like a charitable, or it could be something like the Namibian Tourism Board or something like that, if they wanted to promote Luderitz, and then it's a different, because they've got this big chunk of money which they have to spend, and then they can feasibly do it. You haven't got to sell this many of this to get your money back. You're just promoting an area. And for promotion, it's amazing. So in that sense, it's
Mail asks a question: How much weight do you think is safe to add into the open sea? Then again, Ben, what you said was the whole safety factor is, can you float? There's no good going into the open sea putting 20 kilo on, and you hit the deck, pass out, and you sink to the bottom of the ocean. You've got to be able to float. So that's the answer to that question: is the safety factor is, can you float? And it was interesting to see that they threw Heidi back in the canal to see that she floated after that record.
Yes.
You know?
Yeah.
So it's good. And I said to Mitch, but how can it not be safe if you're in knee-deep water? He says, Dad, what happens if you crash face down? You're flipping, you're knocked out, and you drown in. Oh, what's happening? We're going up again.
Oh,
Hans is doing 49.
Yeah, sorry,
okay.
Maggie.
Yeah, no, that's good. But I think just the safety factor is definitely, can you float with the weight on? You know, that's the most important thing.
Hang on, I got a video from Dirk.
Dirk Diggler.
Let me just, I'm going to upload this, but Hansy is back in the water. So we have a bit of movement. It's now or never, basically.
It's got to be,
If they want to save the day, it has to be now. So Hans Kreisel, after a big crash earlier, is back on the water.
Oh, that's fantastic.
Add this video into the stream, see what we've got.
That's not as square as earlier on. It's a lot more broad, isn't it?
It's super broad. That's what they're saying, but that's nearly a 50 knotter. So interesting. Going back to the weight question, you need to be able to float. So no matter what weight you have on, you need enough buoyancy so the actual weight jacket would float. But even I would say you have to be a bit careful with weight. So just try a couple of kilos, because it can make a difference if you're a light rider, especially if you.
Not only that, it can be a bit dangerous to your body. It can injure you. You know, you could hurt backs and things like that if you're not careful.
Yeah, totally.
Where it's positioned and that.
And especially in the open water, maybe in the open water, don't use lead. Maybe use water.
Maybe.
But it's true. Like when you're first trying it, it's worth putting a camelback on or something with a bit of water in it, because water is water. It's obviously self-floating. But again, Waggy had a good point there, saying you can injure your back if you have the weight high up and you're on chop. You've got all that weight driving down through your spine. So I'm not an expert on this. I'm not recommending you do anything. All I'm saying is on the channel where it's super flat and it's controlled, you've got safety crews, you've got everything. The more weight, the faster you go. But
and you imagine you put it in the front.
You use it.
Imagine you put weight in the front and you crash. You could break ribs and all sorts of stuff. It's got to be, got to really position it in the right place. I have a funny story with weight jackets with Antoine on the record day. Comes back up the canal, jumps out of the van, and he says, "Waggy, get me a tie down." And I'm like, "What do you want a tie down for? Do you want to tie your board down or something?" No, get me a tie down. Look. Basically, his weight jacket was falling apart, and the weight was falling out the bottom of his weight jacket. So we took a tie down on the record day in between his runs, and we tied it around the whole of the weight jacket, holding up the lead. And then he said, now I had to get a knife and cut off the excess. So he's got this short little tie down holding the weight up in his weight jacket. And after the event, he gave me that weight jacket. Not that I need a weight jacket, but he gave me that weight jacket. I've got that one.
I tell you what's interesting. I think maybe it was even Grinnell, or someone told me how to make the perfect weight jacket is to get loads of lead shot or ball bearing,
yes,
and then you get silicon, and you put them in the silicon so it can move. So when you crash, if you've got lead plates, they can do you way more damage than if it's a movable. Again, never tried it. Don't know if
Mark
that's a good
tried out
advice
a
or not.
vest. Yeah, Mark tried out a vest with vertical pockets, and that's where he got that lead shot thing going in the vertical pockets all the way around him. It looked like an explosive vest, you know.
Yeah, that's what
it looked
scares
like
me. I was going to bring it on the plane. I thought maybe it's not going to go well.
Yeah. Anyway, Mark. Yeah.
Luke saying maybe Red Bull could sponsor it. Maybe not the Red Bull Storm Chase, the Speed Chase. Again, with all these companies, you need someone in the company who is fighting your cause. To come from the outside with a pitch is very, very difficult. You need someone on the inside fighting for you.
But that's also with Red Bull the good, or let's say the bad sign, because with Björn being I think the first Red Bull athlete ever, he has good contacts to Red Bull, obviously. And Red Bull was until now not interested in sponsoring this event. Even if you look at what kind of events Red Bull is sponsoring, they are sponsoring everything. I don't know. Dog shit acrobatics is sponsored by Red Bull, but they are not sponsoring.
We've just had the Red Bull kart race down Signal Hill. You know those wooden carts they built. Surely we can get the world speed.
But you've got to remember,
Red Bull.
Waggy, with Red Bull, it's about making money as well as standing out. But the speed challenge is amazing. If you told them it was one day, we're going to have the wind, it's going to happen, they'd be there. 100% they'd be there. But when you tell them it's a month long, we might not get the wind, and it's in the middle of Namibia, I don't know. I think it's off-putting for them, which is a shame, because they could do, like with all windsurfing events, the coverage that someone like that could bring is insane, like insane. And the idea of having boards or on the upper bank, you can see there's a very small, that could be all Red Bulled up. It could be any sponsor, but you know what I mean? There's definitely branding, the sails, the rash vest. It's very, compared to most windsurfing, it's the easiest thing to film, the channel. It's the easiest thing. With interviews.
Look at Jaco Wolmerans. Look at the video footage he did there.
Yeah.
I mean, some of the footage he's done is fantastic. Even some of the newer GoPros are fantastic. The quality of the imagery and that, a lot of them can be live streamed as well. I would think, like the live streaming in the PWA, you can cut corners or whatever like that, but with the right gear, it could be an amazing event.
Okay, just trying to get a bit of an update. Bring back the 80s, sponsor money wise. Well, interesting you say that, Arthur. Back in the 80s, basically windsurfing was sponsored by smoking and drinking. Bring it back. Like I always remember this as a kid, and I didn't know any different, and only recently I understood what it was. The Peter
Stuyvesant Travel.
Travel was not a travel company. Now, this is going to sound stupid to a lot of you guys. You might think, "Are you idiot, Ben?" But as a kid, I honestly didn't know. I thought it was a travel company.
West Fashion.
Yeah, the only reason I understood this is I was having a podcast or a chat with someone the other day, and they said that was just like a little sideshow to advertise their cigarettes, and they weren't allowed to say cigarettes, so they came up with another company and just called it Travel, but they weren't doing any traveling or anything like this. It was just a way to advertise cigarettes without advertising cigarettes. Again, I didn't know that. Most of my racing events when I was younger, sponsored by Jim Beam, sponsored by Gola was sponsoring back in the day. So
wow,
yeah. So the wind is back, and it looks like the angle is getting a bit better. It's not all over, people. It's not all over.
Yeah, come on, man. We can do this.
Four people are in the water. So maybe we are on. 4 people in the water. I wonder who.
Ben, is this just the warm
Vincent just put
day?
in
Do you think tomorrow's the big day?
49.2. Say again.
Ben, do you think this is the warm-up day for tomorrow?
Don't know, but Vincent 49.2. Looking at the forecast, it looks good for tomorrow. So this could be the warm-up day. You may be right. Yeah, Vincent just put in a 49.2. Hans is in the start box. We have got people on the water, and it's the big guns. You know, those two, you don't get much bigger than that.
Yeah.
Kurosh is there because he wants to beat Mikkel Asmussen's record.
Wow.
And at the moment, it's a well-known term in speed sailing, is Mikkel Asmussen at the moment is being chicked.
Is he being chicked? Oh. Ooh.
So for anyone who doesn't know, yes, it might be a sexist comment, but you've got to remember most of the speed sailors are quite old and they're probably quite sexist. But it's not cool to be beaten by the girls. Now, it's not about being beaten by the girls. Girls are obviously a lot lighter and they are slower. It's on paper. That's not a sexist comment. So if you're beaten by a girl, it's known as chicked. That's what they told me at the Speed Channel. So Kurosh Kiani has got a battle on his hands right now because he needs to get unchicked. But he is going against the women's world record holder. So we'll wait and see. We will wait and see. 35 to 40 knots in the starting box, we're hearing. Mikkel Asmussen just sent me angle changes. He says he's way ahead. He's not even scared of Kurosh, apparently. That's brightened him up, though. Yeah, let's see. Let's see. Yeah, Niels as well. We got to talk about Niels. I mean, it's his first ever Luderitz. He's been pumping out some videos, and fair play to him because there's not, you know, there's never much media coming from Luderitz. Always a little bit, but you kind of, there's a lot of people at home wanting more. I'm definitely one of them. So to see a Niels doing his vlogs and his like first time sort of experiences, I think it's been really cool. Be interesting to see what he wants to break 50 knots. So let's see.
It was funny to watch his first video when he was making it public that he went to wants to go to Luderitz, and you could see all his enthusiasm, and he wants to break 50 knots. And I was thinking, yeah, that were the same thoughts that I have until the moment I was standing in front of this channel.
Yeah.
Okay, nice to be here, but I will not go windsurfing here.
It's crazy, isn't it? I remember when I first got there, like I never said to anyone, but in the back of my mind, I'm like, my goal was to peak 50. Like I knew over 500 meters was a tall ice, but I had a goal of 50. I never told anyone that because it puts too much pressure. But the closer you get to it, the more you're like, oh, maybe it's possible. Maybe it's possible. And then then it's just it's frustrating, but it's kind of addictive at the same time because you're not totally relying on yourself. You know, you've got external elements, and so
Ben,
definitely if anyone ever gets the chance to go to Luderitz, and I would say even now more so than ever because of the sort of emergence of Diaz Point or people using Diaz Point, just to go and mix with those guys, share space with them, chat to them, it's way worth the whole thing. You know, whether you want to go on the channel and pay the money is a whole different ball game, but I think just being there, experiencing the whole thing is amazing.
But still talking about Diaz Point, if you want to do a competition there, GPS based competition, which is obviously not as complicated as the video timing, but still you need money to do that event because you need infrastructure there. Now we're sailing there without any rescue boats. There is nothing in Diaz Point. If you break your fin or your mast, goodbye. Right? Offshore wind, 50 knots. There is no city, there's no boat. Maybe you find a fish trawler or diamond diving ship out there when you're lucky.
Or jet ski. Yeah.
You have a complete intact nature there, which means that might be 1 or 2 sharks in the area. So it's not it's a nice looking area, but it's not a safe space. So if you want to come up with a contest there, you need some basic security measures, at least.
But I think with
boats and life and rescue and ambulance and Dia's Point is half an hour drive from Luderitz. It's not close by.
Okay, updates. They are getting ready. Twan's just gone. Hans has just put down a 49.5. So stuff is happening. The angle's getting better. They're going to try and send a video update in a second, but stuff is happening. Time is ticking though. 5 minutes past 4 local time in Luderitz. So kind of time is running out. They would probably 4:30. Anything past that, I think, is usually not going to happen. I think I did my time around about this time towards the later end. What's this? Bass says, well,
Strand Horst, I see that. I don't know.
Yeah, the problem is with somewhere like that, you're relying on a weather system, and weather systems are not usually very predictable and easy to read. You know, to do an event, you really need somewhere like Luderitz or the south of France where
it's
within
constant.
a window you can guarantee something.
Yeah. Could we not dig a canal at Cape Point, Ben? The other day, it was 70 knots in 3 days in a row.
Hang on, we got a bit of a...
Okay.
Oh. Right, let's have a look. I don't know how this is going to work. It's just a voice from over there.
One is in the starting box. He goes to the corner. He has full power in his sail. The wind is gusting 45 knots. He's sheeting in full downwind. It looks really broad still. Not major acceleration. Now he comes in the middle where the lull is. Opens a little bit in bumpy road.
Yeah,
he opens the sail totally now before the end. He's now by the finishing gate and stopping with the sail totally open. We're looking now at the scoreboard. It's only a 43.5. 43.5.
Okay.
The second one to try again to start is Koers Kiani.
So it sounds like it's super broad at the moment. When Twan's going down 44, opening up, there's obviously stuff going on.
Yeah.
I don't think it's going to happen, is it?
I don't know. Let's keep positive, I think. But Ben, I was wanting to ask you, is it something that you'd like to maybe cover next year, the event, if they built in a let's say a Dia's Point challenge? Is it something that they could?
It's something you could, but the problem is it's a big time. It depends.
Yeah, it's a month, isn't it?
Like anyone in this world, you've got to make some money. You've got to work, and
absolutely.
There's no money for it. It's difficult to justify the time. I think something like this setup we've got here, obviously you could do it better than this, but I think having a base in Europe like this and having live feeds, what they would need is they would need a sponsor, like someone suggested earlier, to have the Starlink internet. And then lots of things are possible with phones these days. It's easy, good enough quality if you've got internet connection. And what you need, and I think what as a windsurfing fan and a speed fan, you know, you don't need constant coverage from Luderitz, but you do need the windy days covered. You know, that is how to do it the cheapest possible way.
So what you're saying is we're looking for a sponsor for that satellite.
I guess so. Sims has got it.
And then your costs would be lowered a lot, and you could probably get involved with the broadcasting of this thing because you'd have the live feeds. You'd maybe have a key person there, like Manfred or something like that. I think
there's enough people around, and I think the speed community is strong enough. You can see today how many people are sending stuff. Now, if we had, like we've got with you just key in through a live link. We just have a live link to Luderitz, and as soon as something comes on, I just put them in the studio. They have a chat, and then they go. You know, and you could keep, as long as you've got someone running it. Again, these are just ideas of how we could do it.
So, this company that does this live streaming at the lake, IMUSat, they're pretty jacked
up. The only thing they don't have is mobile. They've got one mobile camera, but they don't have mobile like webcams and things like this. But down at Mac, they've got these webcams, and they seem to be able to produce a fairly good live stream. And at the moment, they're doing it for free because they are doing all the motor racing at Killarney. So they're sort of just testing. And the whole idea with us is to get some live streaming of some wave events this year, possibly in January, February. So this Sunday we're doing another live stream and just refining it. But I'm wondering how somebody
Sorry, I've just got a couple of updates come through. I'm just gonna press play, see what happens. Excuse me for interrupting.
No.
And a good start for Gunnar. Very nice entry in the course. He still locked the sail quite nicely, not so bumpy as the runs before. He hold it, he pushed down till the end, still looking quite nice. And he finishing by the finishing camera. He lays the sail down in the finishing box. Nice carving 360.
Yeah, that's a 48 run.
Stopping run for Gunnar Asmussen.
Vincent with a 49.9.
What the timing saying? 48.1.
So Vincent, which I'm guessing is this run now, was a 49.
Looks like it's going up a bit.
Number 62 is a sail number. He is looking for the gust of the day. The wind is pumping at the moment 35, 37 knots. He is looking over the pitch. Yeah, there he goes. Jumping on the board. A little pump. Foot's in the straps. And he locks it up for the corner. He takes a wide entry. Slingshot him down. Oof. This acceleration looked quite fast. He's now by the first camera. Full power still. Now he comes to the low. Ooh, opens up a bit. But quite steady still. The last 100 meters from the 500, he needs to open for the last gust. Still standing on the board. He goes a nice little drive to break. It's a long curve, so it's a lot of speed. And this was a 49.9 for Vincent.
Yeah, so they're putting in. It's getting better, but I feel like
if you give Vincent that wind, I'm telling you now, he's just got the most promising. I think with Vincent, he's super dangerous. All he needs is another 5 or 6 knots, to really keep the power down. I think he's got the most potential, to be honest with you, Vincent Volkaners.
Yeah, agreed. I mean, when I saw him sailing in France, I was really impressed, and impressed because he hasn't actually been sailing that long. Is it 6, 7 years or something like this? It's not. It's not. Well, maybe it's a bit longer than that, but it's not long. Matty says Starlink is about $600 for the hardware and then $110 for the monthly rental. So that's easy to sponsor. That is, you could have your name on the screen of the whole stream for very little money in terms of that. I mean, that's worth investing in, I would say, because that would bring sponsors. Or because I think with stuff like world records, it's good to have the cameras there and caption it, but there's definitely live moments, because I always say this in all my things. A lot of it is to do with the emotion of the moment. It's not the actual run that you see. Sometimes it can be, but it's more the emotion you see from the competitors and everybody else, which is what gives it that feel good factor.
Hey Ben, when you're here in Jan, maybe we can hook up with Stevie and chat to him about it, because maybe he could be your link. He's a windsurfer as well. Maybe he could be the link in Namibia and using that stream or whatever like that. Maybe we could put a package together for the event, because I do think that
all possible, Waggy. I think all possible. Just depends on money. I mean, that's what it comes down to. So we'll see. Like I said, I have a feeling that we're not going to see it today, are we? It's a good way off.
Tomorrow it looks really good, because wind starts blowing early in the morning. I think it's the whole night round around 30 knots. And
Namibia, what happens?
Angle looks also better.
Yeah. So we might, like I said, I'm not going to give up totally yet, but it does feel like the time is slipping away today.
Mitch
quarter
says
past
as soon
4.
about now it starts getting cooler, and so the winds will start easing off a bit as soon as it starts to get a bit cooler. So you've maybe got maximum 45 minutes or so, I think.
Yeah, and looking at what we've had so far, I don't know, just doesn't feel it. You never know. Let's wait and see.
Hey, I must tell you, Antoine did 33 runs on the record day, and there were about 30 runs over 50 knots. I must tell you, his last run was 47 knots, and guess what he was doing? He did the victory one-handed run all the way down the canal, 47 knots. It was pretty good because I filmed. He said, "Film it with the GoPro," and it was a victory run, 47 knots.
I mean, that's insane.
Yeah.
Tim, is there an official live ticker? Not as far as I know. This
No.
is about as official as it gets. The guys over there from the organisers, the sailors, are sending me updates. The internet over in Luderitz is pretty bad. So we're getting little bits and pieces and just trying to piece it together this end. For anyone who's been here all the time, you are crazy. Let me know if there's someone who's been here from the beginning and still here. I cannot believe someone has managed to stay. That's 4 hours and 23 minutes so far. I'd be very impressed if you've made it all the way through. But we do have a world record today. We don't know exactly what it is, but it's around the 47.16 women's world record. Heidi Ulrich from Switzerland. Really impressive stuff. Learned to windsurf in Luderitz, and then I don't know, 10 years later, she breaks the world speed record. Impressive.
So good that she did that. Yeah, and you could see the emotion when she did it. It's really such a relief for her to know that she's able to do that.
Well,
Sorry, just
update from Dirk says Twan failed to start with a massive gust, just couldn't hold it, and he had to do the walk of shame back. So there is wind at the moment.
There is wind there, yeah. He just needs one of those.
Wow, that's impressive, Richard. He's managed to go the whole way through. You should have a prize for that. Impressive. What have we got?
Yeah, it's good. It's really good for Heidi. I mean, I watched a number of those videos of her down in the south of France in absolutely insane conditions, and she was out there next to the bank holding it down. She had a few crashes here and there, but she's stayed dedicated to this sport and this particular discipline, and now it's paid off for her, and she's the fastest lady in the world.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty cool to be able to say that, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
She's
absolutely.
She's fastest on the GPS as well.
Yeah. I mean, look, it's awesome. And
taking
even
the
though
record off Karen, Swiss record.
And even though you say you don't talk about the max speed or whatever, I still think hitting a max speed is awesome. Hitting that number, that big number, is really awesome and even more of a motivator.
Agreed. Pick made it all the way through as well. We got two guys that made it all the way through. I'd just like to say, well done. Well done,
mate. Well done.
Well done. Well done. Let's see how we finish today. I just have a feeling it's not going to happen, and we're going to have to come back tomorrow. We have got one world record, though. I think we've got an Irish record again. We'll wait and have confirmation of that. Where do you find out the record? How do you know what the Irish record is, for example? Where would you find it?
It'll be in the WSSRC, yeah. It'll be in those the files of that, and they're ranked by country, I think.
On the Luderitz page, you can find the national records as well.
Oh, can you?
Yeah, you can go to luderitz-speed.com and then
let me have a look.
Then go to library.
Oshin has been 2 or 3 years now, and his pursuit, I know, personally speaking with him, is that 50 knot mark. And so for him right now, he's punching himself because he's 49.8 or 40. We all know those people that have been there at 49.9, like Mark Grinnell, for a number of years. And then all of a sudden, boom, he hits 52 or 51.3 or something. So it's such a relief to get through that mark. I know when you did, Ben, you just wanted to hit that 50 knot mark. You know,
Yeah,
and it was
that-
like,
well, at first I kind of had lower ones. I was thinking, okay, 48. Then you go 49. Then you're like, whoa. And then I got a 49.96 or something, and I was like, no, or 9.8
and you
or
can't
something.
call that
ridiculous.
50. You can't
And I was
call
like,
it 50.
I am not going home.
Do you know, it was interesting. Heidi said the difference between Vincent and Antoine was 19 centimeters. 19 centimeters in distance and speed. Yeah.
Okay, let me find this island. Island.
No, Oisin beat his own record.
Yeah. Oisin 47.97. So he smashed it.
Yeah. His sponsors will be happy.
Yeah, this not getting the times though, are they? At the moment, Gunner 49.50, Twan 47. I mean, there's speeds coming in, but they're not. They're fast for us mere mortals, but for these guys, apparently the sand is flying, so it's picking up. It's not over yet. 50
It's not
knots.
over. I've got a feeling. I've got a
50
feeling we're
knots.
going
They've
to
just
see
got
some
on the
faster
wind
runs.
meter.
I'm not sure we'll see the record, but I think we're going to see some faster runs.
Basically, Gunner is waiting to go, and he can't start because it's so windy.
Wow.
I want
Okay, we
some
need
video.
that.
Someone give me some
Well,
video.
yeah.
of it.
Can we not see it on Google Earth live?
Yeah, it'd be so good just to get a sense of the place.
You could. That's the thing. You wouldn't even be able to fly a drone there, would you?
I wouldn't have thought
Although,
so.
I know that there's been some great footage that Oisin had done with Timmy from FPV.
Hang on.
Yep.
Shit in, and he's going to the corner. He's in the leeward bank, and he makes a slingshot to the first camera.
Oh, I can't do that. I think he's trying to message me. Doesn't really work. Oh man, just some video would be good, but I don't know how to do it. Let's see. I might try and just send him this. Let's see how it works. You never know.
See, the idea of video would be a South African-based cameraman who would be able to possibly carry a mobile live streaming thing, who could go on a forecast, who doesn't have to sit there for a month. You know, make sure that Kennings gives them a brand new vehicle to get them up there safely and pays for the petrol. Make sure the cameraman has a driver as well that can go with him. And that would be the great thing to go on like tomorrow, there should be a cameraman there who's live streaming out.
I think, sorry, I'm just trying to get an update. I'm just trying to work out how's the best way to do it. Yeah, it sounds like it's absolutely cranking. There's only a few guys doing runs. Everyone else is like, no, we're done. So the angle is super broad, but it is cranking. If the angle were to move, we might be on. So it's not too late. It's 4:25. I'd have to check. When can you find out what time you did a record? I guess you can, can't you? I need to have a look when I did mine. I know mine was late in the day because I had to leave to get the plane. Paul, 2017 saw Van Gelden break 50-knot barrier peak for the first time, while in 2018 he increased his ratified Irish record to 49.36. Okay, average over 500 meters. So yeah, he's beat that.
Yeah, I still remember the weather forecast for that day that Antoine broke the record. It was a funny looking day. You know, when you see Wind Guru and it's like purple, 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 like that. I remember that particular day, it was like green and then it went orange and then it had a really deep purple stripe at about 3-4 o'clock in the afternoon. And it was pretty much on the mark. So the record started falling with Antoine around about 3:30, 4 o'clock.
Yeah.
Of which he went on, if I remember rightly, he carried on till about 5 o'clock, where he just started to peak over and go down, and then he did 1 or 2 more runs, and then it was basically over as the day was going over, and the wind did subside fairly quickly.
This is live, or as live as we can be.
Yeah. Look, ranking.
Yeah, it's difficult. Like I said, it's hard to get video stuff from over there, but the guys are doing their best, so it's good to just get a bit of a feel. Yeah, I think that's Vincent. He's got that.
Oh, is that Vincent?
I think the North Stick sticker on the
okay.
sail. Come on, boys. Come on, wind. Come on, angle, whatever it is. But you think, though, if the angle was tighter, would they be breaking records? Do you think? Is that what they're thinking? Is that what people are thinking? Because I've heard that a lot of years. You know, people have said that. And maybe the angle in the early part of the day when Heidi did it was a better angle. It'd be interesting to know what the wind's been doing, because it's not always the same every year. You know, it can be a couple of degrees off, and how do you deal with that as an organizer? It must be so difficult. Like someone else has suggested, why not have another channel, 2 channels, one for like a more broader, you know, in an ideal world, if it was big enough and there was enough money in it, you could do that, couldn't you?
Yeah. Or I like the idea of your moving bank, you know, possibly so that they could change the angle of the course a bit. You know,
whether that would work, Waggy, is totally not sure.
Yeah.
But the problem also is, I think the channel must not be too wide, because wider channel also means more chop. So in theory, it has to stay as narrow as possible, but still give you enough room to play a little bit with your line.
Yeah,
it's really difficult, because one time in 2019 we had one day where the wind was really square, and that was something like really okay. Wow, the wind was not too strong, was maybe, I don't know, 25-30 knots around midday, and it was almost square. It felt like 50 knots. The times were not really fast. The water was completely flat. And it was the sail was completely wrong then, and everything was wrong, because you trim everything for a really broad angle, and suddenly you have almost square angle. It's really strange. So in between thing is always what we're looking for.
Yeah.
Ben, do you think we could get? Do you think we could get Antoine to tune in tomorrow?
You never know. If anyone can do it, Waggy.
Yeah. I'll write to him tonight. I'll ask him. Come on, man. Just tune in for 30 minutes wherever you are, and like at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and just give us some wisdom. You know, what he thinks about it. Yeah, he might actually enjoy that. He often during the comp texts me, Waggy, what's going on? You know, he wants to know, because he also can't get enough info out of it. But I'll see. Maybe he's in Nomia at the moment, isn't he? What's the time difference, Ben?
Good question. Don't know.
12 hours.
New Caledonia. New Caledonia. What's the time difference? There we go. Nice. That's windy.
It looks windy, doesn't it? It
looks really. That's bad.
He's a big fella.
Boy. Do you think sometimes they've got too much weight holding them back?
No.
Not really.
Basically, no. I'm going to go with no. I don't know.
Okay. I'm sure it's those short harness lines. I think they need 28s or 30s.
Yeah, I mean, it's a really interesting one. Like I said, what the conclusion I came to with the whole thing is you just don't get time to practice. It's like Stefan said earlier, it's happened so fast that you almost go, what can I change? And you don't really have time to do it. It's like it's crazy.
Yeah,
There's somebody saying they should dig a channel at La Franca and La Palme. There would be world record conditions every month all year round. Again, you know, it seems to me that the green people and the toad lovers and all that are not going to let that happen. So, and also maybe it makes it too accessible that it becomes less exciting, like this annual event.
Yeah, again, like we touched on that earlier, and I would tend to agree it could become like that. You know, there's almost like a mysterious thing about this.
Yeah. 15-hour flight, 15-hour drive to the puddle in the desert.
Okay, Dirk's going to suit up and go for himself. So maybe it's getting better because he's, you know, or maybe there's people are starting to think it could happen. This is the last video he's going to send.
Yeah, we want to see look at this. That's pretty windy. That's done.
Scary, done it.
He's bouncing around a lot.
Oh, Kurashkiani just going down as well. So people are going down. Let's have a look at the speed, see if we've seen any improvement, if any. There we go. Hands on that last one, 50.33. So maybe.
Okay, there we go.
Maybe we're on.
Yeah. What time have we got now? 16:33. I think we're the same time in Cape Town as Namibia. Hans 50.33. These are going to be the last runs that we're going to see for the day, probably till about 5. Maybe we're wrong. Maybe it goes longer.
Again, I'm all up for it. Although we have been live for 4 hours 40 minutes. I feel like I'm on a Peter Way show here. Just the money's a lot less, like 0.
There's no money.
What? There's no money here? You mean I'm not being paid?
No one wants to pay me, but it's all right. We're good. We're trying to bring it. I'm interested as much as everyone else is seeing what happens. Oh, Dirk. We're going to have to put him on because he has been sending the videos. So someone else must be filming now. So let me stick a bit of Dirk Diggler on.
Come on, Dirk.
I'm going to end up with so many videos all over my laptop. What the hell going on? Let's have a look.
Here we go. Come on, Dirk. 17.
Wow. What speed? Come on, make a prediction.
Let's
see what he did.
I don't know if he's a short harness line guy, but he looks very upright.
Oh, maybe that was Twan.
To me.
Sorry.
Oh, is that Twan?
Maybe it was Twan.
Is Dirk on 0.7?
Yeah.
AV, that's Ned 50, Ned 27.
That's Twan.
It's Twan.
Twan, yeah.
It's definitely Twan. It's the Man Mountain.
Yeah.
Nice twist in the sail.
Yeah.
Well, it's interesting. I mean, they've only really just got into the speed game, you know, relatively speaking. When you see like Twan, when did he switch over to 0.7? A few years ago now. He's been on 2 years, and he's kind of pushed that speed sailing stuff. Dirk has obviously been speed sailing for a long time back in Holland, and down in France, and you know wherever else. What we're saying here, Pick, saying I think the reason for short lines is they only sailed on flat water all their lives, which is true. You know, it does make a difference. On chop, short lines is not so easy, but for speed, yes, it's going to confuse people now. You know, people have been getting told to have longer lines, do this, and now I read a comment the other day on the YouTube channel saying, "Ha! I knew I wasn't wrong with my 22 lines, and everyone's been laughing at me and telling me to change, and now I feel vindicated." You know, like that's it. But it is horses for courses. Literally, these guys are horses, so everyone is different. You have to do you. You do you, and whatever works for sure. But it did make me laugh, actually. 22 lines. I'd be taking the mickey out of people with 22 lines, and then Hans and Vincent are there knocking in 52s.
World record was done on adjustables, somewhere between 28 and 30 centimeters.
Well, hang on, let me have a look. Sorry, big shout out to Ardy. He's been here all day. Good lad. I think the reason for short lines is they don't sell flat. Yeah, we had that before. Sorry, apologies. Loving the live stream. Good one, Darren. Good to see people are loving it. Like I say, it's been a fair bit of work, more than I thought, actually. Rob Hoffman, the 50 man. Yes, good job. Brings back the memories. I was going to say, I was mentioning the Hoff earlier because he had one of those early runs on that day, fastest of the day. First guy to break 50 in the whole time we were there, which was quite a moment. And I remember him going down the channel and he looked freaking fast. And you were like, whoa, that looked quick. And then the news trickles back to the start, you know, where everyone is. And it's like 50, whoa, 50. Pretty cool, man. Pretty cool. So well done, Hoffers. Over 50. I mean, that's impressive. Anyone who can go over 50, over 500 meters, I mean, impressive stuff. It's not easy, I can tell you that. I mean, how many people in the world have done it? There's not many, is there? 15, 14 people, maybe, max? It's not many. I mean, this is, yeah. Whoa, Tuan looks very uncomfortable at this angle. I mean, it's what, 50 knots gusting in that start area? They were saying 35 to 50, depending on when you start. And that's
he's trying to get the board trimmed. Yeah,
no, I was just going to say, Waggy, like that's the thing. You're in that start boat, and it's like, do I start in a hole, not a hole, but a lighter wind, and then hope you get the gust as you're going out of it, or do you start in a massive gust thinking it's going to end? And that was, I always remember that decision for me was a mad tricky one, I got to say.
I remember watching some videos of A2 was. He explained to me he uses almost like a freestyle start, where he goes very high up into the wind, hooks in, and then seriously, not planing, slingshots the board onto the plane, and then he always used to head straight for the windsock, and then I think that's how he got the biggest entry speeds on that, because it just leveled everything out then for him going down the mark.
I mean, when I spoke to Vincent the other day, he was saying his fastest peak speed of the whole run was at the start. And that just goes to show how good his slingshot is. You know, you've got to be the master of that slingshot. And Vincent obviously is a master of the slingshot. I think if he gets the right conditions, he will break the world record. He's the horse I'm betting on. Not that everyone else can't do it. I think they can. But there's something about him when I saw him in France as well. He looks just so comfortable. I just think he was a name that I'd never heard of until I saw him on Luderitz. And I was like, some guys nearly broke Antoine's record. And I was like, who is this dude? And I met him at the Defi Win last year, I think it was. And then I've seen him in La Franchi as well, which was, I mean, he's a super nice guy, like super helpful. Super friendly.
I had a good chat with him in the shop when he came through this year. He's lost a lot of weight and he's really nice. He's really fit now. So he'll sail for hours like this. He's got it on. He's on the mark.
Mario, tuning in. Good to see, man. A few people tuning in. Maynard, what's that about Maynard? Finian Maynard's style was straight arms again. Finian had that. He might get him on the podcast soon, but I always tease him. Not tease him, but I think it's quite a iconic moment of him in that condom suit, you know, the silver. He had this, again, I was a kid at the time looking at the magazines, and there was this big dude in a silver suit, looked like a big condom.
In the channel in France, in Saint-Marie.
Yeah, exactly. And he rented that whole channel for himself.
Yeah.
He had the silver.
Again, I told this story the other day, but it's still an interesting story. He told me that when he got that record, it was like this. The channel was a certain angle, it was blowing, and then it switched. So it was more square, so it was flat as a pancake, and then it switched. So it went more broad. But the chop hadn't
then he got the water condition as well,
and then got the gas,
the water condition,
everything
brilliant,
you know.
No, that footage of him breaking the speed record then on the Saint-Elmer, when he gets to the finish and he gets out the water and he doesn't know, and then he looks to the box and then he just starts going bonkers because he knows he's got it. Like, it's brilliant.
Well, Vincent just put in a 53.9. So there's a few poking over 50, but it feels like
far away from the record.
Yeah, the record day. I don't think this time of day, 4:40. I'm still hopeful. I'm going to give it until another 20 minutes. I just don't think it's happening after that. You never know. Are we going to see Heidi? Because if you don't know and you're just tuning in, we already do have a world record today.
Listen,
Actually,
did you see any runs? Did you see any runs from Karu today?
I didn't actually.
I thought that earlier on would have been pretty good for her to have got some runs in. I'm not sure if she went out today.
Yeah, she did. 43.55.
Okay. Look at that.
That was
fantastic.
Heidi from earlier. Sorry.
Now Caro is at 43.55. She also had a quite incredible journey with so many injuries from the canal. Her
I was
shoulder.
very unlucky the last time where she lifted the sail out of the water and the wind took it and dislocated her shoulder. Really, really tough one, that.
Yeah.
Wow.
This was earlier. Heidi getting the world record.
Oh, that's so cool, man.
Show me the GPS ID.
She peaked at 49.96.
Wow.
Never have to go back.
Awesome, brilliant.
So cool to see that, man. So cool to see that. Like I say, all seems worth it. And again, for Rafi, who's organised the event, it makes a big difference. You get a world record. That's the sort of thing you need. That's going to give you the energy to do it
you
next
need
year.
for potential sponsors, because when those next 2 days would not have come and no good times and no good speeds and no records, then it's even harder to get more money.
Yeah, 100%. 100%. Yeah. I mean, we've had national records. So Irish record has been upped. But you could tell Oisin didn't actually mention too much, because I'm pretty sure he's only upped it into the high 49s rather than the 50. And somewhat, I know as a windsurfer, there's benchmarks. It's like doing 39 when it's 40 knots. It's like doing 44 when it's 45. 50.
He went there to do 50, yeah.
Yeah. And it's like, you could sense he was happy, but it was like not achieved what I wanted to do yet.
Yeah.
Still 1 day left to go. And he stayed an extra week for this. So he's paid an extra 1,250 euros on top just to stay that extra week. So he wants the 50. And I really
Interestingly, he did only 2 runs today.
Yeah.
2 runs over 49.
Or 2 runs that are recorded. I don't know how it works. All the runs recorded, maybe?
No,
it could have been the queuing, and that as soon as the wind turned too broad, that he stopped.
Maybe
it could have been that. Yeah.
He's a sensible bloke. He doesn't, he knows there's a time to push and a time to not push. And
if he knows that tomorrow is good, he would have paced himself, and he would have got that fast run, and he knows if the wind is good tomorrow, he's on it tomorrow.
Because Farrell also only 1 run. Okay, that's Farrell.
Yeah, I'm going to say that makes sense to me.
Oisin 2 runs, but also Andy Laufer only 4 runs. So a couple of guys holding back maybe for tomorrow.
Mario says, Waggy, what's the best places in Cape Town for slalom training?
Well, without a doubt, it's got to be the Langebaan area. Or Kroll Bay, places like that, but definitely Langebaan Lagoon for the most variable wind directions and probably the most constant winds. And then obviously you've got the Lake of Love down at Mac. We've got a lot of problems with weed there and that. So, but for general, if you want to do waves and slalom, probably Mac is the best place to go if you're not wanting to do offshore training. But for sure, Langebaan. So you'd probably have to base yourself in Langebaan on a forecast, maybe at a B&B for that period, and of which you'll have thermal winds from the morning building to the afternoon, like in Cape Town, the southeast are blowing. That would be my advice for people is to hit the Langebaan area if you're very much a slalom sort of racing guy. Still one of our favorite areas to go to. Yeah.
100%. Noel saying the GPS is the motion, which 90% of the Luderitz race. Again, the full-on speed crew have got the big motion thing. I think your average guy like me, or the guys that have got more like the watch, Coro's watch, just because you wear it all the time, you don't have to think about it, charging it. It's just there. And again, the more you get serious into speed, then I think you need 2 GPSs for records to count, don't you? You need, I think there's something rule like that.
You need 2 tracks,
to have an official GPS record. So there's a lot more going on when you get into that higher end of the speed stuff. What else have we got? We've got Simon. Thanks for the live coverage format. Loving it. Feels a bit like the old-fashioned radio coverage of exactly. It's like going back in time. A few live clips, but still, like I said, I know from trying to follow the Luderitz speed, it does need some coordinating all the stuff together. And this is just the start of trying to do something like this. So I don't know. Maybe in the future we get it better and we can get the more videos coming from over there from the right format. And I like to hear the interviews and get a feel for the place, and I think you need to see the personalities and the people and all that sort of stuff. That's what really gives it the extra bit. Just see
that interview. That interview you did with the riders was very good. The last podcast that you did, that was great to hear the riders talking about what they're doing, how they're training, what they're doing. I think people love that kind of little input. I mean, also Farrell's walk down the canal with you. It's absolutely timeless. You can tune into that and get so much information over and over again.
Okay, O'Sheen, we'll get an update. We had it earlier.
Do you have an update about your first runs today and the incredible 49.9 on the 500?
Yeah, the first run wasn't bad, was it? Already a new Irish record. My last one was 49.36. Then the second run, I thought, okay, here we go. And first time ever in my life here, in the last 50, 75, got pulled towards the left bank, like from the bags, the whole way across, going faster and faster and faster. And I had to hook out, kept the boat going straight and finished alive. So, yeah, and Farrell also just before me, the same, I think we had almost the same gust 2 minutes before. So, but now it's gone a bit broad, so we wait. Yeah, we wait. But first run, hashtag goal.
He's very aerodynamic.
Thank you very much. Keep it up for the next run.
Thanks, man.
Yeah. Madman.
Very
Like,
aerodynamic.
so close. Yeah, well, definitely. The goggles and the hairdo. I mean, he's gone for my look. It's obviously.
So Ben, he's talking about that leeward bank drift. Maybe Stefan knows that as well. I remember Mitch telling me about that as well. It's a kind of a strange phenomenon. You see in one of Antoine's crashes how he drifts way over to the leeward bank. And there's not much.
And if you look at your WhatsApp, Ben, I sent you a video of me where you can see this drifting around.
Yeah.
If you can show it.
Yeah,
back in 2015, you know what the problem was with that is Sebastian Catalan placed a whole bunch of rubber mats on the leeward bank. And that was to stop the water movement down the canal when it was very broad. The problem with that is if you drifted across to the leeward bank, you'd hit the rubber pads. So you didn't want to hit those. And you'll see Antoine gets really close to the bank and just connects the bank and then does like a somersault. But that drift is very real. And it's weird because, like Mitch said, you can't really do much about it. It's really just pushing you across.
I was just going to say, I saw these ones earlier, which were, there's a couple of drifts in here from Antoine.
Yeah.
In the channel walk.
Yep.
But definitely worth putting them on. This is like the bit of the course where you get this kind of drift.
Oh, look at that! Isn't that amazing? Look at that.
That
drift?
starts
There's
to
the
get.
drift. There's the drift. Yeah.
Oh, Patrick detail going through the mast, head first. Elbow.
Oh, watch this drift. Oh no, that's the bouncing.
This is the drift.
bar.
This is the drift.
Yeah.
Oh, the bounce.
There it goes. Oh, you think he's going to jibe it, but he's got no control over it to get it back. Shit.
Brutal. Absolutely brutal. I mean, some of that is just insane, you know. If you haven't seen that video, I know I did it, but it's really interesting. Not from me, but from Farrell. If you've not seen it, it's on YouTube.
He's such a professor of this canal, isn't he? Really?
Yeah.
There's the pads. There's the rubber pads on the left, on the right hand side there.
I had one of them. Really scary, right close to that bank. It's kind of terrifying, I have to say. But yeah, there's some really good stuff in there. It's well worth checking out if you've not done it, and especially if you go into Luderitz. I know a lot of people have messaged me about that video and said, "Wow, that made me want to go," or "I was going and it gave me some." Well, it helped me get my head around a few things which they didn't know, which was always nice to.
Yeah, I was
hear.
watching
Let's
this video maybe 20 times, and that was really extremely helpful.
Ben, I'm not seeing many people wear the melon helmet.
No, you're probably right. I don't know why. I thought it might catch on.
I personally think it was aerodynamic. It was probably very therapeutic for the head, and it had good protection, and it was cheap.
For sure. But we didn't people don't know the real reason I did that. I don't know if anyone knows what Waggy's talking about. I made a Idiot's Guide to Speed Sailing, which I ended up cutting a melon helmet because I didn't have a helmet. But the idea was I was going to make an aerodynamic suit and a helmet. So I bought the melon to carve it out to get builder's foam to do this cone. But we couldn't find any builders foam in Luderitz. So I never ended up doing it, but I stuck the melon on anyway, and it fit amazingly well. It was quite surprising.
Yeah.
Quite surprising. Just going through a few of the comments. 47.
Kurosh, first day out, 47, yeah.
Yeah, the times, if you look at the times, though.
They're sliding off again.
I think we're done. I think we are done, unfortunately.
Yeah, for sure.
5 o'clock would have been my time.
Yeah, I think we're done. So, like I said, it's very
asking
difficult to
about
get media from over there. I would love to go speak to everyone at the channel and have a nice walk down, but the chances of that happening are very slim. So we're probably just going to end the stream because we're not going to get a world record today.
Somebody's asking about Albo's harness lines. I just know when I was with him that he was using adjustable harness lines, the green ones, and I would have no idea what the length was because there were 28 to 34s. So he would be using anything between 28 to 34. I would hazard a guess he was using around the 30 centimeter mark. For the record that he did, and he was definitely using an asymmetric boom.
Yeah, a good one there. I guess from watching that video, Andre's saying just being a passenger on your gear in those conditions, it's like that. When you already drift, you can't do much because you don't want to push on the fin because you've already lost a bit of traction, so you're scared from the fin, so you're just balancing on top of the board, and it's like, oh my god, it's hard to explain. Like I said, I had one moment like that and I thought I was going to die.
Did you have any crashes, Ben? I can't remember if you did have any.
No, I didn't. That was the closest I had on one of my fastest runs, or felt like I had wind from the start, got the slingshot, had pretty good wind in the middle, and then I got the end gust and I was like, this is it. I really was already smiling. I was like, and then I just had a moment where I kind of pulled the rig in. I unhooked. I started drifting. And I tried to correct, unhooked, and then spent the last 100 to 50 meters out the harness, just like Antoine does in that shot going across the other bank. And I swear that would have been my fastest run. So I was kind of gutted, but that's how it goes.
So Ben, do people know that most of the riders are using asymmetric fins on the canal?
Well, it's a good point. I don't know if most do. I didn't really know.
So we're riding at the canal. They're riding on starboard tack. No, port tack. They're riding on port tack, aren't they? Yeah. So the fin itself has a trying to get it in the thingy. It has one flat side, and so it depends on the run, depends on which will be the flat side, and that's for it to be the most effective and the least drag and stuff like that. So it's really only any good on one direction. And I know that Eric Beale has been doing a lot of work with speed fins, and the rake of the fins. I mean, this is a 19 centimeter fin. The rakes are quite far back and things like that. So it's quite a different fin, and the speed sailers they're very different in their technical input into speed sailing to get those extra kilometers. I don't think anybody would be using. Would anybody be using a symmetric fin on the canal?
No, 100% not. I think with asymmetrical fin, you can go a lot smaller. That's the main one. So the drag goes down because you have more grip.
Yeah, smaller and it's safer.
Yeah. And also takes you into shallower water. I know Mitch was saying that when the water was shallow, he'd be just going along and you could just felt this small little blip like that, and a centimeter of fin was gone. Like if you hit the bottom.
I had that.
Did you hear Andy say he hasn't had a chance to test his fins because he wrecked it on the first run?
It really does happen. It's so shallow, the channel, and especially when you're on tiny boards, a moment of downwind and you're on the bottom. Okay, I think we can call it a day, boys. I'm looking at the speeds and
44s.
Yeah, they're right down now. I think we're over. Just going to answer this one question. Ben, how did you manage to control your gear in those gusts and angle? Because you're not the heaviest. Yeah, I don't know, actually. Like I said, I had one moment like that. But apart from that, my gear felt really good. And if I was to go back, I probably would try and get a smaller speed board. I had a 40, which is like the Simmer production board, which was designed by Aurelio, who I think did Albo's boards. He's obviously doing AV boards now, but they were pretty well tried and tested. And a lot of people have been borrowing my board since then to go back. I think Sheen set the record maybe years ago on it, because speed is about, well, I don't know. I think a few people have tried it.
But you could probably go down to a 38, Ben. You could probably take a 38 wide
that's
board.
The thing. And since I look and then I hear Vincent talking about he's on a 40, I'm thinking, okay. Jeez, and then Heidi's on a 37, smallest board. You think, okay, I could definitely go smaller in width. So that would be interesting. Be super interesting. I want to go back one day, 100%. And who knows? Maybe it's next year. I was going to say we just need to get the Nest Hotel, all inclusive, living the dream, keep the missus happy.
Get Arthur with you. You're going to take Arthur with.
Like I said, we have to wait and see. But I think it really does. And we've talked about it earlier about digging channels in France and stuff. But I kind of like this period of 1 month. Yeah, it's all on it. There's this excitement, and I think in life, just in general, if I get philosophical now, it's like everything's just too easy and too much of it. And after a while, it just is noise, and you don't appreciate the moments because there's so many of them. Whereas
it's a big adventure, isn't it?
Well, it's like the video in old days.
It's a big adventure,
You'd look forward to a video from a brand coming out or someone but now you have so many videos.
Yeah,
it's overwhelming. So it's quite nice to have
it's something really special. That's what I said before. This whole event, from the moment I entered the airport in Vienna until arriving after this amazing drive through the desert, the whole scenery there, the people there, the community, the sailing, everything plays together. And this is what makes it really special. and you're completely right. You should keep it special.
Yeah, it's like if you did the World Cup every year, it wouldn't be as important. Yeah. It's every 4 years, so you look forward to it or something, you know, and you can't win it for it. It's like the Olympics. All the big sporting events are not every week. So I think it's wrong thinking to think that if you like something, have more of it. I get told all the time, do this, do this, do this, do this. I think sometimes it's not nice to have too much because you even though you think you want it, I don't think you do.
It's interesting if I talk with people who have also been to Luderitz, it's always something that's on their mind. They are constantly thinking about it, telling stories about it. It's something really very, very special, and it always comes to your mind. You always dream about it or think about it. It's often in the weirdest situations where I think, I was in Luderitz and this was very special, and what can I change next time? And
I totally agree.
It's very, very.
Doesn't look like there's more runs coming through.
We're doing it. We're finishing. That's it, boys. Stefan, thank you. Waggy, thank you. You're going to have to join us tomorrow because whoever's going to join me tomorrow, because tomorrow has got a better forecast than today. We've already broke one world record. Congratulations, Heidi Ulrich. What's a legend already? I mean, that's so good. 47.16. We'll wait for the official times, but it looks solid. And then tomorrow, the boys are going to have to go for it. Come on.
My prediction is Hans or Vincent for that top spot. If the wind really blows, I think Vincent might just get it. I think it's going to be really critical time of the afternoon tomorrow. I think so, yeah. Anyway, but Gunnar, he's there as well. I it's possible. Anything's possible.
All right, boys.
Let's see you guys.
Cheers. We'll see you sometime. See you tomorrow, hopefully.
See you. Bye.
Ciao, ciao.